Okay, we are back. This time with more Ace Attorney Investigations Collection, where we have just been booted out of our office. Murder's been committed in the office. We've been accused. Gumshoe's been accused. Maggie from our previous game's been accused, and we know who the villain is, obviously, because we saw the preview in the previous part, and we just have to get down to the bottom of why this is happening and what's happened to the thing, and all this other stuff. And we're back to weekly main game being this instead of being rivals, so yeah, but let's just make sure everything's working properly, because I think it should be. I need to just make sure that my microphone's in a good spot so that everyone can hear it correctly, but let's just check that everything's working okay, because this will be a long stream. So, obviously, again, like I said, the rest of this week, so Tuesday through Friday, hopefully will be this. Again, full voice acting. I'm going to try and do all the platinum all the trophy stuff, all the bad endings, all the press statements, anything that we can think of, we'll try and do. All the trophies, using a guide to get through everything, of course. Saturday will either be, if Saturday is Strikers, Sunday will be this. If Sunday is Strikers, Saturday will be a day off, and then Monday will be Rivals. So that's the main thing. But I think everything's working right now. I'm gonna just check to see if there's anything else that's. So my microphone should be in a good spot. It's fine because I'm in the old setup. Well, I shouldn't say the old setup. This is the actual setup. This is the PS4. I can do streaming on both PS4 either on one computer or on the other, but it's like if I can do it here, it's just better anyway. Better for me to do it here, that way that way I don't have to interfere with. The only reason I stream stuff on here is if it's on if it's on the Switch, because obviously that is then going to interfere with other stuff, I guess I should say. So, in terms of that, I guess we can get started, right? Yeah, full guide playthrough for the Platinum Trophy. So all the trophies, all the bad endings, all the press statements, as much interaction as possible. I will try and fully voice act it, but we'll see how things go. Let's just get started, shall we? I think I've got everything that I need. You can stay for 30 minutes and then it's time to sleep. No problem, I understand. We basically, chatted for, what? How many hours was it? At least 2 hours or so? So, it was something like that. Is it really that? I don't know, it was an hour. I guess it was an hour. That felt like that hour went by really, really... Even yeah, probably that. It's weird. Alright, let's begin. Yeah, it was something like that. It felt like it went by really quickly. It felt like it went by very, very quickly. Yeah, we're live. We're live now. We're gonna put out deductive reasoning behind the. Oh wow, I forgot about this controller. Yeah, I gotta fix this controller. It's bad. Yes, this is the future. Weather forecast is cloudy with a chance of meatballs, so be sure to have your forks ready. The world has not ended. I repeat, the world has not ended. Hell has frozen over. Lottery numbers are 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. Alright, what were we doing here? We were investigating the hallway last time, so we're gonna talk to a bunch of people and we're gonna figure out what's going on with this thing. So, is Bella Ramsey president already? No. 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 The Oompa Loompa is still president right now. Don't see any signs of forced entry. According to the guard, no signs that the lock was picked either, sir. I mean, the door really was opened with a key. happen to ask if any prints were lifted from the doorknob? Apparently the doorknob's clean as a whistle. Wiped, I think. This thief did a good job of not leaving any clues behind. Alright. I don't think there's anything else left to investigate here. We already looked at the hatch, we looked at the number, we looked at the doorknob, so nothing else here. How is everyone doing this time zone? Hope everyone is well. I'm probably gonna leave Maggie to last, because she probably seems like she's gonna be the main focal point at this point. What is a basketball doing here? Also, thank you, Movie Critic, for the resub. I did not, I got the notification, of it, last night. It did show up, so thank you for that. For some reason, it didn't update my, Actually, I'm gonna update that now. Let me fix that. Where's Streamlabs? I haven't updated Streamlabs on here for a while. That might explain why I haven't been getting notifications. So let me just upgrade Streamlabs real quick. Let me just upgrade Streamlabs. So I can get those notifications, make sure that those notifications for follows and everything come through, because I haven't done that on this computer in months at this point. That's probably one reason my stuff hasn't updated correctly. Let me just do this while I'm got it in the background. He also plays soccer, dodgeball, and even tennis. Not a single one of those sports is suitable to be played in a hallway. Yes, Streamlabs. Let me upgrade the goal. Let me end the goal and then upgrade the goal. For some reason it didn't upgrade the goal, even though it should have. It should be at 86 instead of 85. And then live upgrading of goals right now. There we go. Alright. This is a... We're in a prosecutor's office, and we've just got, like, you know, outside, you know, just in the hallway, you know, like every other prosecutor's office, just a, you know, a hoop. Just a basketball hoop, as you do. As you do, just a, you know, you're my favorite streamer to talk to and support, so this is the least I can do. I greatly appreciate that. I really do enjoy sticking around for your content as well, and, chatting. It's, very much appreciated. Just you know, anyone ever been to a prosecutor's office or a lawyer's office and just seen, you know, someone's just got a basketball hoop hanging out in the front of their door? As you do. This office. 1203? Hey Maggie, whose room is it again? It's Mr. Portman, sir. He's my new neighbor, I see. Suppose he moved in while I was away overseas. Just... What's a basketball hoop doing here? Hey, didn't this used to be just outside next to a building a long time ago? So when and why was it moved indoors? I don't remember exactly, but I saw one of the officers drag it up here recently. Drag it? Heard that it wouldn't fit in the elevator, so the poor guy had to bring it up himself. All the way up the 12th floor? Oh my god. Imagine dragging a basketball hoop all the way up to the up the stairs into the 12th floor. Like. Also, occasionally you'll see Edgeworth twerking because this controller is really bad. This controller is not great today. I'll probably talk to everyone last because usually talking to everyone is gonna trigger something. So let's just make sure I've got all the. Just forgive Edgeworth. Let's talk to everyone. Alright, we know who you are. Looks like you're in quite the pinch, Mr. Edgeworth. To be sure, a murder within the walls of the prosecutor's office is no trifling matter. If you don't know who this guy is, the guy in the suit that's tapping his head, he is Winston Payne. He is like in the other Phoenix Wright games, he is basically like the tutorial prosecutor, who never loses a case. Of course, he loses every case because he's the tutorial, so, be sure a murder within the walls of the prosecutor's office is no trifling matter. You must find, apprehend, and punish the killer accordingly post-haste. Sounds like a messy case you've got on your hands. If you ever feel lost or need some advice, my door is always open. Oh, gracious, I will keep your offer in mind. I love that the characters animate. Wiki's Pain is finally releasing in this week, so can't wait. Isn't that? I thought that was already out. Do you mean for streaming services? Or was it on? I can't remember. Was it a YouTube thing? I thought it was a YouTube thing that came out before Ballerina did this year. So did they? It was already up and off for you. Oh right, because you get everything delayed. It's so weird. You get movies that are delayed, but we get movies that are delayed you're like. For some reason, horror movies for you, some of the horror movies get delayed for you till like now, and I had them like 2 months ago. Like the weirdest one for me that I can remember off the top of my head, I think it was I believe it was the last Hobbit movie. What's it called again? Was it, Battle of the Five Armies was the last Hobbit movie, the third one. For some reason, Australia, Iceland, and Greenland were the last places to get that, and we got it 2 weeks after everybody else. It just feels so weird that an entire continent... Clan and the Cornfield is releasing in 3 weeks, right? Yeah, Clan and the Cornfield came in June. Came out like 2 months ago for us. And like Bring Her Back, I get why Bring Her Back at least came out for us earlier, because Bring Her Back was made by Australian directors, the two brothers that are in Death Stranding 2. Something alright. You're served, you must know, I weighed myself this morning, I'm finally at 154 pounds. Congratulations, but I was asking about this hallway in this room. Oh, everything's okay, sir. Word of advice, stay focused or you may start to lose even more weight. Yeah, it's so weird. Bring Her Back at least makes sense because the directors are Australian, so I get that. I saw they interviewed them like welcome in Serrata with the thank you for the tab. Hopefully work goes really quickly. Thank you for the tab as always. That emote though, I've been seeing that. But we also have some early screenings for Marvel or DC in June. I mean, that's good. That's good. Like I don't know. Maybe certain countries just get certain things far. Maybe they just, maybe certain movies just perform really well for different countries.
Who's that Pokemon?
Maybe that's just mine. Alright, let's talk to Maggie. Yes, Edgeworth is just twerking right now. Just wonder if I may speak with you for a bit concerning this case. Because whenever you tell me about certain movies, you usually always mention, like, the cinema is packed. And, like, I can think of a few occasions where the cinema has been packed. You have theater subscription 24-hour marathons, which you also don't see a lot happen. Yeah, exactly. Like, maybe you just... Maybe the Netherlands is just super popular for certain types of movies. Like, I don't know. Or maybe just your theater is, like, a special, like, kind of theater in terms of just doing a lot of different fun events. Because, like I remember as a kid going to watch King Kong. King Kong Midnight Launch wasn't packed. All 3 Star Wars movies, like, Midnight Launch, were packed. I was 7? I was 7 when I went to see The Phantom Menace, and that was Midnight Launch, and that was packed. Revenge of the Sith was also packed. I remember I was too young to really grasp, like, how people thought about the movie, because I don't have any recollections of how they thought about the movie. But I remember, that cinema was packed, because I remember we were first in line. We got there super early. We got there like an hour, 2 hours before the movie started. We were first in line to get into Star Wars, and I remember we sprinted to get the best... We sprinted to get to the back seats. That theater was completely packed. But I don't remember a lot of stuff. in terms of reactions for it. And then my sister went to watch Infinity War and Endgame. She saw both of those movies. I think not the midnight launch, but like the first viewing on, the first viewing of one of the first viewings of the day. And she said that the theater was packed and everyone in the theater was like cheering and, like at the key moments and stuff. I know you aren't a big fan of those movies, but like she said that was basically her experience of a packed theater of fans just having a really good time with the movie. I saw all the Harry Potter movies when they first came out. Not day one or midnight launch, but I did watch all of those. Because back then I was... How old would I have been when the first Harry Potter came out? I would have been 9 years old when the first Harry Potter came out. I think I had a birthday party that went to one... I think I went to a birthday party where someone went to watch a Harry Potter film. And I had a birthday party of my own that we went to watch a Harry Potter film as well. I think I saw Chamber of Secrets or Philosopher's Stone. One of those was a birthday party. You know what? When did they come out? When did they actually release? I could probably tell people when did they actually release Harry Potter film series? When did they release? Because my birthday is at the end of the year, so so it would be easy for me to figure out which one I went to. Well, they were both in November. I guess that makes sense. I'm pretty sure I went to someone's birthday party, and we went and watched it. So maybe I knew someone whose party was in November. It's so amazing, though, to see, like, how much money these movies cost. Like, in 2001, Harry Potter 1 cost $125 million, and it made $1 billion. Like, it's amazing that, like, movies were... Like, $125 million is considered, like, a smallish budget now. Like, Harry Potter 2 was $100 million and made $882, and that was 23 years ago. Welcome in, Germany. You're doing well today. We are, actually playing a different game. Finally. We're free from rivals. Always been a big fan of the courtroom, but this is like a dream. A dream where I'm being cross-examined by the Miles Edgeworth. How are we doing today? Can't let this chance pass me by. I must remember to ask her about the master key. Should jog her memory by showing my notes to her with triangle. We'll talk to her first, because, yeah, she's, googly eyes for Edgeworth right now. I'm doing well. It's still cold, but not anything that can't be managed, I guess. New game for the week, at least. Can take a break from all the rivals matches. You think you're fully retired from Marvels now? You do not enjoy it anymore? I still enjoy the game, but it's just like I can only handle so much. Like I don't have any other game that I really like playing multiplayer with. I think I just prefer, like, I'm at a point now where I can probably get through it if I, have people that I can talk with. The long queue times for me, I can't stand it anymore. Like, I don't know why I get the long queue times. I like playing the game, it's the toxic people. It's like what you said, all of the toxic people that were in Overwatch 2 have moved to Marvel Rivals, so Overwatch 2 is now manageable. But Marvels is now the most popular game, so until something else comes around that has less, that then takes those players away, it's thing. Welcome in Havoc as well. I see the twerking emotes as well. Also, Allison saw the cat pictures as well. Yeah, I wouldn't ever fully retire from it. I'm just gonna try and play it less. Again, it's time for to play it like once. Well, I've seen him a couple of times before when I had to go to Mr. Portsman's office. Mr. Faith was always playing basketball, Mr. Portman, sir. Sounds like fun. Just once, I'd love to play with them. Sounds fun, but the only person ever taking a shot with Mr. Portsman. Yeah. I told you she's obsessed with cats. What was the fate ever did was pass in the ball, sir. Welcome to Derry's renewed for it. Wait, what? Oh, they've already renewed it. So it's a Fallout 2 it's a Fallout Season 2 situation where it's like they've already renewed it for a Season 3 before the shows come out. You still need to watch it. It hasn't come out yet. Welcome to Derry comes out in October. I think October? Movie Critic? It's not actually out yet. It got renewed for a second season. Your phone is shooting itself, yeah. It happens, it's fine, like, I get it. Second forward, I don't think I'd have it all that well with them. Yeah, it's October. I think it's one of those situations like Fallout Season 2 where they just renewed the show before. You still need to watch it because you won't watch it until 6 months later. Yeah. I mean, if it's something that you're excited about, like, I can understand, but if it's something you can really wait for, then honestly, like, wait. Especially since there's so many streaming services that exist. Where it's like, I think people now, it's like, at least in the pandemic I understood why they released a lot of stuff, but nowadays it's like, sometimes it's just better to pair off, like, unless you're really hyped for something, you can just, like, get 1 month and just binge watch a few shows here and there, and save some money. Maggie Bird, correct? I take it you are an acquaintance of the detective. You wouldn't be excited unless it's actually built into the Dark Tower, but you highly doubt it will happen. Yeah. I mean, I guess we'll see. From what I remember, it's a prequel, Welcome to Derry. So, they have... It's new ground, I guess. It's new ground that they allow them to cover. But, yeah. Yeah, it's a prequel. Like, they can't, like... I don't think they're gonna cover all that yet. If they even do, like... She was under my supervision back then when she was still in the force, so... One day she got caught up in a murder and things started going downhill, so she quit. I would love to take Gumshoe for introducing me to my current employer. Like, at the end of the day, just... Hopefully it's a good show. And don't do the, don't do what a lot of other shows have done, where it's like the last episode, that's a problem with a lot of shows, is they just do not, yeah, that's the other thing as well. Bill Skarsgård's at least returning. Just do not do the thing where he only appears in the last episode, because that's really annoying. That you watch a show, and it's like they're billing a character, and they have them not appear for, like, the last episode. Before I raided last night, your net went out for over an hour. Ouch. Ouch, that's bad. Yeah. I mean, Daredevil Born Again got a season 2, so some people must have liked it, and I mean, I've seen people actually, like, it was so widespread places an hour away were affected. I hope that it's better now. So I thought until a few hours ago. Right before I was about to clock out for the night. Got caught up in this whirlwind of a case, correct? Yeah, I had no idea. It's, I did see that, you had, like, exited, like, right as I sent off, because I have a tendency to keep checking the chat. I don't know why. I need to try and stop doing that. Yeah, build up the Punisher to be a major plot, and he just showed up in the last episode, and then, yeah. And, well, I guess their reasoning for that is, the reasoning for that is they were like, well, we've got this movie for Punisher coming out, and then we've got Punisher in Brand New Day. So... I don't know. They're thinking Savage Hulk is going to appear in Brand New Day, and I'm assuming that Punisher is going to have morals turned off in Brand New Day if they're doing Mr. Negative. At least Mr. Negative is a different villain. It's a character that most people probably remember from the Spider-Man video games, which, again, both Spider-Man video games are fantastic, so at least they're drawing from good quality content, and yes, Kraven the Hunter exists, but I think that movie was already getting made by the time Spider-Man 2 had come out, so maybe they felt like they could, maybe they just didn't draw anything from the Spider-Man 2 game with Kraven, so who knows. It's still the same thing, yeah. I mean, granted, like, they still did the Punisher better than Dracula, like, Dracula was the ultimate, I think that's the, if we had to look at the worst character assassinations this year, like, Dracula would be #1. I'm hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster. Now I even managed to be named a criminal just when I become a security guard. That's a lot to go through in one lifetime. I know, and just when I thought I had finally found my happiness, I wound up getting you and Detective Gumshoe involved in my bad luck. You need to worry about me, Miss Bird, nor do you need to worry about yourself. I will solve this case and prove your innocence. All I ask in return is for your cooperation. Yes, I don't know, there's been a lot of character assassination, but I also think it's like character... I think it's like character, like... Character assassination is essentially like... Character assassination is like taking a really popular character and just completely going against what that character is, but then what do you call, like... Is it still character assassination in a movie like Snow White, for example, where they take a beloved story and like and turn it like completely? I guess it's like some... I don't know what it's called. Like, it's not character assassination, because I don't necessarily think they character assassinated Snow White. I just think it was a bad portrayal, like... What's up, Goat? I'm doing good. We're doing a story game, at least for the remainder of the week, because they finally got around to setting it all up. Yes, sir, Mr. Edgeworth, you can count on me. I'll do all I can to help. I'm doing well, though. Long stream today, but, again, lots of story stuff.
Who's that?
I think that's everyone that we've talked to, so let's, I think we've got to present some evidence. So let's present some evidence. How are you doing today? I know that you were streaming, or you might still be streaming. Let's present the stolen file to... Master Key. But yeah, Master Key, and then we talk to her some more, and then logic stuff. Yeah, they just made their okay, so that's a different thing then. So character assassination is where someone takes a character and just turns it completely, but this would be just a bad version of a movie. Like Dracula's a bad version of a classic character, but they also killed the character as well. I guess that's the way to look at it. I guess that's the way that what it would be called. Like, Minecraft is a bad movie, Snow White is a bad movie that, like... that was just a bad version of the movie, and then Dracula was a bad movie and a bad Dracula. So when did you discover that the Master Key was missing? By the time I realized, I think it was around 1 AM, sir. I noticed it was back at around 2:30 AM. So I guess that's the best way to look at it. Just sitting there on the ledge where the security room reception window is. But I'm sure that between those two times it was not just gone, but stolen, sir. This key was missing from approximately 1 AM to 2:30 AM. Why is such an important key stored in such an insecure place? Something like that, sir. We always keep the key further inside the room, away from the window. Always, you say, except for this time, correct? I admit that was a bit careless, but I had my reasons. I left it out because I was sort of using it at the time. It was after I had used it that I left it sitting out on the ledge. She used the master key. Yeah, he's not Dracula, but also is, and he needs to be Magic Mike member. Yeah. The movie description from what you told me just makes no sense as Dracula. At all. Like, killing his wife and then blaming everybody else on it, hurting himself to the point where, he is somehow able to become Dracula, and I don't know why, random dancing scenes. Yeah, that's the thing. The movie is... the movie would still be bad even if it was an hour and a half, but because it's 2.5 hours, it's like what you said. Like, I have a different determination of whether I think a movie is good. If the movie is boring... If the movie is boring to me, I say it's a bad movie. If the movie is entertaining, then I say it's a good movie. And then I have varying degrees of entertaining and boring. And the fact that you were looking at your phone multiple times, just like, when will it end, when will it end? Like, that's a bad... To me, that's a bad movie, because it's a bad movie, and it's maybe not necessarily boring, but it's just like, it's got a lot of bad parts about it. Okay. Use the master key. What do you mean by you used the master key? I had to use it to open the door for this prosecutor who had forgotten his key. I mean, it's my job as a security guard, right? What is it? That's right, I just remembered. Prosecution who forgot his key. Having a packed theater in less than 10 people. Yeah, that's the one thing as well, like... A packed theater for Dracula, like, that doesn't seem like it's a movie that I think would get packed here. But the fact that you had a packed theater for Dracula, and then by the end of it, like, less than 10 people, like, that's really, really bad. That's, like, no retention at all. People probably... Now I have to know, when did people start walking out? Like... Because if you had a packed theater, like, and... There had to have been, like, a massive amount of people that started leaving. It's Mr. Portsman, sir. What? Please tell me more, Miss Bird. Quickly. Forgetful Mr. Portsman. It's around 12 a.m. Mr. Portsman had forgotten his office key, so he came down to security, sir. And that's when you loaned the master key to him? No way, it's against regulations to loan the master key out to anyone. I went with Mr. Portsman to his office and opened the door for him personally, sir. I see. And then what happened after that? Well, he called me, for me to come close up his office as he was leaving to go home. That was around 1:30 a.m., I think. So in summary, for the sake of one forgetful prosecutor, before the dancing scene, most of the people left with the Casper the Friendly Ghost henchman scene. So so a 2.5 hour movie, and most people left 30 minutes in. Yeah, that's not good. Granted, you wanted to leave, like, the first, what, 5 minutes in, I think it was? That also just makes me wonder, like, if you would stay for the other movies. Because you stayed for the whole 2.5 hours of Dracula, and that was bad. Like, if you stayed for Mickey 17, if you stayed for Hurry Up Tomorrow, those would probably still be better movies, I think. Because it took you longer to... leave. Look about suspicious. Then you can say that you've never left your keys at home, Detective. I think this calls for a thorough examination of Mr. Portsman's door. We'd better go and check that then. I've already examined the door, so do I have to examine it again? Oh, I didn't examine it. Never mind. Won't rest until I've inspected every single suspicious looking nook and cranny. I guess that's the other thing too, you know, it's like, when you go into a movie expecting it to be good, and then, be disappointed. Like, I was disappointed that Christoph Waltz didn't at least do something to try and save the movie. Because, it's not that he's a bad actor. He's been in a lot of really good movies. Like, he's been in several good movies in the past. And he is a very good actor. Worst movie of the year, worst piece of vampire content ever made. Yeah, see, Twilight... I never liked Twilight, but it was just because it wasn't my thing. And also, I was more of a Harry Potter enjoyer at the time. And Twilight was like, this is the new thing. And I never really got behind it. Mr. Paulson's personal basketball hoop. Can't believe he put something like this in the hallway of a prosecutor's office. But, you know, it's actually pretty useful, sir. I haven't gotten lost trying to get to your office since it's been here. How long have I had the same office, and yet you still managed to get lost? Door is locked tight. The one good thing that comes out of this, though, is that you don't have to watch it again, and you've still got Sinners, you've still got Nosferatu, and you've still got, Last Voyage of the Demeter. Like, those are at least good vampire. And you can also go back and watch other vampire movies, if there's anything that you ever haven't watched yet. Because there's always gonna be... That's the problem with Dracula being in public domain now, like... Dracula being in public domain means anyone can make anything for it. Same thing for Frankenstein, same thing for... You know, we're getting a Frankenstein movie. I'm not saying that that's gonna be good or bad, I have no idea. Even Allison said, like, when she saw the title of the movie, Dracula: A Love Tale, she thought something was already up. But the old credit card trick wouldn't work here, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? This is the office of a high prosecutor detective. These doors would be pretty ineffective if the average cat burglar could get through them. So I guess only a great cat burglar could get in. That must be you, the culprit. Who the culprit is. I advise you to return that conclusion to whatever pawn shop you bought it from. Yeah, I don't know, I think it's fine. Like, going back, not worrying about, things anymore. Yeah, the mermaids and the fairies is weird. It's a fairy tale, it's like what... It's such a weird title, Dracula: A Love Tale, and it's like, when you think about it, it's like what you said, within the first so many minutes of the movie, what love is there? There's no love that takes place. He kills his wife. I need to check to see how this movie actually, like... Still nothing out of this yet. Like, who's the guy who plays Dracula? The guy who plays Dracula's been in a few movies, but he's not, like, super, like... He was in Get Out, but, like, again, he was, like... In Get Out, he was... He played the brother of, He played the brother of, the main character's, girlfriend. But, like, he was in X-Men First Class, but he was like, he was damn Banshee in that movie. But I don't even remember who Banshee was, to be honest. I honestly don't even remember. I guess he was the guy one that could do the stuff with the screaming, but it's like, I barely even remember that. Like, X-Men First Class, it's not a bad movie, I just barely remember anything that happens. Minimalist, yet classy door made of top quality wood. It's kind of majestic too. Fits in really well with the ambience of the prosecutor's offices. Even Mr. Portsman seems dignified just because he works behind one of these. Nonsense, a man doesn't become more or less dignified because of where he works. Well, he still seems more dignified than Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne, I suppose custodial work can also be dignified. Yeah, it's not defendable. if it was bad, it was bad. I don't care who the actor is. It's just like we said. Christoph Waltz is a good actor, but it's like, if he was bad in the movie, he was bad in the movie. Like, even Robert De Niro, like, or Al Pacino, if they get a bad script, it's not necessarily their fault, because they've proven to be good actors, but if they have a bad script, or a bad story, or bad other aspects around them, the movie's gonna be bad regardless. Like, they can't make the movie great just by them being in it. Room 1203, I take it that this is Mr. Portsman's office. Yeah, you can't mistake it because of that basketball hoop, sir. That reminds me, Mr. Portsman had actually wanted room 1202 really badly. Since you were already occupying it, Mr. Edgeworth, put him next door, sir. So why was Mr. Portsman so particular about getting room 1202? Not sure, but I bet it's because of something like his birthday is December 2nd. Yep, that's gotta be it. Can't think of another reason why. The only scene that impressed you from First Class was the opening with young Magneto. I just don't remember a whole lot that happened. It wasn't a bad movie. It was just the other movies are so much better. Outside of the other movies are just more memorable. Like Days of Future's Past is probably like outside of Logan. I think outside of Logan, Days of Future's Past is my favorite X-Men or like like property. It would be Logan #1. Probably X-Men Days of Future's Past would be #2. And then either Apocalypse or Apocalypse or X2 is probably #3. And then if I had to pick a fifth, it'd be maybe the Wolverine. The Wolverine, not Origins Wolverine, the Wolverine, the one with the Silver Samurai. I think it was Silver Samurai that was in it. Yeah, the Hugh Jackman cameo was good, but they saved him. I think that was was that First Class? No, that was Dark Phoenix that did that, wasn't it? Was it Dark Phoenix that did that? Dark Phoenix, I think, had a Hugh Jackman part in it too, where he went through the, Or am I misremembering that one? Logan 1, Wolverine 2, Days of Future Past 3. Yeah, I would just change the order around. It would be Logan 1, Days of Future Past 2, probably Apocalypse 3. X24, Wolverine 5, maybe? Or the Wolverine 5. And then it's like, X-Men 1's not a bad movie. Both Phoenix movies are fine, but they've got a lot of problems. And First Class is okay. It's a good origin story, but it's not like a massively great one either. We got everything here? I think so. I don't talk to you anymore, right? No, we're done. That's you're done. You're done. All right, let's put some logic together now. All right, logic time. So let's put master key and use the master key together. And Hugh Jackman had a bar cameo in First Class. Okay, that was the bar cameo. So the bar cameo was First Class, and then the cameo was Weapon X. It was in Apocalypse. Was that the... But there was one... There was one where they freed him. Was that the one where they... Did they free him in Apocalypse? There was one where they freed him and he tore through the, He tore through the facility. I thought that was Dark Phoenix, but it might have been Apocalypse. I do remember the scene. They were captured. Some of them were captured. Some of them were captured and they were going to try and get out and break out, and they broke him out instead, and then they stopped and he saw Jean, and then he ran out of the thing and started tearing through the facility. I liked that, that little... I mean, they did a good job with that. So we want that. Then we want... Oh, that is Apocalypse. Okay, so that was Apocalypse's movie. For some reason I was thinking it was Dark Phoenix, but it was Apocalypse. Still a great movie. I really liked it. Apocalypse was great. I loved the like the stuff that they did with Magneto in Apocalypse. Miss Bird, I'm afraid there's a flaw in your story. What? No way, pal. I mean, it was sad, like, what they did. Like, he just wanted to live a normal life, and he was doing basically that. He had no reason to do anything else. He had a wife and a child, and then, like, yeah, they didn't want to leave him alone, you know, and the scene where he was back in the workplace where he basically wanted to kill everyone, and then the scene where he was you know, doing the stuff near the end. Even the stuff he was doing in Dark Phoenix was okay, like where he had the refuge for all the mutants. I think he's a great Magneto. I like Ian McKellen as well. They're both really good. Obviously, Ian McKellen plays older Magneto, so. But I think it's nice that they have two different versions of Magneto and both of them are consistently good. So you locked up Mr. Portman's office at around 1:30 AM, correct? That's why I'm afraid of, like, if Hugh Jackman's not doing Wolverine anymore, the person who's replacing Wolverine is gonna have a hard job trying to be Wolverine. Like, I feel like Hugh Jackman's always gonna be Wolverine to me. The train scene as well, yeah. Like, I feel like even for you, the Hugh Jackman will always be like Wolverine, I guess. However, the Master Key had already been stolen at that time. Nothing gets by you, Mr. Edgeworth. You saw that contradiction like a pro. Oh, I'm not sure if you saw this show. There was a cartoon, X-Men Evolution. It was only 4 seasons. It happened around, like, 2003-ish. Around that point in time. Who was it? Christopher Judge, the guy who voices Kratos. He voices Magneto for that show. And he does such a good job as Magneto, I think, in that. He has a really good voice for Magneto. I think he was really good for that. I'd totally forgotten about all that. Thanks to you, I remember it now. You're right, it was around that very time that I had realized the Master Key was missing. And? Well, I'm a security guard, sir. Yeah, Hugh Jackman is Wolverine, no one can replace him. That's why I'm afraid of, like, who, like... I saw people saying that Aaron Taylor-Johnson should replace Hugh Jackman, and it's like, I just, like, I don't think that, no matter how hard he tries, like, I feel bad for the person who has to replace Hugh Jackman. And or at least try and live up to Hugh Jackman's role as that character. I'm not even saying that because he's Australian, I'm saying that because he just played Wolverine better than I think anybody else could. Couldn't just admit to losing the Master Key, could I? So I pretended to lock up his room, sir. You pretended? Yeah, I used my house key and made it look like I was locking up, sir. So in actuality, you never did relock the door then. Well, I thought that maybe I could go lock it after I found the key. Come to think of it, I guess this door still hasn't been locked properly. Mr. Portman's office has been jotted down in my organizer. Miss Bird unlocked the door, but Master Key was stolen, so she could not lock it up. Is that all the stuff we have to do for this? Okay, so now we're gonna do doorknob to the office, and then prints, and then... So deduce on the doorknob. Just put some against any of the evidence I hold. Yes, so we want to do this. Out of all the people, maybe go for the cavalry route, and otherwise just leave Wolverine alone. I know it's movies. Is Henry Cavill tall for Wolverine. I know that they can probably make it so that he would look smaller. I'm not sure if Henry Cavill is too tall for the role. But it's hard to say, because it's like, it's a movie, so it's like, at this point in time, do people really care about that when it comes to stuff? I don't know. I look at the portrayal. Maybe they could do Henry Cavill. Like, I think, give Henry Cavill something in superheroes, because, like, he got screwed out of Superman. He got screwed out of Superman. He got, screwed out of The Witcher, basically, because of all this other stuff that happened with Superman. Give him something. Hugh Jackman's still on Wolverine, yeah, I guess so. I just didn't really make, yeah. At that point, it's basically just like, pick the person who's right for the role. I think it needs to be someone who's already experienced. I would not want to put a young actor in Wolverine's role, because that feels like it feels like that would be too much for them to do. What Miss Bird has said is true, then why is this door locked tight? No, you're right. Miss Bird, are you sure you didn't relock this door? I'm certain of it, sir. And I don't think Mr. Portsman noticed it himself that I hadn't. Which means, what, sir? Either means that he actually does have the key to his office, or that the door Miss Bird opened wasn't this one at all, but a completely different one. Time for you to head to bed. Hopefully you'll have a good stream till next time. No problem. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good sleep, and I will see you in the next stream, or whenever we next talk. Thank you for the chats, as always, with movies and games and all the other usual stuff. She opened a different door. But how can you prove that? There's an easy way to find out. All we need to do is... we need to examine these. Prints on the master key, prints on the doorknob, or prints on the number plate. We need to do the prints on the doorknob. Because obviously, if it was... prints on the doorknob will tell us everything. Hey you, pal. Do us a favor and see what you can lift from this, okay? So what'd you find out? There's no need for such belligerent nostril flaring, detective. Sir, I found only Mr. Portman's and Mr. Faith's prints on this doorknob. So only two people's prints were found on this, huh? That's pretty decisive. I'm lost, sir. Thinking logically, a certain other person's prints should be on this knob as well. Now then, whose prints should also be on this doorknob? It should be, obviously, if it should be Maggie's, because if she opened the door... for the thing, she probably also would have touched the doorknob, so it should be her fingerprints, and if they're not on there, that's also a problem, so... yeah. Don't you find it odd that the prints of the person who unlocked this door are absent? You mean... yes, the door that Miss Bird opened could not have been this one, but a different one. Mr. Portman's office. Data updated in my organizer. Miss Bird says she unlocked... this door, but her prints were not found on the doorknob. What have we here? Oh, there's a... won't rest until I've spent every suspicious nook and cranny. There's a note under the door now. Alright, we'll examine everything anyway. Is this basketball property of Mr. Portsman? Yes, sir. He's always ready for a match. Basketball, soccer, dodgeball, tennis... doesn't matter what sport it is, he's game. Although, I think it'd be a little hard to play tennis with this ball. That isn't the point you should be focusing on, detective. You're right, sir. Now I know what I should be focusing on. Bad, Mr. Portsman. Someone should teach him to clean his toys up after he's done playing. I think we've reached the end of this conversation. Oh, Havoc, I have an idea. I have an idea for Fox's stream. That I'm gonna say, I want to say this in Fox's stream. I want to say this in Fox's stream. I'm gonna say something like, there should be a limitation to how many times, she should have a limitation to how many times Schmeat can be used, in stream. And that it should be limited to 3 times per stream. I have an idea. Let me check something real quick. I'll have to throw it out there when I'm gonna throw it out there once I get back into one of her streams. I'm gonna mention that the Schmeat redeem needs to have a limitation of 3 times usage per stream. What's this? What are you looking at, sir? Oh hey, how about a game? It's okay, detective. I just found the position of this hoop to be a little off. Oh, I just noticed this now. It's been moved. Oh, you're right, sir. Guess it shifted when someone made a seriously sweet slam dunk. Positioning of the hoop is definitely unnatural. Better take note of this. Sitting in front of Portsman's office, they are signs that it's being moved. Basketball hoop dated, Joe Dynamite organizer. Yep. I noticed this as well. I didn't notice it when we first examined it because we didn't see it this up close. Obviously, we're investigating the. Oh, we got the hinge as well. Minimalist casting door made of top quality wood. It's kind of majestic too. It's in really well with the ambience of the prosecutor's offices. Even Mr. Portsman seems dignified just because he's works behind one of these. Oh, it's the same thing. Never mind. Why did it repeat the same dialogue then? Okay, that's weird. What is this? Looks like a scrap of paper. I'll get it, sir. Let's see. Oh, there's something written on it. Looks like a note from the victim. Okay, so I brought the 3 pieces of evidence by, just like we talked about on the phone, but it looks like you're out. Guess I'll catch it up to you later, buddy. Yeah, it's for Mr. Portsman. Left by victim, Jordana, organizer, found under the door for the absent Portsman. Alright, good to know. Good to know. And investigation complete. Poking around in this hallway has actually paid off quite handsomely. How so, sir? In a variety of different ways. I think it's time we had a little chat. With the real culprit of this case. You know who the killer is? Well, Mr. Edgeworth. As long as my logic is sound, then yes. The mastermind behind this murder is none other than Mr. Portsman himself. Oh, Seribot banned someone again, finally. Thank you for that, Seri.
Who's that
Good job.
Pokemon?
This is working back to working again. Mr. Portsman? I knew it. That's exactly what my logic senses were telling me, too. I suspected it was him from this instant he accused Maggie of being the killer, sir. That is anything but logical. Lady and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. Come what may, it's time to knock on truth's door. Yep, time to go and, thing again. March 14, 5:12 AM, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Mr. Portsman, I finished processing the bloody letters, sir. Alright, let me take a gander at it. Pass it here. He literally throws the evidence. Just throw the evidence across the room as you do, like... Okay, looking good. You there, take care of this. Just throwing evidence around like it's a damn... like it's a damn ball. Now, Visit Detective Gumshoe. End of the line for you, Portsman. We've got you now. Call off your dog, Mr. Edgeworth. Is this some kind of joke? It's no joke. We know, Mr. Jacques Portman, that you are the guilty party in this case. You must be pretty upset getting chased out of your own room. I'd be mad too. So I guess you can stay if you promise to stay out of our way. You intend to hide your crime under the guise of a prosecutor doing his job. You can see right through the unsightly paper-thin mask you wear upon your cowl. Who'd have ever thought it would come to this? Actually, come to think of it, your mentor was made with one karma, right? Legendary prosecutor who never lost a single case for 40 long years. But there was always this incessant chatter about forged evidence with that guy. It really teaches me that I've got to stay on the lookout for false accusations, you know? Are you done trying to play games with me? Because that won't work. Anything you should be using that mouth of yours for? Now is explaining yourself. Although that too will only dig your hole deeper, either way your game is up. Well, aren't you full of yourself? Well, aren't we full of ourselves, even though you have yet to prove anything? Alright. Mr. Portman's rebuttal. I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in mind, but there's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit. Besides, how may I ask, do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here? Look, I feel bad doing this to you, but I've got work to do, so we're done here. No, we are not. No, we are not. Sorry, but we are not finished yet. Boy, you're stubborn. Suppose you're basing your accusations on something. I'll show you what I'm basing my accusations on. With evidence. Alright, we're gonna press every statement, obviously, because that's what we do. Oh, I was supposed to run out of logic. I was supposed to do a bad ending. If you run out of logic, Horseman steps out of the office, announces the investigation's over, and then he arrests his bird and takes her away, leaving you speechless. I was supposed to run out of... I didn't realize. I was supposed to run out of thing. We missed the bad ending. It's fine. I suppose I could save the game and in a separate save and then reload it, and then just, you know, yeah, we can do that. We'll do that. I'll save the game in a separate slot, and then I'll just reload the save and do the bad ending. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that. It's not gonna take long. Let me make a separate save and just, make a separate save and then load this one. That's intentional. Let's get the bad ending and see what happens. Again, there's 7 bad endings in each case of this first game. I'm not sure about the second one, if there's any bad endings, but this, for some reason, there's 7 different bad endings. So let's have a look and see what the bad endings are like for this. This will at least give me a chance to catch up with anything as well. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get all the bad endings. Because usually we don't make any mistakes in the game. Last one. Last one? Last one, I think. Alright. Let's see. You, what are you doing here, sir? Come to announce that the investigation is over. And that the girl is under arrest. Game, set, and match. Mr. Edgeworth, please help me, sir. Is there nothing I can do? Yeah, there we go. Thus, the truth was lost for all eternity. Alright. So we'll reload our, obviously, we're gonna reload the... Gonna reload, obviously, the new save that I made here. Alright. Alright, so we're gonna press every statement and then we present what we need. We press everything first and then we're gonna present the master key on the third statement. And then Maggie's profile. Alright, press everything first, obviously. So we get a little bit of extra dialogue. Accusation's a harebrained idea, is it? You tell me. I'd say it is. After all.
Hold it.
Oh, and what, pray tell, kind of evidence are we talking about here? Jim was my partner, so you can't say I had a motive for killing him. And that's it? That's not even an ant here, let alone a mountain. But it's more than enough, wouldn't you agree? Might I recommend that you review what the word evidence means? Doesn't change the fact that the evidence doesn't point to me as the killer.
Hold it.
Fortunately, I believe I have already shown how earlier. The speculations mean nothing as I still insist that I could not gain access to your room. What should I do now? Should I raise an objection? We do not want to raise an objection. Need to gather a bit more information. What's wrong? Don't tell me all you wanted to do was find fault with my flawless logic. So we want to present evidence on the third statement, not raise an objection. Don't think so. Why is that? Because there is a flaw in your reasoning. You calling me a liar? So where's your proof? Saying evidence is everything isn't limited to just the courtroom, you know. Need not remind me. I'll show you all the evidence you want in time. Okay, present. We want to present the master key here. And then Maggie's profile, the hoop. And then back to more evidence. I believe you were able to open my office door with the master key, no less. Wait, hold on for a sec. I never laid a finger on that key, as you already know. Precisely, you were able to open my door without lifting a single finger. Oh, maybe you did, but only to direct. That's right, you used your fingerprint to direct this person to open my door with the key. It was obviously Maggie. You would ask Miss Bird to open your own office door for you, yes? Yeah, I kind of forgot my key at home. Happens a bit too often for my taste, you know. But the room you had Miss Bird open at that time was not your own, was it? What? You have quite the imagination. Why don't we ask the girl herself whose door she opened, shall we? I'm certain that it was for Mr. Portsman's door, sir. I checked the number plate to make sure I was opening the right door, sir. See, Miss Bird backs up my story. Yet, what if you had misled her to fool her into thinking what you wanted? How do you suppose I did that? By switching the number plates on our doors, for example. That's right, they do slide out pretty easily. Furthermore, you then used one other thing to give a very strong impression. That the door she was opening was yours and not, in fact, mine. What was it that Mr. Portsman used to make Miss Bird think it was his door? It would have been the basketball hoop, because obviously the basketball hoop had been moved, and we have evidence that it was moved. Basketball hoop, sir? It's quite the peculiar fixture in any hallway, let alone a hallway in this building. Which is why it left an unusually strong impression on you. It's an object perfectly suited to sit just outside the office of a peculiar prosecutor. It's very true, sir, because there was a basketball hoop sitting there. I thought the door I was opening had to be Mr. Portsman's. There are signs that the hoop has been moved. Yep. So sit it in front of my office to be sure. I see, so that's how you throw suspicion on people. Thanks for the tip. But I think your conjecture is a little off the racetrack. Alright, time for more... rebuttal. Conjecture's rebuttal. Now you're just spouting nonsense. I had the girl open my office door. After that, I was in my room the entire time. You don't have a single reason to suspect me. I believe that we do. So he intends to claim his innocence to the end, does he? I'm as pure and innocent as my jacket. And Miss Bird is as dirty and guilty as the jacket she wears. My jacket's not dirty, I'll have you know. I just washed it yesterday. Please calm down, for I intend to show who is the one truly covered in slime here. Alright, press all the statements, and then we do another present.
Hold it.
Nonsense, you say? Yes, because I'm telling the truth here.
Hold it.
Using the master key, of course. Sure, you have a problem with that? That is what the master key is for, right? Perhaps we should place it in an elaborate labyrinth of some sort of people. Perhaps we should place it in an elaborate labyrinth of some sort for people like you.
Hold it.
And what were you doing in your office? I was doing my usual training regimen. Training regimen? Were you going through your law books from start to finish? Mainly batting practice and some weights. Oh, and I jog when I get the chance. Well, you must be the buffest prosecutor we have. The weakest legal muscles, it would seem. I'm still doing my usual workout, so... Yeah, we do. I think I've given a few reasons, quite a few reasons actually. But none of those would stand up on their own. Then what about all the evidence? It's all circumstantial. No judge would convict on such flimsy evidence. Seems to be trembling a little. One more little push. All I have to do is find the flaw in his testimony. Alright, that's what we're going to do right now. So we want to present the victim, the note left by the victim. And then the office. If we run out of logic here, we will also get something. So we'll do that after we've done this. And, well, actually we can do it right now. This is another bad ending. If we present the wrong evidence here, we get another bad ending, so we'll do that now. What's object to your line of logic? Which part do you have an objection to? Yeah. Detective's right for a change. Alright, now we just mash through these until we get the bad ending. Then we reload our save again. That was not what I was trying to do. I wasn't trying to do the back and forth thing. I made a mistake. I pushed L instead of R. I want to just keep presenting evidence here. I think it holds up rather well, actually. What do you think is wrong with it? Yeah, this is the same lines every single time. It's a little bit grindy that I have to do it like this, but I would have liked to have had them be... Every line is considered unique until... things, so... Alright, we can at least mash through it now. Let's see what other... I'm curious to see what other bad endings there are for the game. Like, do we get, It seems like Edgeworth has like 3 different lines for when he presents evidence. Wrong, because that was a 3rd one. And of course it's going to be different for each case, because of the characters. So yeah, we're intentionally getting this wrong because we get a little bit of extra dialogue that changes based on the thing, so... Almost done. That's also a good way to know if we're getting close to finishing the game, because, if we get 7 bad endings, like that, you probably know that the case is coming to a close very soon. Alright, there we go. So how about it? By now even you must see the girl is clearly the culprit. You hear that, Jim? I finally got the one that did you in. Hold on there. Save your breath. There's no one left to listen to your inane ramblings. Yep. Alright, load. Load. This one. It takes like a couple of minutes to do that. Alright, now we're gonna present everything correctly. So the note on the victim, and then the office, and then we go back to the next one. Oh, there's a... There, never mind. I was like, where was the evidence? It's like... There it is. Alright. That was a lie. What are you talking about? How was that a lie? This is a note that the victim left for you, Mr. Portsman. A note? It was left under your door. Or did you not notice? Right here it says, but you're out. You were not in your room when the victim came to call on you. So then where were you and what were you doing? Yep. Shall I explain it in full detail for you? You were busy snooping around in my room, the very room you had Miss Bird open for you. That's just nonsense. You have no evidence that I made the girl open your door for me. Oh, but I do. I have very decisive evidence. No way. This is proof positive that you had Miss Bird open the door for you. It is the... Is it this? Yeah. Had your door dusted for prints. My door? What for? Come on, I bet you didn't find anything. You sure you are good at wasting time? You're right, I didn't find anything. And definitely not Miss Bird's fingerprints. Her prints? What do they have to do with anything? Let's put it this way. If she really was the one who opened your door, then her prints should naturally be on the doorknob she touched. Further, all of the prints on my office door's knob have been wiped clean off. I can only assume it's because Miss Bird's fingerprints were on it. Don't you think it's time you gave up your charade? Charade? We know you stole into my office with the intent of stealing something from me. And Detective Faith found you out. Possibly because he heard sounds coming from a room whose occupant was on leave. Mr. Portsman, you killed Mr. Faith to silence him. And I had the misfortune to return when I did. You had to threaten me as you escaped. As I said when you had the gun to my back, no one gets away with committing murder in my office. Is this going to be the breakdown point now? Yep. Just what's so funny, pal? Well, that look of stiff seriousness on the face of this officer's finest prosecutor, as he makes a huge mistake in accusing me, is simply too much to hear. There's just nothing else like it in the world. Mr. Edgeworth explained it all, and he even backed it up. You're the murderer. Stop trying to be slippery and just admit to the crime already. As I said earlier, it's all circumstantial, so full of conjecture. You say you checked my doorknob for prints. Well, I can readily confess that I had wiped that knob down well. I'm a little obsessive-compulsive, you see. Didn't want to touch a doorknob that you had touched. Really? This is what we're going with. We're going with the obsessive-compulsive disorder, We're going with the obsessive compulsive disorder, thing. Okay. That's fine. If you want to go with that, but still. Okay. Which is why I wiped the knob down as soon as I could after you opened the door. After that, it makes perfect sense that Jim's and my own prints would be on there. You made that up just now, didn't you? Furthermore, as for the note Jim left for me, do you know exactly when that was? For all we know, he could have left it there before I arrived at the office. Like, early evening, for example. You saying you failed to notice a note in your doorway? Hey, even geniuses fall at times. Or fail at times. I was probably too preoccupied by work-related matters, although that's no excuse. Now that's just a flat-out lie. There's no way you didn't notice a note that size. But you can't prove that, can you? Say something, Mr. Edgeworth. Back me up here, sir. Portsman makes a good point. I can't prove that he didn't simply overlook it. Besides, I have an airtight alibi. Airtight, you say? I only just realized that I had one as we were talking. Isn't that the best alibi possible? Imagine stalling the case in general and then just being like, oh, by the way, I have this alibi that I haven't told anybody about. It just feels so stupid. Oh, boy. Like, I know this is like, this is supposed to be like, these games are supposed to be basically a show of the Japanese, legal system, like how bad the Japanese legal system is. But, like, it's just like, imagine doing a case and then all of a sudden someone was just like, yeah, by the way, I was at the petrol station. By the way, I was at the petrol station when this happened and you had proof of it. So it was like, all this line of questioning was just completely pointless. Guess it would have been better for all of us if I had told you sooner. Alright, Portsman's alibi. What was his alibi? Let's break it down. If memory serves, you came back to this office at around 2 AM, correct? And it was then that you had that unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. But at exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs. Ask around, I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi. Do you really think it's that perfect? Like I said, I don't care. Ask around all you like. You'll see for yourself. Detective Gumshoe? So, yes, sir. I'll go check his alibi, sir. Be right back. Alright, let's have a look-see. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, I think we're in trouble. Just like Mr. Portsman said. The guys down in criminal affairs said they saw him at around 2 AM. You see? All of the evidence points to him being the culprit. So there must be a contradictory point in his alibi somewhere. Alright. Obviously we're gonna press every statement. And then we actually have to do something a little bit different here, I think.
Hold it.
You are correct, it was around 2 AM. Are you sure? It's really important to me that you're spot on at the time. Remember checking my watch then, and make no mistake, it was 2. Giving testament like a pro, okay? So you came back to your office at 2.
Hold it.
Because as you say, however... Yes, however, you are the only one who claims to have bumped into the culprit. So tell me, did you see the person's face? Was it me that you saw? It was pitch black, so I couldn't actually see. Oh, come now. I'm sure you saw something. Try a little harder, why don't you? Beginning to feel like I'm the one being interrogated here. Oh, well, it doesn't matter if you remember or not. Only matters that you ran into the culprit.
Hold it.
So you paid the Criminal Affairs Department a visit. Yep, right after I left the Prosecutor's building, I headed straight for the precinct.
Hold it.
Oh, we did go and ask around to confirm your testimony. And it was just as I said, right? Yes, sir. A number of detectives said that they saw you around that time. See, I have the perfect alibi. That's the ace I had up my sleeve. Impossible, he actually does have the perfect alibi. What's wrong? Why the sudden sullen look on your face? Got you to say anything back, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we've reached the end of the line and that's time to get off this crazy train. You there. Sir? Please escort the young lady out, but remember, be gentle. Aggie? Detective Gumshoe? Is there nothing I can do? There must be a way to turn the situation around. If I only had a clue. Did I miss something that can help me cast doubt on his alibi? Mr. Portman's alibi. The intruder I met could not have been Portsman, then who could it have been? I need to calmly think this through one more time, and with logic. Okay, so, this is where we do the breakdown with the, so we connect, the alibi with the gun, and then visitor with the files, and then object. There were 2 bullets left at the scene of the crime. One that robbed Mr. Faith of his life, and one that nearly robbed me of my jacket. However, the murder weapon only shows signs of being fired once, meaning that it is entirely possible that a second gun was used in my office tonight. But seeing as how the killer had to steal Mr. Faith's gun, I doubt the killer had another gun up their sleeve. Therefore, the second gun could have been the property of an entirely different person. Which could mean that there was another person who paid a visit to my office tonight. Maybe the victim and his killer weren't the only visitors to my office. Okay. So now we pair these two together. Supposing there was yet another visitor tonight, that would also resolve the issue of why my shelves were upended twice. We know that the shelves were disturbed once before and once after the murder. So it shouldn't be much of a stretch to think that this was the work of 2 different people. Once by the person who stole the victim's gun and then killed him with it. And once again after the murder by our second culprit, who was the owner of the second gun. If we suppose that the culprit's, second culprit's gun was the one that was pointed at my back. Mr. Portsman, it seems that I need to amend my assumptions regarding this case. Great, so you finally come to your senses. Mr. Edgeworth? So, what are you saying? This has been a big misunderstanding on my part from the start. I had assumed that the person I ran into was the killer, but that may not be the case. What do you mean? The person I ran into was just your average thief. A thief? But, sir, doesn't that cause some sort of contradiction in the facts? Not at all. It simply means that the killer was someone else. And it means that in actuality, 2 culprits stole into my office tonight. What do you mean, 2? Explains both why my shelves were disturbed twice and how there were 2 guns. Mr. Portsman tricked Miss Bird and gained entry into my office. Now you're just leading the argument. You still don't have any actual proof, you know. If you could please go along with my hypothetical scenario for now, Mr. Portsman. In the end, if you really are innocent, you should have nothing to worry about. Now then, returning to my scenario, Mr. Portsman was out to steal something from me. Which is why you checked my office safe and ransacked my shelves. This is the first time. So then, this would be when the files were put back into the wrong order, right? Correct. And then just when he was about to look elsewhere, who should walk in but his own partner, Mr. Faith? Why did Mr. Faith come into your room, sir? Probably had business with Mr. Portsman, which is why he was in the area. But that's when he noticed something. Sounds coming from my office would be my guess. Because you were supposed to be away, right? And he must have thought it was odd, so he came into his office to check it out. Correct. And as a detective, this was the right thing to do. When he came in, he found his own partner standing there. Because it was Mr. Portsman, Mr. Faith probably let his guard down. Mr. Portsman was not so merciful as to let him leave alive. He waited for a chance and stole Mr. Faith's gun from him, and then he killed him. He silenced Mr. Faith for catching him in the act of stealing. This was the moment in which the first shot was fired, the one that landed in my files. Following that, Mr. Portsman wiped the gun down and left it behind as he made his exit. He could afford to do that because he had left the fake dying message behind. Such a complicated troublemaker, you know that? Well, if things were as simple as that, then all would be solved. However, there was yet another visitor to my room, and this is where things get complicated. It was another visitor, sir. Yes, and this other person's objective was also to steal something from me. Now then, even after Mr. Portsman left, the door to my office remained unlocked. However, this new visitor had no way of knowing that, and so they stole the master key from the security guard's room, and then entered my room and searched through my shelves. This was the second time they were disturbed, and it seems the thief found their prize. Stolen zero file, right, sir? Correct. Only just as the thief was about to leave with the file, I appeared. The thief then threatened me with their own gun and made their escape. The second bullet was fired during that brief encounter. So the shelves getting messed up twice and the two bullets, it was all because two different people were doing those things at two different times. Precisely. So now do you see, Mr. Portsman? The person I met was just a thief, and was not in fact Mr. Faith's killer. Your alibi for the time frame in which I ran into the other person is now irrelevant. Because we now know that the murder took place during the first culprit's visit. What's so funny, pal? Absolutely splendid. Your scenario explains everything. Of course it does. It's Mr. Edgeworth, after all. You know, it still doesn't change the fact that it's all circumstantial. This guy and his circumstantial evidence, he's just constantly just hammering us in with this circumstantial evidence. Supposing if, and that's a big if, your theory is right, it would indeed render my alibi, which has withstood scrutiny, mind you, irrelevant. There is still one defining point of your argument, for which you have no evidence. A supposition that I was the first visitor. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't let him get away with that, sir. But he has a point. I have absolutely no proof at this point. Don't say that, sir. I don't believe this. Don't worry, Maggie. I'll do something if I must. You know something? I find your attitude to be somewhat peculiar, Mr. Edgeworth. If the person you met really was just a plain old thief, then why is that person not your main suspect? That is, if your theories are correct. Portsman's Alibi, Part 2. That thief you ran into should be a real suspect, wouldn't you say? We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby. I highly doubt it at this point if it was like 3 hours ago. Hate to repeat myself, but as I already said, I was training in my room. And when Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down to criminal affairs. So I can't be expected to know what happened around here after I left. So you think we should be out there looking for the thief? Of course, now isn't the time to be having these dead-end discussions. Don't think it's all dead-ended. Find your alibi to be fascinating. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? I know he's lying. I know he was here, at the scene of the crime. I just have to find a way to prove it. Alright. We have to press statement 4, I think. I think there was 5 statements. Yeah, so we want to press the fourth statement. I'll skip the fourth statement intentionally, because we have to press that to do the thing. Actually, no, I wouldn't. Why not? That's elementary. The dying message, of course. Mr. Face Killer very clearly left those letters on the spines of those files. And it was after they were on there that the thief stole one of them. I mean the 0 files, right? And that's how we also know the letters themselves were set up, enough for Mr. Faith. If the thief was the killer, do you think they would try to undermine themselves? Maybe the killer just didn't think of that either. Yes, that must be it. Maybe, just maybe.
Hold it.
Once escaped, a highly doubt thief would linger nearby. Well, you never know. Maybe they didn't get what they were really after. Oh, you talk like you know quite a bit about this thief. It's nothing like that. I have no idea about anything, after all.
Hold it.
But according to Mr. Faith's note... Hold on, I thought we already cleared that up. Didn't we say that Jim left that note for me in the early evening? If you have proof that he left it at a different time, say just before he was murdered. I don't have any, no. You see, so I insist again that it was in my office the entire time. Alright, so we want to press this statement, but we don't want to do it now. So we're going to do it, that progresses the thing. Can't expect you to know, can I? Nope, but I guess you can expect me to take a guess based on logical deductions. Then let's see you deduce. Jim waited for me to leave and then stole the master key. For the purpose of sneaking into your room, of course. And that's where Mr. Bird caught him red-handed and the murder occurred. It's all exactly as I had laid out earlier. I know he's lying, I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I just have to find a way to prove it. Alright, now we do the press on this statement.
Hold it.
Why didn't you go there with Mr. Faith? He was better call him Jim. That's because he said he was tired and was going to take a quick nap. You know those sofas in the hallway? He likes to sleep on those. It's one of his habits. And what of the evidence he brought? They were things related to yesterday's case. Just 2 items, a gun and a pendant. Interesting. This piece of testimony seems too crucial to let slip through the cracks. Oh, okay. He brought 2 guns, so now we're adding this to the testimony, basically. A gun and a pendant. Yes, this gun, which was the murder weapon. And this pendant, which belonged to the victim. And why were you taking them to criminal affairs? There was something in a past case file I wanted to compare those two to. But all this has nothing to do with this case right now. Anyway, I believe you'll find the long paper trail I left to be to your satisfaction. It's all matching up with what Detective Gumshoe found out. Alright, so I'm guessing we have to present something on this statement here. Yeah, present the notes, and then yeah, present the note, and then we're present the note on this statement, and then we only have a couple other things to do, and then we're actually done. Yeah, that's the first case done. It took us like, what, 3 hours yesterday, and then almost 2, so like, first case, almost 5 hours. Granted, I was doing like a bunch of other things as well, and talking and all the other things I've been doing. We want to present the note, yeah. Because on the note it said that there were 3 things, and he's saying that there was only 2. Only 2 pieces. I believe the proper phrase here is "you fail." Yeah, he's been outdone now. Because what was the third piece of evidence? It was It doesn't mention, it just says there were 3 pieces. It didn't say what the other pieces of evidence were. You fail as a prosecutor, Mr. Portsman, as you intend to keep evidence hidden from me. What are you talking about? I haven't hidden anything from you. Well, here's a piece I think you should read. Carefully. It says that Mr. Faith was bringing 3 pieces. Yes, and this is the victim's real dying message to you, Mr. Portsman. I can't believe to get tripped up by simple arithmetic. Where is the missing piece of evidence? It's... You have it, don't you? And then the guilty would make such a face. Detective Gumshoe? You don't have to say it, sir. I'll pat the guy down from head to toe. Yep. Wait, don't come any closer, I'm warning you. This is all part of the investigation, pal, so don't even think about stopping me. No! Yep, he's done. Hey, what's this? You had this on him, sir. A videotape, huh? Despite what you said, it would appear that you do have something to hide. Why would he hide something like that? There's only one reason why anyone would hide evidence of this caliber. Because it would unequivocally prove to that person himself is the real killer. Let's examine this videotape in a little more detail. For the section of the tape that will drive the last nail into his coffin... Let's examine real quick. KG8 incidents. That's a police case number, sir. Does that mean this video is evidence from this case? Interesting. However, what's recorded on this isn't what's important right now. Let's give the casing a thorough once-over. Ah, here we go. There we go. That's why. There's blood on this. There's blood on the thing here. That's blood, isn't it? Yes, and I believe this is what the good prosecutor was trying to hide from us. This blood is still fresh. You mean this might be Detective Faith's blood? No! You've got it all wrong! Now, a man of denial can save you. We have but to run a blood test to find the truth. You told us that you had received evidence from the victim earlier. Now you will tell us when and how did the victim's blood find its way into this video. Yeah, it's totally suspicious. Was it at the moment of his death? Did Detective Faith have this videotape on his personage when you killed him? Yeah, very well there's no way to prove that. Not even if we were to examine this tape for fingerprints? Yep. If I had to take a guess, I'd say that the only ones on here would belong to the murderess. You and Mr. Faith. No, impossible. Oh no, he's eating his... He ate his... He ate the metal. He chomped through the metal and then swallowed... Oh no. And now he's like not even in the room anymore. Alright, March 14, 5:47 AM, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Nah, he's done. He's cooked. See you later, bud. Mr. Portsman has been placed under arrest for the murder of Detective Buddy Faith, sir. Very good. And the results we got back from the lab techs on the tape turned out to be real solid, sir. Blood work came back and it was definitely Mr. Faith's blood on there. As a bonus, they were also able to lift a few of Mr. Faith's fingerprints as well. Thank you very much, Thank you so very much, Mr. Edgeworth. Still can't believe I got to see your cool deduction skills outside the courtroom. I'm impressed beyond words, sir. It was nothing. I'm just sorry you got caught up in a murder in my office. Please accept my apologies. Well, it was nothing really, compared to what I've been through. I consider myself lucky that it was only a burglary and a murder this time, sir. If it had been a hold-up or a hostage situation, I'd have thrown my hands up in the air. I think I'm finally rising up from a goddess of misfortune to just an unlucky person. Something tells me we should have hired a different person for security detail. You know something, sir? That Mr. Portsman really was one corrupt prosecutor. Why would you say he was corrupt? Well, I heard that were a number of suspicious things related to his court cases. There's even rumors about how some of the evidence he uses is forged, sir. Forged evidence, huh? And they say he even decided not to prosecute a few cases for some really vague reasons. That guy was a complete disgrace to the entire profession. We never did get around to asking what his reason was for breaking into my office. Yeah, whenever we got near that topic, he just clammed up. Although, we can be pretty certain that it was to steal something. This is just between you and me, sir, but there's a rumor that some sort of huge organization is involved behind these cases. Well. Mr. Portsman not willing to divulge anything, it certainly lends credence to that rumor. It would seem that we haven't heard the last of this. That Mr. Portsman isn't the bad guy? Didn't say that, but rather that there are still many more mysteries for us to solve. For example, we still haven't figured out the significance of this piece of evidence. It would be this case file, because everything else we used. The person who stole this file, the other villain of the night. Yep, we still don't know what's happening with this. Yeah, I wonder who it was. And what happened to the stolen pages. I wonder, who in the world was it that held me up at gunpoint? Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Yes? Came across this while I was processing your office earlier, sir. This card. What is it, sir? Is it a bird or something on there? It's not just any bird. It is the mark of the raven, a three-legged raven. Even you should know what this means, detective. Oh, it's about that thing, isn't it? That great thief everyone's talking about. Yes, it is the mark of a great thief, Yatagarasu. Under the mark of a legendary bird, the Yatagarasu is noble to the end. A modern Robin Hood. What is that? Mercurial News Special Edition. Yatagarasu haunts embassy. The noble Yatagarasu vigilante of the world reappears. This reminds me of that other... Was it, in the previous game where there was, like, that superhero, like, a couple of... There always is, like, some sort of, like... mysterious, like, crime-solving, like, superhero kind of mascot that always gets involved in a case. I guess this is this game's version of it. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appears and vanishes at will. Though we don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. Yatagarasu likes to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. Theft is always performed in silence, and always with perfection. Once a target is chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement is sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation is infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found is sent out to the mass media. Along with this single card, although it has been a while since the Yatagarasu's last appearance. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, look, something's written on the back. What? Let me see. It's the location of where the thief put the stolen files. So the person who stole the contents of the file was the Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu, organization. Quite a few key words are popping up in this mystery. The murder in my office? The return of the great thief, Yatagarasu? Looking back, can't say I didn't see these events coming. For they were heralded by the incidents that began to occur 2 days ago. We're going backwards in time now, maybe? That's the end of the first case. Took us about 5 hours or so. 4.5, I would say. Maybe like 4.5. Obviously, without me like pausing. And trophy. Trophy obtained. Trophy get. Yes. I'm gonna seek the trophy up now, because why not? Yep. Completed the first episode. So there's 5 episodes each case. 5 episodes each game, I should say. And, wait, what? Interesting? You don't just... That's interesting. You don't just... Usually these games, when you finish a chapter, it usually puts you right into the next chapter. This time it did not. This game did not do that. Instead, it just put me to the selection screen. So if I go chapter select... Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I've already done this one. So you can start any episode at any time? This is so weird. Alright, let's not spoil the rest of the chapters. Let's just go straight to the next episode. I thought it was gonna allow me to... Usually what happens is you save the game, and then it will tell you, hey, like, continue to the next episode. I need to check something. Okay, no, it just goes to episode select. Okay. Weird. It's fine. We'll go and do the next one. So episode 2 is Turnabout Airlines. Because I did mention, like, start from this episode. So I was thinking, because I said start from this episode, it should work. So it's like, I don't know why, yeah, we'll just, there's no trophy for doing them all in a row, it's just a trophy. You can do any of them that you want, so. Let's just do the next episode, Turnabout Airlines, episode 2. So this is the 2 days ago incident, I guess? It's just weird that I did that. The murder occurred in my office. The return of the Great Fifth Yard Garage. Thinking back, everything began on that fateful day 2 days ago. I'm not even clicking on this either, it's all playing itself. Yep, 2 days earlier. Oh, not the grape juice. Not the grape juice. Who spilled the grape juice? Yes, everything began high up in the air. 9,000 feet in the air, to be precise. Thank you for flying Go You Airlines. We are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. We are asking all passengers to please return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts. Yep, there goes the... I'm assuming that's blood again. Wait, what? Okay, we've passed out now? Okay, March 12th, 6:13 AM, flight G390, first floor lounge. Okay, this is interesting. There's spilled grape juice on the floor, there's... How do I feel like I just woke up from a horrible nightmare? 6:13, huh? So I was out cold for about 10 minutes. Slight turbulence indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently experiencing some slight turbulence. For your safety, we ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. It's the same thing. Okay. Suppose turbulence is to be expected on a flight. Though admittedly, I'm less than comfortable with anything resembling earthquakes. This is all automated as well. What's this? A travel wallet? But it's not mine. How did someone else's travel wallet wind up in my pocket? My head. Why won't this headache go away? I'll take care of this travel wallet later, or hand it off to an attendant. From earthquake-like turbulence to an elevator? What am I doing hesitating like this? Actually, I know full well why I hesitate. It was when I was still but a young child. I was caught up in a murder that happened in an elevator. How long am I going to let my past haunt me? It's just an elevator. I'm a grown man now. I need to behave like one. What the? What in the world happened? Is there something wrong, sir? I must ask that you please return to your... He's dead! Please calm down. You mustn't jump to conclusions without all the facts. What's wrong? Did something happen? You murderer! No, you have it all wrong. It wasn't me. Oh, great. Alright, somehow a murder's been taken... Somehow a murder's taken place on a, March 12th, 6:41 AM, flight G390, second floor, first class. God, look at the first class. This is a luxurious, this is a luxurious, first class. There's so many things. What have we got here? We've got a life preserver. We've got a, the life jackets. This guy over here in his green suit is like surrounded by like a bunch of like alcohol bottles and fine food and there's someone that's got a baguette. Everyone, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have an important announcement. I am one of your flight attendants today, Rota Tenero. Let me actually check the thing for a second. So what have we got? Picked up off the floor in front of the elevator. It isn't mine, so whose is it? Crime scene notes: body found at 6:15 AM inside the elevator, stopped at the first floor lounge. So there's our victim. There's a kitty cat statue, looks like, with some money lying. There's a lot of money just lying around as well. So what, did someone try to steal his wallet? Because all this money is just... Granted, we're in first class, so I would assume that all these people have a ton of money. And Sky Magazine details meals, movies, and other services inside. Oh, so this tells you the itinerary of what's on. So meals are at like 2, 8, and between and 5, I guess. Drinks are at 10, 5, and 11, and movie is at between 6 and 8. All-time show correspond. What have we got? Best restaurant in the skies, featuring items from the world's finest restaurants. Treat yourself to the cuisine of the gods. All-time shown correspond to our departure time zone. Thank you for choosing Gumshoe Airlines. We wish you a pleasant flight. If you require assistance at any time, please use the call button above your seat, and a flight attendant will be with you shortly. Drinks at the time shown. And then movies as well. License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Something. Genre suspense, hard-boiled action, runtime 120 minutes. That sounds like the kind of movie that I would watch. Action movies. Action movies are probably like one of my action movies. Like I don't think there's ever been a period of time where action movies have been actively like awful. There's just an evolution of them. Action movies are definitely my favorites, I think.
Who's that Pokemon?
Anything from like probably like the 70s onwards is a really good action movie, I think. That's just how I feel about action movies. And then obviously here's our victim. We don't know who they are yet. Was seated in first class like myself, but I don't know his name. Fortunately, we have just a minor accident now. A minor accident? Someone's been murdered. It's a minor accident on an airplane. Yep. An accident? Don't treat us like we're stupid. I caught a glimpse and it was a murder. What? Murder? What's going on with this flight? Everyone, please calm down. There's no reason to panic. This flight will stay on course and make its scheduled landing. We'll have to look around for this first class area and see like what we can find. We're currently in the middle of a rough patch of turbulence. So until we are out of this area of turbulence, I ask that you please remain seated. But someone was killed, right? I mean, what about the killer? Let me off. Please, there's no need to feel threatened. So what's this other woman got? She's got a giant baguette. She's got a... Oh, look at the... What have we got? We've got a cup of tea. We've got our giant law book here. We've got, I'm not sure what they call the, I guess it's a tea dispenser. It looks like we've got, I don't know what type of game this is that Edgeworth's at. It looks like it's, some sort of, like, strategy game. And then this woman here, she's got a damn baguette. She's got, a stacked, like, trifle-like looking dessert. She's got a giant slab of what looks to be, like, beef. Like, she's got a gaming console. Like, what is this food? Like, this food, a giant baguette, a giant, like, lump of steak that's not cooked the way that I like it. I hate looking at steak and it's, like, pink in the middle. Like, if I was eating this steak has to be, like, gray. It has to be cooked. This is not how I eat steak. This is not right. This is not my preferred steak eating method. I don't care what anyone else has to say. We've already apprehended the culprit. Oh, I see, we're tied up. I just noticed this now. We're tied up, and we've got our hands tied behind our back. Yep. Okay. I ask that everyone please remain calm. What the heck is he talking about? Why should we remain calm? My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a prosecutor, and I assure you that I am not the killer. Being a prosecutor doesn't make you incapable of murder, buddy. Now you listen here, I am not the killer, I simply found the body. So you say, however. I am sure that you are the perpetrator of this crime. I swear on my honor as a professional flight attendant. Oh, is that right? I know what I saw. And there's even very strong incriminating evidence to back me up. What kind of incriminating evidence is you talking about? We've already alerted the proper authorities at our destination. Until we land, you will remain in our custody by the powers vested in our captain, sorry. I'm very sorry, but please understand our situation. Your situation, I'm more concerned with mine and the direction it's going in. I'm not about to just sit idly by while I get accused of murder. Miss Tenero, is it? Yes? So wondering if you might give me a chance. A chance to do what? A chance to plead my case. And a chance to ask what you meant by incriminating evidence just now. To accuse a passenger of such a grave crime without allowing him a chance of a proper defense. Can the professional flight attendant inside of you really call this action righteous? You have a point. Very well, I'll listen to what you have to say. But be wary of what you reveal. I'm afraid you'll only look even more suspicious if your explanation fails to satisfy. I also don't have the time to deal with you all day, so please make it quick. Of course, as you wish. Good, very well then. Let's get started. I know for a fact that I didn't kill that man in the elevator. What I don't know is what sort of evidence she has up her sleeve. But I'm certain it doesn't fit with how the crime really occurred. Okay, what Miss Tenero saw. I swear to tell the whole truth as a professional flight attendant. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Edgeworth, I am certain you are the killer. The scene I saw in front of the elevator, it was you standing there with fresh blood dripping off of the murder weapon. So if you would please cooperate, we'll turn you over just as soon as we land. I'm assuming that did I click on this? I actually forgot to do that. Hang on a second. I forgot to change the, next thing. So I can get to the... just so that we don't miss any, just so that we don't miss out on any, trophies. I might actually just take a quick break as well, because I need to go, in a second, so I'm gonna do that right now. I'll be back in like a minute or two, probably, so let me just, Mute everything for a second. Alright, we're back. You get the thing working. Alright. So now we have press statements again to do. Alright. I think you could ask for a more perfect witness testimony. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth? Not really, it's hardly perfect when there's a gaping hole in it. Alright, what Mr. Nero said. we want to press every statement, obviously.
Hold it.
Tell me, what exactly put the probe in professional flight attendant for you? Well, it means we are very professional about how we take care of our passengers. Services like fetching papers and responding to calls are done with speed and accuracy. I can assure you that I give testimonies with the same level of professionalism. But I'm sure you have already realized that by now, right? It's a bit hard to appreciate your professionalism when I'm the one under suspicion. And there you have it. My professional testimony is accurate and reliable.
Hold it.
I should probably eat during the bad ending stuff, actually. Because that'll give me enough time. Certainly seems sure of yourself. Of course, a professional flight attendant can't afford to make mistakes after all. Perhaps. But you must admit there are a few who can look at a murder with a clear mind. We attendants go all through extensive training and are always calm and collected. We'll even calmly serve you coffee, if you so wish, as the plane makes a splashdown. I fail to see how that would be the calm and rational thing to do in an emergency. Even until the bitter end, we are there to serve the passengers. So they are confident. Anyway, shall we return to your testimony? Yes, we indeed shall.
Hold it.
What did you see in front of the elevator? It's what I was just about to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth. Framed by the elevator doors and bathed in the light coming from within.
Hold it.
There's no way that the murder weapon is the wallet. The murder weapon dripping in blood. Really now? I swear that was the scene I saw before me. Thank goodness it wasn't a passenger who saw... Well, they'd be widespread panic by now. As I recall, you were quite panicked yourself at the end. Excuse me? You were scared enough to misread the situation and accuse me of murder. Nonsense, professional flight attendants cannot afford to be that flustered. I witnessed the murder scene and I'm now listening to your defense. Oh, with a smile. Apparently you also lied with a smile on your face. I am not the culprit, and yet you would keep these restraints on me. Mr. Edgeworth, please try to understand what kind of situation you're in right now. What exactly is my situation? I have the backing of the captain to keep me bound in this way. We are within our legal right to restrain anyone who might threaten our captain mid-flight. In essence, you're in the same situation as someone who has been arrested by the police. So I am to stay restrained until I can clear up all of her doubts. At least I'm close. How are we going to be able to investigate? Because we're not even going to be able to, like, pick things up. I suppose, and also, if we're on this flight, we're going to have to, like, if it's in mid-air, which it looks like it is, because we can see the clouds right now, we're going to have to use whatever we've got. A mistake shines like a silver lining on a dark rain cloud. I'm going to capture some of that light with evidence. Alright, so we're going to go and do some evidence stuff. Travel bold in the full statement. So she was saying that we were standing there with the murder weapon, with blood dripping on her, but she saw us with the wallet. And I don't think you can murder someone with a wallet, unless you're John Wick. Or a bullseye. Maybe that's the only way. Maybe the only way you can murder someone with a wallet is if you throw it like Bullseye, or John Wick finds a way to do it. That's the only way that I can think of.
Objection!
Mr. Nero? What is this? What is with the yelling all of a sudden? Force of habit. Well, it doesn't matter. Mr. Nero? You say you saw the murder weapon dripping with blood. Is that correct? Yes, all that blood. Drip, drip, drip. Just recalling that scene sends a chill down my spine. Sorry, but your so-called professional flight attendant training has failed you. What? I'd like to direct your attention to this. Do you know what this is? It's a travel wallet, right? But it looks like a little big and bulky. The thing you saw me holding when I discovered the dead body in the elevator. Is this very travel wallet, Mr. Nero? Now then, do you still think I'm the killer? That I killed him with a travel wallet? But I saw blood dripping from the wallet, I know I did. As you can see, this wallet is clearly stained. But if you would be so kind as to take a whiff, I think you'd agree it's only grape juice. Oh great, it's like what I said again. In these games, they intentionally to get past the censors, they do not to get by the censors. To get by the censors, the censorship, they call wine grape juice because obviously that would help you out with you know, getting past the, you know, because if children play the game, it's like, oh well, we don't want them to drink wine or know about wine, but it's so weird. It's so weird. I guess the reason why I say it's so weird is because I'm so used to seeing, like, beer commercials. I'm so used to seeing beer commercials as a kid. I'm so used to seeing gambling commercials, and it's like, I look at it this way, that, like, it's still up to the individual person to make that decision. Like, I've never gambled any money. And I've never drunk alcohol, and that was my decision to make, and yet I grew up with, like, so many beer commercials and so many gambling, like, sports gambling commercials. So it's really just a matter of choice. That's right, you mistook grape juice for blood. The murder weapon dripping with blood does not, in fact, exist. No! There, that should clear up that pesky accusation. Wait just a second. That is... I mean, even a wallet could be deadly if it was wrapped around something heavy. I demand that you show me what's inside, please. She's trembling, and the tacked on please at the end. Sounds like I've got her. There's no need to look inside. Even you can tell from its appearance that it's light. No, I can't be sure of anything until I see the contents of that wallet for myself. She's a persistent one. I suppose we have no choice but to see what's inside. Mr. Nero, if you'll be so kind as to open the wallet and check its contents for me. Alright, you shouldn't pry into passengers' belongings. We have no choice here. I like that we're still doing this, but, she's opening the wallet for us. Alright, let's have a look around first and see what we can look at. Grape juice stains the outer cover. True, it was I who dropped it in the juice, however, I didn't do it out of ill intention. Seems that this passport is all that there is in here. Granted, I guess the reason why this is empty is they said it was a travel wallet, so I'm assuming that this was like the passport. But remember, when we saw the scene, there were coins and there were coins and notes sprawled around. I mean, in the crime scene photo here, there were coins, notes, and a credit card also. We also got you as well. Gumshoe Airlines flight attendant charged with taking care of first class. This renders your wallet was the murder weapon I couldn't mute. Wouldn't you agree? Please hear me out, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it now? Well, I was wondering, whose passport is it exactly? Can I take a look? Why not? I'm rather curious myself. Wait, oh, this is the victim's wallet. Alright, this is a new thing as well. I remember in the Apollo Justice game, I believe there was a Bulgania, I think Bulgania was the, was that the place where, it was in that case where the, guy was trying to smuggle a, he was holding the president or whatever up for ransom, and he was doing something with smuggling an illegal drug. The president was smuggling, like, an illegal drug into the country to help save his son, and the other guy had proof. It was the circus one from, one of the games. I can't remember which one. So type would be P, surname is Hicks. Ackby Hicks. Nationality Republic of Bulgaria. Just as I thought. This travel wallet belonged to Mr. Ackby Hicks, which makes it the victim's property. Alright, so picked up from the floor in the front of the elevator, there is but a passport inside. You stole the victim's wallet. So can I examine the inside? Okay, so you can actually examine the, I can examine the passport. Seems that this passport is all that's in here. Is that it? How dare you? You said it yourself. You claimed to be holding this wallet in your hands when I found you. Perhaps I did misconstrue the wallet for the murder weapon. But it seems that I wasn't wrong about who the culprit is. Alright, Miss Tenera's logic. As you claimed, the murder weapon is not the travel wallet. However, it is something you stole from Mr. Hicks, after you were done with the vile deed. I found it hard to believe myself, but your motives were very simple. You were out to steal Mr. Hicks's money, weren't you? Yeah, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure, criminal prosecutors get paid a ton of money. So even though I didn't have the murder weapon on me, you still suspect me, I see. You stood up at the crime scene with the victim's wallet in your hands. How can I turn a blind eye and not suspect you of foul play? Alright. So, present the crime scene notes on the fourth statement. Alright, press every statement, obviously.
Hold it.
Shouldn't that be proof enough for you that I did not murder the victim? Not at all. And why not? Because that wallet may not have been what I thought it was.
Hold it.
Think I stole it? Yes, I'm very sorry to say it, but I wouldn't usually be so rude, but it must be said. I never thought I'd see the day, but here I am calling the passenger a thief. Maybe I should put on a serious face and say it more directly. I believe you removed the wallet from the victim's personage. But it doesn't matter how you phrase it. What I'd like to know is why you think I stole Mr. Hicks's wallet.
Hold it.
Don't think I have any sort of motive to speak of. I've never met Mr. Hicks before. And our only connection is this flight. That is more than enough of a reason. How do you figure it out? He was sitting in first class, and I think the implication is quite clear.
Hold it.
You think I was after his money? Where'd that cockamamie idea come from? Sure, you were also a passenger in first class, but I thought something was off about you and those deeply etched lines on your forehead. Really? They're not lines, they're perfectly normal and a part of my natural face. I don't think I've ever met someone with such a terrible countenance on a flight before. Oh, great. And that's when it hit me. You have the face of someone with money trouble. She really is making a fool of herself, pursuing this line of logic. Should spare her and present the evidence, a piece of evidence that contradicts her testimony. Well, we have the proof of that as well with the crime scene. So if we were really after the guy's money, it wouldn't have been lying around all over the place. Like it was. Wonder if I might get a word in, Mr. Nero. What is it now? Mr. Nero? I wonder if you noticed the contradiction within your own testimony. What are you talking about? It's simple. Simply impossible that the motive for this murder was monetary theft. One glance at the crime scene should have told you that. What about this scene would prove that the motive for the murder was not the money? The fact that the money is literally just, I don't know if I have to do a specific amount of money, or just any bills. Just any bills on the ground. Let's go with, like, something that's, like, let's go with this. Because there's bills on the ground here, and there's two of them.
Take that.
That should be enough, I think, hopefully. Oh crap, I was supposed to, be wrong here. I was supposed to be wrong here, so I got the bad ending. If you fail your logic before the investigation, she accuses you of ruining the fun and refuses to let you leave. Let's see if I can still do that. It may direct your attention to things strewn all over the floor. That's right. The floor is covered in bills and coinage. By your rationale, these are the very things the killer was after. I think we can assume that the wallet fell during the victim's struggle with his killer. And I would think that the killer would have noticed something like money scattering everywhere. Furthermore, as you can see, there was no effort made by the killer to gather the money. But the wallet! Ah yes, the wallet. You will also recall that the only thing in it was Mr. Hicks's passport. You were really insisting that it was a crime based on greed. Then you're claiming that it was all for an empty trouble. Forgive me! Please! Hey, what the heck? Wait, this guy's new. We haven't seen this guy yet. There's a guy that's got a really pointy nose and dresses like a shaman and, yeah. I love this set. Are you saying the attendant's wrong? That guy isn't the killer. Wait a second. No, did it crash? Oh no. I haven't had to deal with this problems in like months. Well, outside of the thing anyway. Uh-oh. Game is crushed. Uh-oh. Hopefully it's just a... Hopefully it's just a crash of the thing and not the entire console. That would be bad. Because if it is, I'll have to go back out there and fix it. Okay. Let's see what it is. Okay. Nothing to worry about. Let me let this reload. Okay. Alright, that should be better now. Just gonna check to see if there was something. Wasn't anything, it was just, wasn't anything. It ended up just being, I think, interference again. Alright. You all please be quiet. Mr. Nero? Yes? You lost your cool when you saw the dead body. Plus the lounge was dark and looking into light from the elevator. It's easy to see how you mistook the wallet in my hand for the murder weapon. Take no offense that you thought I was the killer. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, she untied me now. Alright. Thank you for releasing me. Wait, what? This guy's talking in wingdings right now. I don't know what the... Oh. Like, this guy's talking in wingdings. This guy is talking in wingdings. I don't know how to read this. What is it now? Yeah, this guy's talking in wingdings. Like, what have we got here? We've got an alien spore. We've got a tree. We've got a fish. We've got a a guy doing a Kamehameha blast. We got a goat. We have a... I feel like I've seen this before. We've got a pair of scissors. We've got a question mark. We've got a... This guy is speaking in wingdings right now. Mr. Nero, if you could please translate, I'd be much obliged. God, I can't pick my stuff up because it's like slipping. It says like Bulgarian, but I don't understand any of it. There's another flight attendant on this flight who... I said that he is giving the roundabout. I don't require an interpreter. I speak English just well, see? Now, do we know who you are? You, the attendant. Yes, sir? I want this person to be under the arrest until we arrive at the airport. I love this stuff where it's like you see the scenes playing out and they still do their animations while they're walking around and doing stuff. It's kind of cutscene-ish, but... I'm sorry, sir, but what exactly are you hoping for? What is it you want? I'm finishing talking to the lights of you. Please, I would like to hear why you would like me to be held under arrest until we land. You? How dare you waste my time? You were the one who stuck your nose into my affairs. I wanted to spend even at least one more second with my precious art. I have no time for other things. I know what you are. I see through you. Insolvent. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's how you say it in English. Well, I should hope I'm not monetarily bankrupt, but I don't think that's what you meant. I'm sorry, but I don't think I caught your name. I am Zinkel LeBlanc II. I'm a very wealthy man in the Bourguignon. But I'm not an ordinary rich man. I am an art dealer, a rich seller of beauty. Mr. LeBlanc, what did you mean just now? There we go. So Zinc LeBlanc, age 60. He looks pretty good for 62. I will say that. From North European Republic of Bourguignon. Says he's a wealthy art dealer, time obsessed. Pardon? You said that Mr. Edgeworth was giving me the runabout. I have to explain? Unbelievable. I will say that once and only once. I do not have even a second to waste. Time is money, as they say. Yes, and yet you continue to blather on. I saw it, yes I did. I saw the victim go into the elevator. Going down to the lounge. Now that's the victim. It was exactly at 6 o'clock. Oh, this is the name of the movie. This is the movie poster that we saw. It's a plain, muscular action hero, licensed to love, laugh, maim, and murder. What's the significance of that time? At 6, he says... Wait, you saw him at 6? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? He understands, I see. Miss Attendant, what time did you discover the body? Well, it was a little after that patch of turbulence, so I would say around 6:15. Hicks was his name, was it? Then I said that man Hicks was killed in the 15-minute time span. And the only person in the lounge at the time was this prosecutor, yes? Ah. Yeah, I was in my seat the whole time. Me too, I was watching the movie and enjoying a fine glass of grape juice. Yep, more grape juice. I was still eating. Still haven't finished, so yeah, you're not going to be finishing that anytime soon. I don't care how much time you give me, I'm not eating all that. There's no way that I would eat a giant breadstick, a giant slab of beef like this, or steak like this, and a giant, like, trifle on a plane ride, of all things. Absolutely not. And also, I wouldn't eat that steak anyway, because that steak's not cooked. No. That steak is undercooked. It needs to be grey. You're the passengers of an alibi, so you have no problem with them, I suppose. No complaint, I see. Not a single word against this, right? No way of discounting what you have put forth at this point, but it wasn't me. Oh, so you say. Do you have what you say, the evidence? Mr. Edgeworth, are you really the culprit at all, after all? Mr. LeBlanc, I suppose you are quite certain in what you saw, enough to give testimony. I'm just gonna finish these. I haven't got many left. Anyway, let's continue. Of course, I was looking at that man the whole time. He was playing with that annoying little, small machine the whole time. Machine? Yes, that's what you people call it in English, yes? I'm assuming that he means a phone. It was making me crazy with the click, click, click. From that description, it sounds like some sort of small computer. I believe what Mr. LeBlanc is talking about is a cell phone. I have to say that I did see him playing with it quite a bit myself. Simple cell phone, a laptop or organizer I can see, but that's kind of low budget. I hate that noisy little machine in his hand. What a fragment of beauty! All it produces is ugly sounds. Anyway, I know what I saw. Mr. Nero? Yes? I was wondering if I might be granted permission to examine the crime scene. What? You want to examine the crime scene?
Who's that
If you would grant me a little measure of time, I'm sure I can produce the real culprit. Don't like the sound of it. Fox in the duck pen. Yes, I think that is how you say it in English. It's Fox guarding the hen house, and I believe my innocence was proven earlier. But if I'm given the chance, I can clear up all the remaining doubts. Scenario, if you wait until we arrive, there was a good chance that some evidence will have been destroyed by then. I understand. Let me see what the captain has to say. This should not be approved. Please, Mr. LeBlanc, in an emergency, all decisions are to be made by the captain alone. Now please, wait here while I go ask the captain what to do. I'll be right back. Not planning to erase evidence when you were doing your investigation, yes? Of course not. We will see. Sir Edgeworth, you have the captain's permission to investigate the crime scene. What? Unbelievable! I am in your debt, Mr. Nero. However, there is one condition. I am to supervise you. Can you agree to that? Of course, I see no problem with that stipulation. It's only natural that I am still a suspect in this case. Take full responsibility and will watch Mr. Edgeworth's every move. Hope this is reassurance enough that there will be no foul play. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, shall we proceed? If you should need my help with anything, please feel free to use triangle to talk. It's time to head to the scene of the crime, the first floor lounge. Not before we talk to everyone in here. Yeah, not before we talk to everyone in here, because, I don't see why I should not talk to them. Because in the lounge, we're gonna get a bunch of, in the lounge, we're doing a bunch of investigating. And then we get a bunch of, other logic stuff, so... but before we do that, let's go and just investigate in here. Let's talk to everyone that's in here first, so that we get an idea about what's going on. Because we have to go to the left, right? So, there's so much good stuff in here. Like, look, they're eating good. They're eating good in this place. Lobster and giant steaks and... Alright, what are you doing here? Excuse me, may I have a word with you? You there. Oh, she's sleeping. If you need something, please ask Miss Rhoda over there, okay? What the? Hey, wake up, you. Terribly sorry that she's being so rude, Mr. Edgeworth. No need for you to apologize, I just find it hard to believe she's asleep on the job. If I were her boss, I'd see to it that her salary was cut so low that it was in the red. Damn, Edgeworth. How did you find your meal to be, Mr. Edgeworth? Come to think of it, I forgot all about it. I must have been asleep or something. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Let me prepare you something right away. What are you apologizing for, Mr. Nero? I failed in my professional duties by letting a passenger go hungry. Please help yourself. If you see anything to your fancy, feel free. I think I'll take my time later, after I've solved this case. Thanks. I can talk to you as well. Need of assistance? Captain's mission? Mr. Nero, I'd like to ask you about investigating the lounge. Sorry for the captain's permission, I can't stop you from looking around. If you could pass a message along, tell him I'm grateful for his spirit of cooperation. I will, however, please realize that you are still under suspicion. To be honest, I still have my doubts about you. Of course, and I take no offense. Do you really understand what I'm saying? Yes, verily. Do you pinky swear you do, on your honor as a professional prosecutor? I pinky swear I do, on the honor of us as a professional prosecutor. Well, I guess that settles that. I feel my honor as a man slowly diminish. Oh, I love these characters. This is why we do all the optional stuff. So LeBlanc seems to be protecting the gargantuan vase. Vase? I always say vase. Vase is a way American people say it. Vase. I don't. Why am I saying it like an American? We say vase. We say vase and America says vase. I really am talking like an American now. It's the vase, not the vase. What am I doing? Mr. LeBlanc seems to be protecting the gargantuan vase on the chair rather closely. It's a mother's vase, isn't it? Yes, I dare say so as a professional attendant. I don't think there's any real connection between a piece of art and being an attendant. I'm not just any old attendant. I'm a professional flight attendant. So there was such a thing as an amateur flight attendant. Alright, obviously let's talk to everything. Hurry up and investigate. Time should not be wasted. Precious is human time, is how they say, I believe. In order to preserve the crime scene, I'm afraid the elevator is not in service. To get to the first floor lounge, you should take the stairs. It's a movie poster for License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder. That's a Go Airlines sponsored movie. It's a suspense, hardboiled action romance. What? What is this? What is this title? It's a suspense, hard-boiled action romantic horror comedy. That's a word salad genre. Is that the genre listing for this thing? Yes, it's a movie that can be enjoyed by anyone because it encompasses all those genres. Can't even begin to imagine what the plot would be. You have to admit, it has piqued your curiosity, right? But the main strategy with this genre listing was to make people curious. Well then, consider the mission a successful one. I can't talk to him at the moment, that's interesting. This was Mr. Hicks's seat. I don't see the machine Mr. LeBlanc was talking about. Perhaps it's in the elevator. Maybe. We should probably head down to the crime scene now. Yeah, I want to examine everything. It's my seat. Fortunately, I didn't bring anything particularly useful for an investigation. It's not as if I'm constantly prepared for such a thing to occur. Oh, that's right. I was in the middle of recreating a chess game. Just an observation, but aren't there too many red knights around that lone blue pawn? Nonsense, it simply shows that the blue pawn is no match for the red knight's mate. Don't get too near me, you criminal! He said, don't get near me, you criminal. I am not the killer and I intend to prove that starting now. But that's contrary to the facts. He says, but that's contrary to the facts. I can understand his English just fine, thank you very much. Alright. What's a lifesaver doing here? Order in the in-flight shop just beyond the lounge. If something should happen, having one will save your life. This guy would have been better off not taking a plane to begin with. If I may have a word with you. This steak, so awesome. Not for me. Not for me. Not for me. Not my choice. Not my choice. I would never order a steak. I would never order a steak at a restaurant because I don't want to insult the chef by saying when they ask me how would you like it cooked and I say well done and with no pink and they would probably kick me out of the restaurant. Like I would not. That's just the way that I like eating meat. I would get kicked out of the restaurant for saying that. It's great to hear. However, I would like to ask you a few questions. I was here all time, so wouldn't know. Eat or speak, please pick one. I think he chose to... Wait, that's a he? I guess it is a he, yeah, it is a he. For a second I thought it was a female. Yes, I can hear that. Oh, well, I shouldn't be misgendering people. Hey miss, how about another glass? Excuse me, but I was wondering if you know anything about the murder. How about it? How about a glass together? Sorry, but I must decline. I wasn't talking to you, I was asking the cute attendant. I'm sorry, but I'm on the clock right now. But if you need a refill, I'd be happy to bring you another glass at any time. Got it, Toots. That's no way to talk to a lady. Look at all these bottles lined up in a row. It's a miracle they made it through the turbulence without a scratch. Actually, we asked the drink vendor to clean up all the ones that did break earlier. Then you mean to tell me you put all these up here after the turbulence? We're simply thrilled to have someone so interested in the variety of drinks available. I don't think anyone should drink this much. There is such a thing as overhydration. You're also not hydrating by drinking alcohol, from what I remember. Like, I think it doesn't have enough water content to... I don't think it has, I don't think it has enough, water content in it to sustain you as much. From what I remember, drinking alcohol. You think we've explored everything here today, at the moment, though. Alright, March 12th, 7:26 AM, Flight G390, first floor lounge. I want to thank you for your help back there, Mr. Nero. It's nothing. You should thank the captain for granting you permission. Just so everything is perfectly clear, I still don't trust you. Your standing with me hasn't changed one iota. I see, I will bear that in mind. I received an order from the captain earlier. He wanted you to know that. We reserve the right to stop your investigation if we feel you are not making progress. And when we do, he asks that you please return to your seat at that time. So there is a bad ending here. There is a bad ending here that we can grab. So my time runs out at his and his crew's discretion, does it? Have to find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's testimony before time comes up. I understand. By the way, is there any place you can think of where the killer might hide on board? I don't think so. After every first-class passenger was accounted for at his or her seat, we made a thorough search of the plane. As for business and economy class, no one can move between those two classes and first class without a staff keycard. We found no record of a keycard being used at all. Which means that I have a first-class killer on my hands. At least I know that much for sure. And then one other thing. No one else has been allowed near this crime scene since the murder was discovered either. Alright. Let's begin the investigation. Now then, let's get started. Where should we start from? Let's start with Mr. LeBlanc's statements. The crime occurred between 6 AM and 6:15 AM. During that interval, the only person in the lounge was myself, which would make me the prime suspect. However, since I did not kill Mr. Hicks, it means that the killer was around somewhere. What clues point to where the killer could have been? If we are to believe what you say is true, then yes. First order of business will be to gather information to win your trust. Alright, let's get investigating, shall we? So, I'm going to start with the left side of the room, I think, first, and then we'll make our way to the body, because I think that's going to be the obvious part. Who is this? Mr. Bronze Thatcher, the founder of Gumshoe Airlines, Mr. 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 Hugo Hughes. Not Uggo. Hugo Hughes. The one on the left is where he was when he was in his 40s, and the other is of him in his 80s. It looks exactly the same. They look exactly the same. Did the man age it all over those 4 decades? Maybe I just squint more. No, he definitely didn't look like it. Definitely didn't look like he aged. In need of assistance. Oh, no, I already got that already. These counter windows offer a glimpse of the sky, but these clouds, they tell me nothing. Mr. Edgeworth, you look like you're talking to the clouds. That's so? Then tell me, what do you suppose I said to them? I don't know, but it looked like a rather one-sided conversation. The clouds, they tell me nothing. 3 copies of Sky magazine in the magazine rack. This month's special is an English trivia quiz. That's not a bad idea. I've heard that the youth of today don't know a particle from a Now, please don't go around confusing people with made-up words, Mr. Edgeworth. Who's ever heard of such a silly word as parsippetical? Case in point. These bottles and glasses must have been broken by the turbulence. There's quite a bit of broken glass here. Please be careful when passing through the area. Thank you very much for the warning, Mr. Edgeworth. However, no matter how kind you are towards me, know that it does not clear up any suspicions I have about you. I wasn't warning you for the sake of clearing my name. It still leads to the flight attendant's room. Please understand that it's off limits to unauthorized personnel. The room's giving off the scent of women's perfume. One would think that perfume would smell great, however, to me it is simply smells. Not that I have any interest in what lies behind this door. Perhaps we should return to the investigation, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? Sorry, I spaced out for a second there. Okay, I can't go back upstairs yet. This grand piano is the pride of this plane. It can play the music of whatever CD we insert into its CD drive. That's not a piano, it's more like an overgrown music box. Ah, but its keys depress along with the music, as though there really is someone playing it. Some people have entirely too much money to waste on overly complex toys. Please, like, there we go. Wait, what? I want to interact with the... This toppled-over chair, yet another victim of the turbulence. No, look at all that grape juice staining the back. It may not look like it, but this chair was extremely valuable. It was? Yes, it was used when the Rocker Pals came to tour this plane. The Rocker Pals leader sat in this very chair. Sorry, but what are these Rocker Pals? Can't believe you've never heard of them. They're all the rage. The Rocker Pals are an extremely popular international band. They added the Pals part as they became more popular, especially among teens. Oh, that explains it. I'm not really one for the music of today. Maybe I should ask Detective Gumshoe about them later. On second thought, I can already see how confusing the conversation would get. Can I not investigate the wine here? That's weird. You would think I'd be able to investigate this part, but no. Glasses and candles thrown into disarray by the turbulence. It's been a while since I've seen this pile of a big of a mess. It's terribly embarrassing, but I thought it was an earthquake for a second. I frantically started searching for gas values to shut off. I guess the shaking of the plane was bad enough to be mistaken for a real earthquake. Not that I would know, since I was unconscious for most of it. In-flight shop is just beyond these shutters. We don't have permission to open them, so I'm afraid I must leave them closed. There must still be clues to be found here on this lounge. I must remain ever vigilant. Peter the bronze statue knows not when good drink has been spilt at its feet. This is the statue of our founder, Mr. Hugo Hughes. He was a big fan of grape juice. I'm sure he would be thrilled if he knew so much of grape juice was here at his feet. Is that a hint of hero worshipping I detect? I guess now we just investigate the body. There's nothing else left in here to really interact with. This is like where there's like advantages and disadvantages of the thing. Hang on a second. Excuse me. This is where there's like advantages and disadvantages of the how do you put it? This is where there's advantages and disadvantages of having the different style of gameplay. Where it's like, if we had the cursor would stay stagnant on the thing, you just move the cursor around and check it, but here, we can move around with the player, but then, you don't necessarily know if everything's, interactable, unless you're at a certain angle, maybe sometimes. So I guess now we just investigate the body, because I can't do anything else. Some spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. Sure it was spilled during the turbulence. I must clean that up or someone might get hurt. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I found some very important evidence. What is the important piece of evidence in this scene? Oh, I can... No, I don't need to do this right now. I can do it later. Because I need to do logic presentation, so I can do that now. It would be the footprints, yeah. The footprints that are leading to the... What is it? They're a little smudged, but I think we can both agree that they are a set of footprints. There's some spilled grape juice on the front... Oh, sorry, on the floor in front of the elevator. So you think... Yes, these belong to our killer. Then maybe we should check the shoe sizes of everyone in first class. I don't think that would be of any help to us. Fortunately, the prints are too smudged, which will make it hard to get a definitive match. Oh, I see. Yeah, so... We do need to fail at this point, or when we do the logic, but... What floors does this elevator service? I think the first and second, although it can also go down to the cargo hold. However, that requires a flight crew keycard. So any floors accessible to passengers are the first and second floor, huh? Victim's body was found inside the elevator that connects floor 1 with floor 2. Won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. He says that every single time now, I've noticed. Doubt anyone was expected to find a dead body in an elevator on this flight. So Mr. Hicks, he's really dead. Yes. She's trembling, although I can't fault her for that when there's a corpse right there. Mr. Hicks, if you're really dead, then please answer, yes? I see she's over the trembling now, although a new symptom seems to have appeared. Anyway, I should focus on the victim's body. Let's see. There's blood on the back of Mr. Hicks' head. Could this be the cause of death? Appears to have been struck very hard. So, blunt force trauma. Wound on the back of Hicks's head suggests blunt force trauma, but what caused it? Appears to have been struck very hard. Alright, more evidence. Even his glasses are broken. The victim's glasses are broken. Were they broken during his murder? Money is strewn all over the floor of the elevator. Would guess it was all in Mr. Hicks's wallet at some point. So his hand's open as well. What is this sinister-looking figure on the floor? Oh, that's a piggy bank of our company mascot, Captain Hugo. It's just one of the many pieces of merchandise we sell at our in-flight store. This bank is a limited edition, and is so popular that we're down to our last one. You have an in-flight shop? Yes, it's just beyond the lounge to the right. The shutter to the store is closed at the moment. But it was open the whole flight up until Mr. Hicks's body was discovered. There's blood on here. Could this have been the murder weapon? The blood on it is still fresh. Could this have been the murder weapon? Yeah. It was hanging off of this lanyard. Something's missing from this picture. Now, if I could just put my finger on it. Have I investigated everything in this area? The body itself, his lanyard. Ah. There's no grape juice residue on the soles of his shoes, making it highly unlikely that Mr. Hicks entered this elevator after the turbulence. So investigated the shoes, investigated the money. That looks like it's about it. There shouldn't be anything else left to investigate. So now I'm guessing it's the logic portion of it, which will now... save our game and then purposely fail the logic so that we get the bad ending, and then we'll go and do the actual logic. Oh. Did you notice anything? Just wondering whose footprints those are next to the elevator. So they're killers, wouldn't you say? Even if they aren't, I'm sure they're a vital clue to solving this case. Maybe there are other clues waiting to be found in other places. Come on now, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go find them together. Word of advice, nobody likes a credit feed, so stop stealing my lines. Just wondering if you notice anything, Mr. Nero? So I can't help but notice the sad atmosphere in here. It's a rather tragic scene. We'll say, robbing the poor man after bludgeoning him to death. Talk about robbing in the salt. Can't forgive someone who would do that to a passenger of mine. I swear as a professional flight attendant that I will capture the culprit with my own hands. I promise as a prosecutor to solve this case with logic and deduction. Should go over all the leads I've collected so far one more time. The key to solving this lies at the intersection of my logic and the evidence. Let's do this again, shall we? I'm gonna purposely fail this ending so that we can, Wait, there's still stuff that I haven't got yet. It's... What am I missing here? Usually you get a tick. Usually you get a tick and it says, Oh, here. I missed that. There's something sticking out of his pocket. You won't mind if I take a look at what's inside. It's a picture. Looks like it was taken inside a building somewhere. Found in the victim's pocket, a souvenir picture, perhaps. Is that all the evidence now, I think? Like, that's, yeah, that should be. Like, I have to deduce something, I think, but, that's everything. Okay, that's everything in the area outside of me doing a deduction. So let me just intentionally fail here so we get the bad ending, and then we go and do the normal stuff. Oh, that was actually the correct answer. Never mind. So we're going to intentionally fail this, so that we, we're going to intentionally fail this so we get the bad ending. Continue to say you can prove you are not the criminal. Mr. LeBlanc, if you could spare me a little more time. I think I have been plentiful with my patience. Any more spent time would be wasteful. You have had your chances. Even the angels have but two cheeks to strike upon. I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid it's my duty to report to the captain, Mr. Edgeworth, that you don't seem to be making very much progress in your investigation. Time's up. Imagine if this was like a time-limited thing where you had to investigate. Good, and I want to see that you are handed to the police right away after landing. Imagine if this was, like, actually time-based. I was handed over to the police, just as Mr. LeBlanc wished. Thus, the truth was lost for all eternity.
Who's that Pokemon?
Alright, that was at least an extended one. Alright, now we can put stuff together properly. Okay, so now we do the logic, so it's the... It was these two. And then we do blunt force trauma and the murder weapon, and then elevator grape juice. Fun fact though, apparently in the mobile version, also the original version of this game, it was called the Mr. Ifley Piggy Bank, and they renamed it to the Captain Yugo Piggy Bank instead. Alright. So we put these two together. True, there wasn't anyone else in the lounge other than myself right before the turbulence. If the killer was in the elevator along with the victim, then that's a different story. If only I could prove that the killer rode the elevator with Hicks. Alright, now we do more logic. I think I combined this one. It's a blunt force weapon. And then elevator juice. So blunt force weapon. And then elevator juice. Such with blood on it, lying next to the body of a man who was beaten to death. Mr. Edgeworth, I think I figured something out. Yes, what is it? The way the blood is on this, it looks like it matches up with the wound on his head. Well, aren't we deserving of the Master of the Obvious title? Oh, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you think that's worth investigating? It would appear that this figurine is our murder weapon. Oh, I just knew it. I mean, I can't think of any other connection. Perhaps Master of the Oblivious would be more befitting. Yeah, she does seem a little bit ditzy, I guess. Okay, Captain I Go Piggy Bank, usually on display at the in-flight shop, found at the crime scene with blood on it. And then now we grab the, we do elevator and juice together. So we still don't have anything for the broken glasses yet. I have it. I'm sorry, but I don't understand, Mr. Edgeworth. I can prove that someone other than myself was here around the time of the murder. What? Really? Yes, it's rather simple, actually. The proof is in the pudding, or rather the grape juice in this case. These footsteps here confess to me this very fact. That someone exited the elevator alive. Seeing as how the victim is dead, that would mean a second person. Couldn't the footprints be from Mr. Hicks himself? Ah, but if you take a look at our victim's shoes, you can see the soles are spotless. Which means Mr. Hicks wasn't alone in the elevator. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There was actually one other person inside the elevator. Grape juice footprints spilt during the turbulence. Looks like footprints and something being dragged. Grape juice footprints data jotted down in my organizer. I think that's everything, actually. We've done all three connections there. It says the investigation should be complete, so how do I get back to... Unless I'm missing something still. Am I missing a, Oh, I've also got to do the, I'm missing the... I've got to do the juice on the lanyard and then do the photo. That's what I was missing. Okay. So we're going to deduce the lanyard and say that it's missing the photo. Because I was saying that it was finished, so... A bit weird. It's okay. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence you hold? Yes. We have the, Mr. Hicks's machine is nowhere to be found. His machine? His cell phone, Mr. Nero. So I guess it's because it's not here. Yes, I think we can safely deduce that the killer took it. Missing cell phone, the victim supposedly had one, but it has gone missing. Did the killer take it? Okay, that's the investigation complete. That was what I was missing. Because I needed to progress forward so that it would let me into the, thing. I thought it was, I thought what I was doing was correct, but it had to do with, like, we had to actually deduce the other thing. Alright, what's going on? Oh, here comes the, wingdings boogieing and guy again. Oh, there's the... Unforgivable! This is unforgivable! Do you understand what I am saying? The movie is late! It is the same level of bad as if the plane arrived late. The movie... What? I will not talk to you anymore. You were just wasting my time. What is the matter, Mr. LeBlanc? There is no emergency. Please return to your seat, sir. Do not tell me what to do. I need not to sit down. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, did you prove you were innocent yet? If you would like, I will prove my innocence to you right now. What? Nonsense! Are you saying my eyewitness testimony is mistaken? Not mistaken, merely that there is no room for doubt. I'd be most honored if you could please tell me what you saw in detail once more. Fine, suit yourself! Okay, so can I fail here as well? Not yet. Okay, so we want to press the first statement and then present the grape juice on the new statement. But I'll go and read all of them first, obviously. So that no bad ending attached to this one because I've already seen it. I'm certain I saw Mr. Hicks enter that elevator. It was then when the needles on my pocket watch pointed to the 6 and the 12. The body was discovered 15 minutes after that in the lounge, yes? Then you, the only person in the lounge at that time, must be the criminal. Mr. LeBlanc's conclusions seem to make logical sense. After all, the only person in the lounge at the supposed time of the murder was me. So, my eyewitness testimony, if you think you can destroy it, then come, let me see. Hurry, do I look like a man who's having the time to wait for you? Why is he so irritated? I'm the one accused of murder here. Anyway, I must find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's account somehow, and fast. Alright. So we'll skip the first statement because this is the one we want to press. And press the rest of these ones. I assume the plugger watch in this case is the one you keep checking, is that correct? Oh, you noticed! It is a very expensive antique, I will have you know. The feeling is wonderful when I fully wind it up by hand. It does look very well designed and quite glossy. I will have to charge you if you want to touch it. That's quite alright. Let's continue with your testimony. What a cheap man you are. Now return to the time you wasted back to me. And if we must, I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator at 6 o'clock.
Hold it.
It's true that I found the victim's body at 6:15. And that's when I found the two of them as well. You see? It all matches my testimony.
Hold it.
That's the most mistaken way of thinking I've ever heard of. No, your silly opinion is what is mistaken. Please calm down, the both of you. In a sense, you are both mistaken. Well, if that isn't the pot calling the kettle black, then I don't know what is. He certainly has a lot of confidence in his testimony. If push comes to shove, I mean to press him for more information. Yeah, so obviously this is where we press him for on this one.
Hold it.
Mr. LeBlanc, were you able to get a good look at the inside the elevator at that time? Of course I saw what was inside. And you are sure that the victim was in the elevator alone? Yes, the only person inside was that Mr. Hicks man. This last outburst is a bit too important to let go. Alright, so now we can press this one.
Hold it.
Is he really alone? Of course, I will bet even 1 cent. Cheap ante for a cheap testimony. But if that's how you want to play it, I'll happily take your 1 cent. Yep, because we have proof that there was someone else in here because of the grape juice fingerprints. Footprints, sorry. Footprints. Mr. LeBlanc? What is it? There's a very glaring contradiction in your testimony. What do you mean? Please take a look at the area in front of the elevator. There at the spilled grape juice. Yes, and will you admit you also spilled it with the blood? No, it spilled itself during the turbulence. But the interesting thing here is the set of grape juice footprints. Footprints? Yes, the ones that lead from within the elevator and to the lounge itself. It's evidence that proves that someone other than Mr. Hicks exited the elevator alive. There must have been another person in the elevator with Mr. Hicks. Now then, I'm done playing games. Why don't you tell us the truth? She's talking in Bulgarian in Wingdings again. Okay. Please translate for us? No way, that's totally impossible. I guess is what he said. No way, that is totally impossible. I know there was no other person in there. I saw with my own eyes. If you want to know what I think, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't think Mr. LeBlanc is lying to us. Suppose she's right. He doesn't seem to be lying. Then what does it mean? What about this contradiction? Mr. LeBlanc? Please, just once more, will you recall the details of what you witnessed for me? Alright, secondary, what I saw, part dos. So we want to press the second statement, which will then add 2 more statements, which then we want to present. So we want to ignore the second statement, and then, yeah. I was very upset when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat. I was always checking the time over and over again. I happened to follow that man with my eyes when he passed me. And I saw clearly into the elevator he was entering. But I swear there was no one else inside. No one! Mr. LeBlanc, if you would please calm down. What? Dare? You two have an issue with my eyewitness testimony. No, not at all. Please forget I said anything. Yet again, he doesn't appear to be lying. But I can't let his testimony stand out as the truth. Oh god, I just realized now that, that's fine, there was, another thing happening. Just realized that there was like a, I'm like, why was I not getting any Discord messages? Like, oh, the reason I'm not getting Discord messages is because, on this computer, the way that the, thing's set up with, delays. So ignore the second statement, no. So you're still upset now? I am always upset. The only time I am not is when I have a piece of art in my hands. It's surprisingly easy to believe that about him. But I was even more upset when Mr. Hicks walked by me. Alright, so ignore this statement because we're going to press it and then get 2 more statements after it, so... Since you only happened to see him, it's possible that you missed something in that glance. Even if I only happened, I did not miss a thing. And how can you be so sure? Just because. I would appreciate it if you didn't take my life so lightly with a simple just because. Well, then I was only making a joke. I saw Mr. Hicks, alright. Is it possible that someone was hiding inside? What? You dare insult me? I have belief in my eyesight. When I look for art to sell, I am told often I have great sight for the arts. I think the phrase you were looking for was great sense, although that's debatable. But isn't it possible someone was just outside of your line of sight? You are persistent, I tell you. I looked clearly. Why do you insist that you are absolutely not mistaken? Because when I say I'm not wrong, I am not wrong. Mr. LeBlanc, if I may, I think beyond misconceptions and mistakes lies the truth. Funny, that suspiciously mirrors something I told her only a little while ago. Mr. LeBlanc doesn't seem to be lying. I may need to draw more information out of him before I see anything inconsistent. Alright, so now we push the second statement. Why were you so attentive to the time? Because something unforgivable was happening. Come to think of it, you were yelling about something unforgivable earlier. I was giving a complaint to the attendant about the movie starting time. Return back to me my time, in money. You understand the point? Movie? Is he talking about the in-flight one? that's mentioned in the magazine? Summary of the plot and its start time. Interesting. You were supposed to show License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder. I cannot see that movie in my country. You can only see it on international flights. I wonder if that's actually... I wonder if that's something that's actually been tried before. If anyone's tried to just release a movie that only gets viewed on aeroplanes. I feel like that would be a bad idea, but also at the same time, if the movie was good, could you imagine if people just started booking flights to fly to places just to watch the movie? That would be kind of funny if that actually worked. Somehow, if that somehow just worked. That would actually be kind of funny if someone made a movie that only was made for... that was only, viewable on a international flight or in a plane. I looked forward greatly to that movie. I checked my pocket watch whenever possible so I would not miss it. I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came aboard. So my watch is not wrong. It matched the schedule. But the movie was still late. Very, very late. Your pocket watch? I'd like to ask you a little bit more about that, if it's alright. The movie I wanted to see would not start, so I checked my pocket watch many times. So, this movie you mentioned, is it the one listed in the Sky magazine? Yes. I was so looking forward to watching License to Love, Laugh, Maim, and Murder. Miss Tenero, was this movie shown on this flight? Yes, it was shown at the scheduled time. Isn't it possible you simply slept through it by accident? Nonsense! You doubt me? No, now stop pointing at me like that. Odd. How did he miss a movie that he was clearly hoping to see? I checked my pocket watch a great number of times. That much I know for sure. My watch is set to my destination's time. I always set it when I board the plane. You're sure about what you just testified, Mr. LeBlanc? Yes, of course. I'm a very busy man. I am immediately busy when I land. I have many places to go, and no time to waste adjusting my pocket watch. I see. That was a very valuable statement you just made. Flatter me all you want, but you will not get 1 cent out of me. That's alright. All I require is this piece of testimony. Okay, so now we press this statement, and we want to present the... I believe we want to present the... I'm going to save just in case. I think it's this one, because it's the new one. We want to present the Sky magazine to him. Mr. LeBlanc, you said this just now in your testimony. I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came aboard. Now, if your watch has been set to our destination's time zone, it would mean that your watch is displaying the time of our destination. Yes, and the correct time is worth its 6 cents. I would like you to take a look at this. If you believe the Sky magazine, clocks on this flight run in accordance with the time of our departure time zone. Of course, the movie schedule was also created with that in mind. Mr. Nero, for confirmation's sake, what time zone is this flight aligned to right now? Well, we made a short stop at a transfer point. That's right. It was in that small Asian country, the Republic of Shangfa. We didn't readjust our onboard clocks at that time. So right now, we are still running on Bulgarian time. What? The time difference between Bulgaria and our destination is 9 hours. In that case, it's only natural that your watch would be out of sync with the schedule. What? Further, with your analog watch set to our destination's time, it would appear to be running 3 hours fast when compared to our flight's onboard clocks. Also changes everything about your testimony. And you can bet 1,000,000 cents on that. In light of this information, it means you saw Mr. Hicks 3 hours prior to 3 a.m. This should clear up all of the remaining accusations. So this basically widens the time frame for the time of death, right? Yes, because Mr. LeBlanc saw the victim enter the elevator at 3 a.m. It means that the time of death could be anywhere from 3 to 6:15 a.m. The question now is, where was Mr. Hicks during that time span of time, and what was he doing? I've got something to say. Who? And you are? Yeah, oh. I'm Camille. I'm a flight attendant. Her name's Camille, like chamomile, I guess, is supposed to be the pun. Because some characters do have just straight up puns for names. Camille sounds like a, like chamomile tea. Also, if she's dressed as a flight attendant, she looks completely different to the flight attendant that, to Nero. She looks completely different to her. What is it you wish to say? Well, I think your story's a little bit different from how I remember it. What do you mean, Cammy? Saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know. What? How can you be so sure of the time? That's right, he pushed his call button while we were parked at the transfer point. The stop we made for refueling and cargo transfer in Shanghai, right? So what does this say? A message from Captain Hugo. This flight will be making a brief stop to refuel and transfer cargo in the Republic of Shanghai between 4 and 5 a.m. We ask that all passengers remain on board at that time. Thank you for your cooperation. So it was from 4 to 5 a.m. according to our clocks. During that time, did any of the passengers leave, or did any new ones board this flight? Not a single one got off not a single one got off or on in Shanghai. What about the flight crew? A few who were handling the cargo transfer might have temporarily gotten on or off. Eventually everyone, including Cammy and myself, came back on the plane. So basically I can assume that no one left or got on since our initial takeoff. Interesting, I should keep that in mind. Refueling in Shanghai made a brief stop from 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. to transfer cargo and refuel at transfer point. Yeah, and I answered his call. I can tell you, Mr. Ackley Hicks was there in his seat when we took off again at 5 a.m. Miss Meal's testimony jotted down in my organizer. Mr. Ackley Hicks was there in his seat when he took off again at 5 a.m. Alright, then that puts the time of the murder between 5 and 6:15. Okay, now what time did you come down to the lounge, Mr. Edgeworth? Remember coming down here almost as soon as we left the Republic of Shanghai. Oh. You were here the whole time from 5, yes? Then you were the only one who could be the killer. Mr. Edgeworth, were you really in here in this lounge the entire time from 5 a.m. onwards? Fortunately, yes. Then how do we explain the footprints? It is not that obvious. This man waited for Mr. Hicks here in this lounge, waiting to kill him. Then he put the corpse into the elevator. That is when the turbulence happened. My eyewitness testimony may have been mistaken. But what time I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator on the second floor does not matter. I'm gonna turn the light on because it's getting really glary just now. All of a sudden the sun was out, and then after the sun came out, it's now all glimmered dark. And I've still got another, what, 3.5 hours of streaming to go. So, yeah, I'm going to turn the light on so I don't have to worry about this glare, because it's going from, like, lots of light to dark again to light again. Like, look at it, it's now sunny outside. So let's just remove the natural light or darkness out from the room, from what could happen, and then we'll just, Because if it ends up being like too light outside, like right now, it will keep the light off. If it gets too dark, it'll put the light on at least. So we can at least have the natural light coming in from the skylight, and then that'll still be okay, I guess. It's still light enough in here. If the clouds come over and it doesn't get light, then I can just adjust it again, I guess. Just adjust it as it happens. Sorry about that. Just make sure everything's working again. Plus, I had to get up anyway. Because I was getting a bit uncomfortable. And we're gonna be here for another 3.5 hours, so yeah. Everything happened in this lounge. Is that what you really believe, Mr. LeBlanc? Or do you have another idea? I simply feel that there is something out of place in the scenario you presented. Is there something that can tie this crime to a location other than the lounge? Are we... How far am I? Oh right, now with the, You just got the two things, yeah. This was the grape juice and then the piggy bank. Let me do more investigation. Because we have to go to the next area, so...
Who's that Pokemon?
What's this? These footprints, in which direction do you think they're headed? That would be... in-flight shop. Correct. They headed in the direction of the shop. But they look disconnected. They end all of a sudden. You are right to point out that they do not form one continuous trail to the shop. However, there is another piece of evidence that connects the shop to our crime scene. Besides the footprints, what else points to the in-flight shop? It was obviously the, this. The murder weapon. This little piggy bank is sold at the in-flight shop. It is sold there and only there, and is not displayed here in this lounge. How then did it find its way here? Don't you find that a tiny bit suspicious? Such a trivial point. Only means you prepared it, taking it from the shop first before coming here. Doesn't prove you're innocent at all. So no way you can win with this man? If I may, what is it? You see, well, it's just as Miss Edgeworth says. And why do you know this so well? Well, it's just that piggy bank was there in the shop. I saw it with my own eyes. And when was this? It It was maybe around 5:40 a.m.? Isn't that just before we hit that patch of turbulence? It's right. You were in the shop just before the turbulence? Yes, I was. Come to think of it, Mr. Nero, when I found the body, I believe you came out of that door. Yes, I did. And what is beyond that door? It's the flight attendant's room. Then, you were on the first floor? Yes. I had to do something at the shop and in the flight attendant's room. So I went to the shop first and then to the flight attendant's room. You saying you passed by me at some point? Yes, you seemed really into the issue of Sky Magazine you were reading at the time. I suppose you noticed me walking by. I vaguely recall someone walking by, but I didn't take notice of who it was. Anyway, Big Mick was definitely there at the shop when I went there. Why did you go to the shop in the first place? I went there for a work-related matter. Work, you say? Yes, the upkeep of the shop is also one of my responsibilities. Why did you not say anything about that until now, is what I want to know. In any case, I believe it's clear that the shop needs to be investigated as well. Shall we head over there, then? What is it now? Are you forgetting something, Miss Rhoda? Don't you need the captain's permission to take the shop? No, I haven't forgotten. But I have already asked him for permission to search the entire plane. So I think we're alright. That's weird. What is? Well, I just talked to the captain, see? And he said that he didn't give you permission to do anything like that at all. What's the meaning of this, Mr. Nero? I mean, she's lying. Go on, admit that you are. You said you have permission to search all over, but you don't. And yet here you are. You flight attendant, what are you trying to do? Pull the sheep over us? Captain's calling for you, Miss Rhoda. It's so weird. Don't worry. I already got permission to search the shop from the captain. See, unlike you, I do things the right way. Oh. Mr. Nero, why would you do such a thing? Please excuse me. Looks like I get to be in charge now. Please get back to your seat, Mr. LeBlanc. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth. If you would follow me, I will be your guide from now on. Something about Mr. Nero that has piqued my curiosity. But right now, investigating the in-flight shop is my top priority. Oh, are we back in movement? We are. I guess we can move around now? Of course. So fully intent, so. Okay, well the shop is over there. I forget now. Like I said, that's just the game telling us, hey, we can't go any further. So go you airlines flight attendant charged with taking care of first class. So we have to follow what we're doing. Mr. Edgeworth, that's the attendant's room. Please excuse me, it was a simple mistake. You made a mistake, didn't you? Why don't you just come out and say it? It's exactly what I just said, I made a small mistake. Not off while I'm talking? Wait, I can still investigate stuff in here? Supposing glasses must have been broken by the turbulence. There's quite a bit of broken glass here. Please be careful when passing through the area. Oh, it's different because of the, Did you say something? It's different because she's with us now. The interactions are different. I said that there is glass here and to be careful. Why? Obviously, common sense does not register even as a blip on this girl's radar. Oh, man. So we just skip the Edgeworth stuff that he says and then just worry about what her reaction is. After the shop investigating. Few copies of Sky Magazine and a magazine rack. Special this month is an English trivia quiz. Yeah, we've already read about this one. What is it? Why are you looking at me for? Hurry and go do your investigating. Do not believe in this making haste slowly you saying you have in English. So we can just re-interact with everything again. I am really mad. You had better hurry and bring to me some evidence. I just like how this guy is the one that we have to bring evidence to. He's like just a passenger of the... He's a passenger of the plane and we just have to bring him evidence. Like he has some sort of authority. If you could wait just a little longer while we look into the shop. Don't number the birds before they are born. Don't number the what? I have no idea what he's trying to say. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, perhaps? All I ask of you is your patience and cooperation. Might be better to brush up after all this time. Of course, that's contingent on the outcome of this case. It's time to get investigating. Just me, about investigating the in-flight shop. You're of no use to me asleep. Wake up. What's up? I need you to come with me so I can search the shop. Go on ahead without me. I'll catch up with you later. How has this woman not been fired yet? I think I know why. Stop over a chair, yet another victim of the turbulence. Something written on the back, in honor of Rocket Pals Day. I have the distinct impression that this chair has nothing to do with this case. Something written on the pedestal. Here lies Hugo Hughes. Don't think that's what they meant to write. I already checked this area, but it never hurts to take another. Can I still interact with stuff? I still can. If anyone was expecting to find a dead body in an elevator on this flight, for the victim's sake, I would do everything in my power to bring this to a speedy end. There's money strewn all over the floor of the elevator. I guess this was all in Mr. Hicks's wallet before the incident. Captain Hugo here was probably used to hit the victim on the back of the head. Looks like there was just the one picture in this pocket. Didn't realize I could reinvestigate the body. That's actually interesting. They added that. This, the machine that should be hanging off of here must still be on this plane somehow. Rosses and candles starting to disarray by the turbulence. Seeing this reminds me of the ferocity of that last patch. No, I can't do this anymore. I've overcome that already. I won't let past traumas control me for the rest of my life. Peter the bronze statue knows not when good drink has been spilled at its feet. Odd, compared to the one on the left, this statue appears to be slouching a little. Must be the altitude. Yep, that's it. Considering which way these prints are pointed, it's likely the killer went into the shop. Should really make my way over there now. Alright, I think that's everything investigated, so we'll go and investigate the next site. March 12th, 8:32 AM, flight G390, first floor, in-flight shop. So this is the in-flight shop. It's quite a mess in here. I think. Guess I'll have to clean things up then. Hold on, you can't clean up a potential crime scene. Thank goodness, I hate cleaning so much. Welcome back, Sarada. Hopefully work is nearly finished. Or hopefully your shift is nearly over. Let's not rush things here. I must remain cool, calm, and collected. Because this piggy bank was left at the crime scene. Yep. There's a very good chance that the killer had paid this place a visit. Alright, investigation time. So, I'm gonna talk to everything and then figure it out from there. Usually that's what I'll do. I'll just investigate the entire scenery, grab everything, and then we have to figure out what we're gonna do, if we deduce first or if we do the logic thing first. That's how the game seems to work. So let's see where to start. What are these? Those are our company's completely original line of suitcases. I'm practically flying out the door. That's how popular they are. You should buy one and see how you like it. You won't regret it. Perhaps that's how things work on this flight, but in the real world, you try, then buy. No way, but either way, it doesn't really matter. True, either way, why would anyone buy a suitcase after they boarded the plane? Yeah. Anyway, see that? Just look at all the Captain Hugo heads painted on there. Cute company mascot, isn't he? Painted on with a whole lot of care. Doesn't he look like he's about to jump out at you? Certainly making something jump inside my stomach. Oh, I guess there's no fooling your refined tastes. You look like you really want to get one. I thought I was going to try and finally make my first sale, and you saw right through it. Glad that's done, though. Never make me try and give a sale. I am so tired. I slept well last night as well. It's like I went to bed. I got like, what, 7 hours? 6 or 7 hours sleep? I think the reason I'm so tired is because you're like... Unlike a lot of games, like... This game is mostly just reading. It's mostly just reading and then going around and doing stuff. Like, it's not like a game with action or something like this where it's like, I feel tired, but I don't want to stop streaming. Because eventually I'll just get over it. Eventually I'll just get over it, and then, again, it's like the middle of the day. I don't take naps. I can't sleep during the day. Has to be at night. Never make me try to give a sales pitch ever again. But never showed any interest in it to begin with. It really is pretty horrible, isn't it? You want to know something? The suitcase was designed by Miss Rhoda. Miss Tenera designed it. Yeah, it was a company-wide contest. It does have a very sharp design sense. Sharp, like stinky sharp cheddar, maybe. I really have no idea why the bigwigs decided to go with it. It's so black. Miss Tenera designed this, did she? It's definitely not what I would have expected. Wait, what? You okay? I'm fine. Please watch yourself, Miss Meal. Letting a suitcase freely roll around has got to be a safety violation. Plane shaking causes it to roll in-flight suitcase displays can be hazardous. Well, I guess that explains, like, if it was able to move, during, like, the turbulence would have made it move, surely. Although I thought when they did all that stuff, well, actually, no, they don't, because when they... No, they don't. Yeah, I'll put it back. Edgeworth doing his twerking again. Beautiful flowers in a beautiful arrangement. I feel cleansed just by looking at them. Well, you're kind of stepping out a few of them, you know, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh my god. I already like ate something. I don't feel hungry at the moment. I'm tired and I don't know why. I'm pretty sure that's what it was with. You would think that the cold would be keeping me awake, but it's not.
Who's that Pokemon?
Cleanse. Why is this repeating? Oh, never mind. Okay, I'll talk to Cammy last. Inside this display case is a row of lifesavers and life vests for sale. So a lot of these when there's some kind of accident or something. Some people buy them even when nothing's going. I just like the. We've got a gift shop on board a multi-story plane, and some of the gifts that you can buy are life jackets and life preservers. It'd be like going to the fire department on a tour through the fire department and they sell you a fire hose or a jacket or something, or if you went and did something at a police station, they'd sell body armor. Just life preserve, random. Could you imagine if this was like an emergency and everyone's just immediate thoughts is like, I need to rush to the gift shop. I need to rush to the gift shop and buy me one of them life preservers or buy me a life jacket. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Can I buy one? Since that this shop is one shopper away from being sued. Oh my god, Edgeworth, stop. trying to see if I can talk to this magazine, but it doesn't look like it. Alright. There are all kinds of luxury name brand merchandise for sale in this display case. And they're lined up in just such a manner as to scream, "Buy me" to any passers-by. Stuffed toys just like the one Miss Meal is holding are on display here. They're relatively cheap, but explains why they're displayed so haphazardly. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? You know you want one too. They're great for when you're stressed. Why do I envision stuffed animal abuse when she says that? Oh. The glass from this display case's door is shattered all over the floor. And it looks like there's nothing on display inside either. Wait, actually, I think there is something. What's this? A mini captain's hat. It's a tiny captain's hat. I swear I've seen one of these before. Oh, it's on the captain's hat's on top of the bear thing. I don't know if it's I don't know what to call it. It's a bear. It's a bear, I guess. It's on top of the bear's head. There's a wide selection of souvenirs for sale in these display cases. You know what I'd suggest? Sorry, but I have no intention of buying souvenirs on this trip. Okay, then how about you buy yourself something for me then, as a present? Can't think of a single reason why I'd want to buy you anything. But I've had my eye on that pendant for such a long time. Try paying some attention to me when I ask you something and then we'll talk. Alright, I guess the only thing left to do is just talk to Cammy herself. I can't interact with this glass on the ground. Talk to Cammy then. I don't know much about this shop, but you can still ask me about whatever. So what do you think about what has happened regarding this case? I don't know. Guess I think you're the killer though, Mr. Edgeworth. I can assure you that I'm here in this shop to prove just the opposite. Yeah, but if it was me, I got you the permission to look around. You know. So don't forget about that, okay? She's literally just falling asleep on the job. How am I supposed to thank you properly if you insist on falling asleep? You know what would really show your thanks? You see that item for sale over there? Sorry, but you're gonna have to make do with my words of appreciation. Okay, so now I think I've investigated everything in terms of talking. So now we go into logic mode. There is also a bad, if you run out of logic here, Cammy will ask, so we will, we can intentionally fail here as well. Reload that. Then do that. Then do that. Okay, so murder weapon and the hats, and then the empty shelf with the thing. Alright. We want to intentionally fail again. That way we can get another bad ending. This will be bad ending number 3 of this case. Intentionally getting this wrong so that, we lose all of our health. Look, Mr. Edgeworth. You're not really finding out about much. Oh, we got a raid. Hang on one second. Is my raid actually working? Yes. Objection? Yes. Thank you for the raid. Let me give you a shout out real quick and pause these ads, otherwise they're gonna start playing while I'm doing this. Snooze the ads for a bit. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in raiders. Do a lot of Switch games, speedruns, plot and playthroughs, reaction videos. How's night going? It's going good. It's 2 PM for me right now. I'm doing well. It's cold, but we're playing a new game for the week, so enjoying this a lot. It's actually quite fun. How was your stream? How did Rivals go? I hope that you won a bunch of games, because I cannot win in that game at all. I'm getting worse in that, and yeah, time zones. It's exactly, it's time zones. Everyone, it's always usually the opposite for most of my viewers. I'm having a good day though. Hope that you had a good stream. Welcome in everybody. We're doing some Ace Attorney investigations. This is the first Miles Edgeworth game. I'm gonna try and voice act everyone. I'm gonna try and get all the extra. We're actually going for bad endings as well, so we just got a bad ending right as you were rated in. All the trophies, so for the platinum as well. I'm gonna ask you, the captain, for his permission to stop your investigation, okay? Just a little more time, I beg of you. Don't make me upset and be a good Mr. Edgeworth, okay? Come along now and let's get you back into your seat. Basically what's happened in this case is, we have been... You just started a run of MGS4. Have you played MGS4 before? Or is it your first time? I'm curious, because MGS4 is my favorite Metal Gear Solid game. It's actually like my second... It's my second favorite game of all time. So, I have a lot of fond, like, feelings about it. Oh, yeah, you played it already, yeah. I love the game, it's fantastic. It's a fantastic game. Like, one of the absolute best games of all time, for me. Create a lot of cool gaming memories for you. Yeah. It's also just a fantastic end to a fantastic series of games. Like, just everything about it. Story, characters, a lot of emotional moments. There's a lot of really good music. Yeah, he's definitely up there. He's definitely up there. He's also proven that, like, he can take... You know, people could have just said, oh, he's like a one-trick pony with Metal Gear Solid, but then he also has now proven with Death Stranding that he can make games that are just completely separate from Metal Gear Solid and still able to be just as consistent. Alright, that's our third bad ending. That's the one thing that makes it really, really good. He pretty much proved that, yeah, he made a walking game very fun. And it also is just, it's not even just that, it's also just a, you know, it has a good character set, it has good story, it has good music, it looks great. It's just another one of those things where it's like, it has every aspect that a game would require to be good, and it's his own... it's basically his own creation. Did I save before I did this? I think I did. I hope that I did. Did I not save? Pretty sure that I did. I can just click retries. Oh, wait a second. I don't remember if I saved. I think I did. Yeah, I did save, I think. It's easy to check. Yeah, it's definitely, that's the one thing, it's original. There's a lot of walking games that exist that are usually very storytelling based, but they don't hold your attention nearly as well as, I think that's everything in here done. And like Metal Gear Solid 3 is also pretty close. Like when I do a top games like ranking sort of thing, I always try to do one game per franchise, but Metal Gear Solid 3 would be very, very close to 4. It's not too far off from there. Okay, so now we need to correctly connect all things together instead. So yeah, we did that intentionally. So we're gonna connect the Uggo weapon with the hat. Snake Eater is definitely a staple. It is. It's fitting though, isn't it? That like Snake Eater is getting remade this year. Snake Eater is the first game in the series, and Metal Gear Solid 4 is the final game in the series, and both of them are, like, for me, up there. And that's not even to say that Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2 aren't great. They are. I just don't like them as much as those other ones. And then it's all the other side games. I like the Metal Gear... I'm not sure if you've played the PSP ones. Metal Gear Acid, it's not really like a Metal Gear... It's not really like the same thing. Probably used to be on the piggy bank's head. Let's give it a go and see. I believe this piggy bank was forcibly removed from this display case. Does this mean that the killer broke the glass to get at it? Okay. Really? Don't tell me you don't know what things go where in the shop. Well, I don't. Miss Rhoda's in charge of this place. Come on, how should I know anything? Since that further inspection of this display case is needed. So now we go to the display case again. Won't rest until I've inspected every... Alright, let's have a look around and see what we have to say. Is this the same man as the one portrayed by the statues around the elevator? Yeah, that's a paperweight of the founder of Gumshoe Airlines, Mr. Hugo Hughes. On the bottom shelf we have the cute one. The middle one is the realistic one. And on the top shelf, that's the floral version. Floral? Are you sure about that? Let me guess. You said just the first thing that came to your mind, right? Looks like hit the bullseye.
Who's that Pokemon?
Alright, you gotta sleep. It's about midnight, your time on a work night. Have a good stream. No problem. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the raid once again. Have a good sleep. Enjoy, well, I shouldn't say enjoy, but, hopefully you're able to get enough sleep for work. So, enjoy that. Thank you for the stopping by. Thank you for the chats, as always. Okay, so we've got different versions of the character. We've got a floral version of him. We've got was it a realistic version and another... These look completely different. Like, this looks like an actual person. For some reason, I was thinking this looked like a Kong, like, the face looks like a skull, but also it looks like a damn Kong ripoff. And then I've got a floral version, for some reason, that exists. Okay. Glass in this door is broken. Perhaps it was the killer who broke it in order to take the piggy bank. It's a bit odd that the inside of this case is so devoid of glass shards. Plus, the glass broke rather cleanly. What is it? I touched the glass and I cut my finger. Oh my god. What are you doing? Like... Why would you... Oh my god, why? It hurts, Mr. Edgeworth, it hurts. Please tell me you can deal with such a minor cut on your own. Oh... Now, this girl is, like, completely out of it. She's, like, she falls asleep in the middle of conversation. She touches the broken... She just touches the broken glass. She's trying to sell you everything in the shop to get a commission. Oh. What is this? What is this game? Security, there's a lock on this display case. Miss Mila, if I may ask about this lock. Please turn on light. I turned the light on and it's like... The one who's in charge of the shop is Miss Rhoda, so... She's got the keys to all of the display cases. I see. Oh, I bet you want to buy something. Do you want me to go get the key from her? No, that's alright. I don't want to buy anything. Go-You Airlines related books lines this shelf. The history of Go-You Airlines, the future of Go-You Airlines, the 7 wonders of Go-You, fight on Go-You Airlines, working name You-Go Airlines, You. The titles make it very clear that they won't be making the top sellers list anytime soon. Alright, I think that's everything in here investigated. So now we want to do the... I'm assuming we want to deduce here, and then say it's connected to the... Say that this spot's connected to this. I just love the Eureka! The Eureka line. There's definitely something very unusual about this. About what? The killer had broken the glass to get at the Captain Yugo Bank. There should be shards of glass inside the case itself. Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess it'd be like that. However, there's not a single piece of glass inside the display case. No, there isn't. Which means that the glass was broken from the inside out. The piggy bank must have fallen over from the turbulence and right through the glass. Yeah, that's for sure. There's so much glass all over the floor. I'm willing to bet that this hat was knocked off its head at that time, too. That's nice. This leads me to believe that the killer took the Captain Yugo Bank from here after the turbulence. The plane shook so much during it that it made a huge mess at the shop. And then obviously the bank has been updated. She just fell asleep again! Take your power naps on your own time, Miss Meal, and listen when I'm talking. But the murder occurred before the turbulence, which rules this piggy bank out as the murder weapon. So you mean the bank's not the real murder weapon? It's a fake? Yes, at that point, that is a very real possibility. Then what if when the killer went to take Captain Yugo, they broke the glass by accident? The display case is locked, so that's highly unlikely. Yeah, but there's one person who could have. Oh, and who would that be? Miss Rhoda, of course. I mean, she's the one in charge of this place, so she has the keys to everything. Miss Rhoda Tenero, huh? I think that's everything now. We do more logic, I guess. Yeah, more logic. Suitcase with turbulence, present the front wheels, and then examine... so more logic. Suitcase plus turbulence. Yes, there is definitely something wrong here. What's with the sudden yelling? Tell me, Miss Meal, don't you think there's something strange about these suitcases? Oh, well, sure. They totally are strange. With the color and the such. That's not what I'm talking about. Now pay attention. You're scaring me, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. These suitcases are lined up a bit too prim and proper. Yeah, they look a bit uptight, don't they? But I guess I take after their creator. Again, that's not what I meant, Miss Meal. Don't you find it unusual that these cases are the only ones just undisturbed by the turbulence? Never mind, I'd sooner find an answer by inspecting these suitcases myself. Alright. On closer inspection, they really are quite hideous. I wonder how Miss Rhoda would have reacted if she heard what you just said. What's wrong? She makes a good point. It would be wise of me to watch what I say out loud. What's this? I spotted something that's not quite right. What is so unusual about this suitcase? Oh, I just realized this now. The wheels are blue, 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 but this one's purple. This one's purple. Something very peculiar about these wheels. As in, As in, there are no stoppers in place on these. Without stoppers, one would think that the turbulence would have sent it flying. And so it is very likely that this suitcase was placed here after we hit that turbulence. Let's take a closer look at it, shall we? Okay, sure. This was apparently designed by Miss Tenero herself. The design has a certain je ne sais quoi about it. Yes, perhaps that is the best way to put it. I'm pretty sure it's just the wheels that we have to inspect. What's this? The wheel is completely covered in something. Its color and the scent. It appears the substance in question is grape juice. But why would there be juice on the wheel of a suitcase? Anything else that would be sus with this? Can I open it? Hang on. I hate this controller. This is what I mean. I'm not even using... It's because of this... Would appear to be unlocked. Let's take a look at what's inside. Piece of cloth. Wait, this cloth has, you know, and it's soaked with blood. It's blood. Appears that this suitcase is very strongly tied to our murder after all. Okay, investigation is done. So explain this to me. What does this suitcase have to do with the murder? I believe it's pretty safe to say that the killer used the suitcase in some manner. Such as to move something, perhaps. Aren't you just talking about the cloth, then? That alone is too small. A larger item would be needed to move what I'm thinking of. The thing I believe the killer used the suitcase to transport is... What have we got? I'm guessing it would be the statue, the piggy bank. Was it the piggy bank? No, the crime scene notes. Hang on a second. Yeah, it's alright, I pressed the wrong thing, it's fine. It's crime scene notes. Really? Should have checked that. Crime scene notes, then... You've already got the bad ending anyway, so that's fine. Let's just scroll through real quickly and see what's happening. Because there is a trophy coming up as well. And another bad ending. If we, yeah. Another bad ending. Alright, so we want to do crime scene notes. Oh, the body, right. That's what they meant by crime scene notes. Something that would be fit inside a suitcase, but is also covered in blood. Sounds like a dead body, doesn't it? Go use suitcase, jot it down in the organizer. This was used to transport the body. It was designed by Miss Rhoda Tenero. And then bloody cloth found inside the suitcase. Its beautiful pattern has been soiled with blood. But... In light of this, I'd say Mr. Hicks was moved into the elevator from someplace else. Which means that the murder was committed in an entirely different location. So you're saying that after moving the body into the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase in here and just left it? Exactly. What is it? Nothing, just that... I was thinking about what Miss Rhoda said about coming here for something. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. Wait. Oh, you're back. Thanks. I wanted to give you a little bit more time. I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince the captain. I'm very sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but the captain feels that he has allowed you ample time. He says that he appreciate it if you could wrap it up here and return to your seat. I understand his sentiments, however, if I'm not allowed to complete my investigation, the crime scene may become contaminated by the time we land. If I must stop, then I insist I be allowed to oversee the preservation of the two sites. Under your supervision, of course. If that's your only condition, then I believe we can accommodate your wishes. I'm here to assist you in any way that I can, Mr. Edgeworth. Sounds like fun. You can camp out and watch over everything together. Found proof that the real crime scene was not in the lounge. I have enough evidence to prove myself to be innocent of any wrongdoing. And yet, regarding what Miss Meal reminded me about Miss Tenero, I can't allow my investigation to end here. The truth must come to light. So, intermission? I guess it is. Yep, so that's the first, like, segment part done. Yes, save there. Alright, March 12th, 1 p.m. local time, Hope Springs Airport. We are now landed. We have now landed. I know that once we had landed, I'm supposed to let the local police take over. And thanks to Miss Tenero and Miss Meal, I was able to preserve the crime scene. But I just can't shake it. Wasn't able to talk with Miss Tenero in private. So I'm just left wondering, just what was she up to? Why did she do what she did? There must be a way for me to continue my investigation. Wait. I've been expecting you, Miles Edgeworth. Wait, what? Francisca? Oh, now I've got to do a German accent. Oh, I just realized I've got to do a German accent now, because Francisca's... I gotta do a German accent for Francisca. I didn't know what to do for... I've gotta do a German accent now. I'm wondering...
Who's that Pokemon?
Francisco, I thought you were still in Germany. I go where I am needed. And wherever there are criminals to be caught. My name is Francisca von Karma. The daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma. She, like myself, is a prosecutor. Are you heading up this case? Be a bit of a relief if you are. Don't you try to flatter me, Miles Edgeworth. I am placing you under arrest. What? It's quite frustrating, actually. I had hoped to exact my revenge on you in a different venue. But I'll have to take what I can get. I never thought I'd see the day. When a disciple of the House of Von Karma shall become a criminal, I have you no shame. Wait, there's all been a big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim. A misunderstanding? I heard all about the murder over at the police radio from the captain himself. You waited for the victim on the first floor, and then beat him to death. Francisca, do you honestly believe that I killed a man? I suppose I should reserve judgment until after I have investigated this for myself. Daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma, became a prosecutor age 13 and lives in Germany. So she's 19 at the moment. I can put your arrest on hold until then. That's as it should be. I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you of all people. To be perfect in every way, the fulfillment of that creed alone is all that I strive for. Well, I have my own creed which I must fulfill, so why don't we solve this together? I have to get going. The crime scene awaits. Don't you dare leave town. Trust me, I have no intention to. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. Too slow. Listen up. I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up, understand? Mr. Edgeworth, I'm supposed to guard him? A simple yes or no, detective. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Just leave it to me. Miles Edgeworth. If you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? Now then, if you'll excuse me. See you again, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Boy, am I glad to see you okay. Thank you, detective. I believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. I'll get you through this. I have to admit, I'm a bit curious as to what Francisco is up to. Maybe I should ask the good detective. Very well, in that case, I have a few questions for you. Yeah, just immediately goes into talking mode. I'm assuming that I can do... there is another bad ending, but I can still do the entire investigation. Actually, there is a bad ending. If your logic fails, Francisco stops the investigation. So we want to try and... Can I get it before I don't think that I can. So I cannot get the bad ending until I am able to start presenting stuff. That makes sense, okay. Should try to get some information out of Detective Gumshoe first. Okay, so we can't do anything with that. What of you are the planes preparing for takeoff? Besides the turbulence, they're really not all that bad as a mode of transportation. This child seems to be happily enjoying the sight of so many planes. Wow, I'd love to take a run down that runway. Oh, the youth of today. So much potential, yet so misguided. I'm not going to talk to, Gumshoe until later. Lunchland? Not bad. I guess it's gotten big enough to warrant its own branch shops. Which should I go for? I recommend our airport special, World Flags lunchboxes, only available for a limited time. We have a vendor of lunchboxes made up to look like different countries' flags. I wonder if they're aiming to take Lunchland to the international market. Is that the guy from, the plane? I think that's the same guy from the plane. The one that was, This man was in first class with me. He was quite shaken up by the whole affair. I did it! Yeah, it's this guy. He made it the whole flight. I'm not scared of turbulence anymore. He must have been pretty scared. He's repeating the same thing over and over to himself. Looking from behind, I think I've seen this man somewhere before. Om nom 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 nom. In Soviet Russia, world flag lunchables eat in Soviet Russia, world flag lunchboxes eats you. I love I love oh. So if you didn't know, this is actually a character from, I think, the one of the original games. His name was Salmonella. Yeah, of course he does the Soviet Russia. Thing. Found it, lol. I feel a wave of creative powers coming on. It's over 9,000 lols. For my next leap move, it's gonna be the Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo Ojip Tokyo, versus the World Samurai, Captain of Earth. It's gonna box us so many boxes. So the Steel Samurai is finally getting a movie. Alright, let's talk to Gumshoe, because I don't think there's anything else left to do in here. Let's talk to good old Gumshoe. Please talk to Gumshoe. Alright. It's your investigation. So how was the initial investigation going? We just shipped the body off at the coroner's office. And we're taking statements now, sir. It sounds like Francisca. She was always good at quick responses to a case. So she was a little too quick, sir. How so? I rushed on over as soon as I got word of the affair, sir. Somehow when I got here, Miss Von Karma was already here barking out orders at everyone. It's kinda creepy, as though she knew there had been a murder or something, and come in advance to await your flight's arrival. That is sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly and out of the blue. Plus, I still don't know why she's here in America. There must be some backstory to all of this. This one caller just kind of popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. Something about chasing down leads related to a certain incident. No details? Kind of top secret, so she can't talk about it, even with me, sir. Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Plus, I doubt the top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, Detective. No, I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine. Anyway, that's about all the info I have, sir. We should find out more as we investigate. Indeed, we shall. Yes, it is high time to resume my investigation. Starting with talking to the people involved in this case afresh. I guess now we can... This child seems to be happily enjoying the sight of so many planes. I'm more excited to see these new places too. Just look at the size of these things. Do you like planes too, mister? The balance between the main wings and the tail wings is really something, huh? It seems that this child derives his pleasure from a different aspect. But I've also got a thing for the shape of the wings too. Here, mister, you can sit next to me. So about that plane's wing. Thank you, Detective, for leaving me out of this conversation. Can't believe there's no one manning the counter when a murder had just occurred. Relax, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm here. I'll make sure nothing else happens. You are precisely why I can't relax. What a view of the planes preparing for takeoff. I want to ride a plane someday and go overseas. Have you never been to another country before, Detective? No, not yet, sir. Don't even have a passport. But I've been saving up for that eventual someday. A penny a day, to be precise. At that rate, he won't be making any trips until well after retirement. Looking from behind, I think I've seen this man somewhere before. Yeah, okay, we've already talked to you. Is Gumshoe gonna pipe in? Mr. Edgeworth, we gotta get him some water. Phew. Good thing it was a false alarm, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Okay. So that was just the same dialogue, but a bit repeated. Completely ignoring me, as usual. Yep. Be pretty scared, too, if I got caught up in a murder investigation, sir. It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. It's got nothing to do with the murder, at least. Just Edgeworth's still twerking. Always wanted to give their steak lunch a try. If you really want one that bad, Detective, why don't you go and buy one? Is that okay, sir? Thanks. Alright, then I'm really gonna get one. Here I go. Excuse me, miss. I'll take a Star-Spangled Banner lunchbox, please. Hope he's aware that that's the most expensive one on the menu. Of course the American one is the most expensive. Maybe the tariffs hit this game as well. Alright, let's go onto the plane. Alright, March 12th, 1:37 PM, Flight G390, second floor, first class. Is that the captain, I guess? Because we have not seen the captain yet. So you must be the captain. Oh, yes I am. And who might you be? I am the prodigy prosecutor, Francisco von Gama, and I have a few questions for you. Don't you dare, Captain. Getting friendly with another woman. Oh, yep, this is suggesting exactly what I was thinking it was doing. I'll never forgive you if you do. What are you talking about? I only have eyes for you, my dear Cammy. Wouldn't bet money on a dear captain to be much of a reputable person. Sure you don't want to ask the captain some questions, sir? He was in the cockpit the entire time. I highly doubt he would know of anything of use. Anyway, I'd like to leave that type of witness to Francisco and her whip. She whipping the captain. I'm wondering if I'm gonna end up going back. Do I have to go back for a second? Okay, so we do have to do that. We do have to do a trophy before we talk to LeBlanc in here. Because there's a trophy that we need to do by examining stuff in things, so yeah. March 12, 1:40 PM, flight G390, first floor lounge. Sorry, I'm sorry. How long do you intend to hold me? It is impossible for me to be the criminal, I told you. Mr. LeBlanc? Oh, it is you. Tell this man to stop stopping me from going. Time is money. Don't have even 1 second of wasteful time to spend. Yeah, I need to go back to the top of the area first, because we actually need to do a trophy here. So we're gonna go all the way back, and we're gonna do everything possible. In here first. Mr. Edgeworth, what is that super expensive looking feast of Jurassic proportions? It's just the food they serve in first class. Wow, I'm so jealous, sir. I want to ride in first class sometime. Right, when pigs fly in my own private jet. Something supernatural about earthquakes and elevators. Though, is it just me or do elevators have a long-standing hatred for me? I may have a word with you, Miss Meal. No, you may not have a word with me. Don't want to talk to any other man except for the captain right now. Me too, Cammy. I would never talk to another woman. This definitely looks like a job for Francisca. Alright. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, this urn's got a seatbelt strapped tightly around it. Must be of great value to Mr. LeBlanc, then. Yeah, I guess if you don't want to churn your urn, then it's always best to buckle up. Obviously, but did that have anything to do with the case detective? Nobody gets my jokes. Alright, let's talk to the captain.
Who's that Pokemon?
Movie poster, so what's it for, sir? License to love, laugh, maim, and murder. Apparently, though I don't know what it's... Apparently this game can be completed in like 10 to 20 hours. I know that they're skipping a lot of text and just going straight to the collectibles, but like, it feels like such a shame. Like, if someone's just playing this game to finish it, and get through 10 to 20 hours, like, I feel like that's just robbing you of a game. Like, we've played this for, like, 3 hours plus the time today, so we've played this for, like, 8 hours or so, and it's like, I would never want to, like, 10 hours, I would never want to rush through this game. Because there's so many things that can just appear. It feels like such a waste, like, to... If you're just playing this game for trophies, fine, but... You know, like... If you care about the game, like, I would highly recommend, like, just playing this normally. It just feels like a poor, like, there's so many things that get referenced in this. That movie's in the in-flight special. Can't recommend it enough. You talk like that, you sound just like Miss Froda. You know how I hate that. Sorry, I didn't mean for it to come out like that, Gummy. Clearly the only remedy for this whip man is a solid crack of Francisca's whip. You impudent man, if you value your life, you will close that mouth of yours immediately. Well, Miss Von Karma's more hard-boiled than the movie. Alright, I just love how I'm behind that. What did I ever do to deserve this? All in this job, all I truly love is my sweet Cammy. Might I suggest you not to say that at this moment in front of Francisca? Francisca, I'd like to ask you about the investigation. Miles Edgeworth, can't you see that I'm in the middle of taking a statement? This man is only Captain Entitled. I'm going to teach him to do his job properly. Oh, okay. From now on, I'll keep my focus and take my responsibilities seriously. He's really trembling there. If it makes him take his job seriously, it's not such a bad thing, is it? Why are you looking at me like that, sir? This was the victim's seat. His jug is just lying there, and his spilled leftover coffee is just still there too. Don't suppose anyone ever expects to die. I just noticed that now that the coffee had been spilt over. Alright, this is where we get the trophy, I think. It's one of these. It's one of these things. This was my seat. Well, you read lawbooks even when you're flying, sir? Were you expecting anything less? Now come along, we must hurry to the crime scene. Hold on a sec, there's a different book stuck in there. The Steel Samurai's at... Detective Gumshoe? Am I gonna have to charge him with invasion of privacy? Oh, Edgeworth and his closet fandom for, Edgeworth's closet fandom for the Steel Samurai that he just denies constantly. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I think you have too many red knights on this board. It's just your imagination. It looks like that blue pawn is being completely surrounded by the red knights. Now you're seeing things. Sir, I don't think you're supposed to have lots of pieces of the same like that in checkers. I know that, detective. What did you take me for? There it is. The man in the seat was the one we just saw in the airport lobby hyperventilating. If you're so scared to fly, then why take an airplane to begin with? I do agree. Alright, we're gonna sync the trophy up, obviously. It's amazing. I was looking today, like, so I was talking about platinums with somebody, and there are people that have 15,000 platinum trophies plus, and I looked at my list just now, and I have 10,000. I've got 10,000 trophies in total. There are people that have 15,000 platinums in total. Like, it just goes to show how many trophies there are out there. I've got 163 platinum. Some people have 15,000. So, imagine how thing their lists are. It's like, I could never do that because it's just, you have to dedicate so much time to it. Yeah, if he's that scared, he should have called a ferry or a cruise ship or something. By the way, were you okay with all the turbulence, Mr. Edgeworth? Ah, yes, there was nothing I couldn't handle. Should have figured, right? As if you'd get on a plane if you were scared of them. Indeed. It's a really big floaty. But isn't it a bit early in the year for swimming? Detective, that is not for swimming, it's a lifesaver. So you can't swim with one of these. No, I mean, I suppose you could, but that's not what they're intended for. Well then, see? It's the same as a floaty. Shouldn't go around confusing people, sir. Why do I feel like I've just kicked a puppy? I accidentally clicked the wrong one. Oh, that woman's food is still there, by the way. The uncooked steak, the baguette, and the thing. Like, the steak is it's still there. The medium rare steak that I would definitely, if I was ordering that, would be it would be well done. That's the way that it has to be. The man in the seat was constantly drinking something. You know, right before payday, I do nothing but drink the soup from my instant noodles. That much sodium can't be healthy. You might want to go in for a checkup. Did you really think I was serious, Mr. Edgeworth? Sorry, sir, I'll never make another joke like that again. Man's worth of empty bottles are lined up here. And look, all of them have a letter inside. Let's see. I'll order anything as many times as it takes just to see your lovely face. My beloved Miss Tenero is what they all say. So, oh, it's... So this guy This guy loves the flight attendant. I guess it explains like why he drinks so much. It's because he wants to be served by this flight attendant. He wants to be served by the flight attendant constantly, so that's probably the reason why he's like that. At least that's what I'm assuming, anyway. Please put them back in the bottles, detective. Yeah, I can't destroy the beautiful love here by ruining the lettuce by accident. Alright. What's this? What is it, detective? Did you find an important piece of evidence? A giant parfait on top of bread and steak? Make me jealous, sir. It's a feast. Maybe I should just let him have the giant parfait so that we can move on. I mean, that parfait does look quite nice. The parfait and the bread, the steak, no. Cook the. If I got that ordered to me, I would send it back and say it needs to be well done. Well done steak for the thing. Like, I would send that. I wouldn't order it in the first place, but if I got served medium rare steak or thing, I would be like, nah, it needs to be well done, and I want it done so that there's no pink in sight. It needs to be no pink in sight. Absolutely none. So I guess I can investigate everything inside the hold, and then we just talk to LeBlanc. Where we can instantly fail the thing to get another ending. So just avoid talking to him. Got a piano on this plane? Hey, do you think I can try it out, sir? I think you would know better than to randomly touch things at a crime scene, detective. Besides, I didn't know you knew how to play. Of course I do. Practically proficient. Interesting. The things you learn about people on a daily basis. I can get Doe and Ray to come out just right, so... Two notes does not make a... Two notes does not a proficient pianist make, detective. Indeed. Oh, they blocked off part of the, crime scene. Mr. Edgeworth, you have to see this chair. It says in honor of Rockapels Day. What exactly is the big deal with these Rockapels? They're a seriously sweet Swiss superstar rock band, so... Makes me want to listen to one of their songs right now. Sorry, I got lost in that forest of S's just now. Do you want me to explain it to you again? You know, detective, I think I'll have to take a rain check on that, regrettably. Alright, well, we can't go through the, thing, unfortunately. Looks like we can't go beyond here, sir. Plus, the body has been sent off to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy. Hey, this statue. What about it, detective? Did you notice something? I saw this guy in a dream last night. The resemblance is a little uncanny, sir. You saw him in your dreams? Oh yeah, I saw him and then I arrested him. I wanted to show you just how vital I am in our partnership. Being useful in your sleep is of no help to me in the real world, detective. Oh man, there's a really pretty lady in that plane over there. She's looking over here. Quick, sir, wave at her with me, please. I refuse to be your wingman on this. Oh, this dialogue. There are a few copies of Sky Magazine in the magazine rack. This one's special. Oh, it looks like it's an English trivia quiz. Oh, I've got one. What starts with I and means boldly rude and disrespectful? The answer is most definitely insolent. Time's up. Sorry, sir, but the correct answer is insolvent. Nope, you got that one wrong, detective. Detective Gumshoe, don't tell me your English ability is at the same level as him. So you can't go in there. I'm Miles Edgeworth. I'm one of the prosecutors on this case, so please let me through. I'm very sorry, sir. No one is allowed to enter without Miss Von Karma's express permission. But I'm on the case. Yes, I understand that, but I also have explicit instructions not to let you through from Miss Von Karma. How would you do this to me, Francisca? Alright, I think I should save in the off chance that by talking to him I have to present something to things, so... Did you finish taking your statement yet? Yep, all done, sir. Do not concern. If you're not done examining the cargo hold, I want my cargo back. LeBlanc's cargo. If you make a single scratch on my art, you will pay. Art? What sort of art? Mr. LeBlanc is an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down in that cargo hold, sir. It's practically a mountain of them, large and small. From folk costumes to some statues, I sell all kinds of arts. Folk costumes? Speaking of which, Mr. LeBlanc's hat. Kinda looks like that other piece of cloth. Is this the point where I would present something? I think it is. Yeah, it is. We present the cloth, and then we talk to him again for some more stuff. But we want to intentionally fail here so that we get a, we want to intentionally fail at this point so that we get a, game over, for another bad ending. Did I save? I think I did. Because it saves on real time. Yeah, I did. I get distracted sometimes. So we want to intentionally present the wrong evidence. You can say you have the guts to show me a piece of evidence of art at this time. From a single glance, I can already tell it is mostly worthless. This has much more value than a piece of non-art, I assure you. You look like you have something to say. Perhaps you were thinking, like, casting pearls before swine. You hit the nail on the head for once. Wait, what? Hang on. I'm supposed to present the wrong evidence, right? Can I present more evidence? How do I get a bad ending here? How do I get a bad ending? If your logic ends here, Francisco stops the investigation despite Gumshoe's protest. You get thing on the spot. I'm so confused. There's nothing here that can get me a bad ending. I haven't done anything that would weird.
Who's that
Very weird.
Pokemon?
It's fine though if I don't get it. So I will need to present him the... Mr. LeBlanc, can you please take a look at this for me? It's weird. I need to present the wrong evidence, but then I also don't have the wrong evidence to things. So it's a Borginian cloth. As I suspected, your head is made of the same material, I suppose. Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous, orders come from over the seas for more. That's updated, sure. This is the cargo you were talking about earlier. No, my cargo this time is much many gigantic. You, detective, can I have my cargo moved? You can get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal. Stubbornness of you, police, it is no good. It is no good that attendant refuses to exit the attendance room, too. That attendant? I wonder if he's talking about Miss Tenero. What am I supposed to do? Upgrade the Borginian cloth? Talk to... I guess I just go inside and I talk to the other girl? Like, is that what it is? Oh, there we go. That's what we're looking for. What do you mean by that attendant, Mr. LeBlanc? She was taken into the attendance room for her interview. And then they still have not come out. They make no sign of coming out either. I was finished with my own interview much earlier, much quicker than her. Why is Mr. Nero's interview the only one that's taking up so much time? Alright, well, Francisco's back. Miles Edgeworth, you were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you? Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of the flight attendants. Speaking of attendants, I'd like to speak with Miss Sonero. Wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room. Before I do, you still have to clear up a few issues surrounding your own circumstances. I understand. You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking, but you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth. Okay, maybe it's here that we have to intentionally, like, fail to get the ending. Francisca's logic. Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here, in this very lounge the body was discovered. From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until the body was found, the only person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect. Alright, so it must be here that we have to intentionally fail. Yep. Likeliest suspect, Francisca. Do you have any problem with that? No, but it's unlike you to use such vague wording. You're usually a bit more absolute. Simply trying to watch out for you. Was my kindness too hard for you to comprehend? Thank you, but your leniency is unnecessary, for I will prove my innocence soon enough. If I want to continue my investigation, I'll have to break her line of sight. Break her line of logic. For line of sight. I've got to break her line of sight. I have to. She's totally like trying to 360 no scope me in like a multiplayer game. We have to break the line of sight between us and Francisca. That's definitely what we need to do. That sounds like the most accurate wording that I can think of. Alright. Hey, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the redeem. How are you doing today? All as well. We are on to Investigations Collection. Finally, after I don't know how long it's been since I played Apollo Justice. It's a fun. We're also intentionally getting the bad endings. I'm trying to voice act every character. All the bad endings. Make sure we press every statement so we get extra dialogue options. Platinum Trophy playthrough, everything. Fun game so far. A lot of funny voice lines and characters. Francisca's logic. Alright, let's have a look at this. I'm doing good. It's just really cold right now. I think it's been almost a year, actually, since I played this. Yes, all the bad endings. So, I have a guide that tells me where all the bad endings occur. In the first game, there are 7 bad endings for each case. So we're intentionally, like, allowing our logic to drop to 0 so that we can, see the bad endings for each case.
Hold it.
You think you're being a bit rash by simply declaring me the culprit? I like my affairs to be simple and perfect. I'll show you the meaning of both when I finish this whole thing within 3 minutes. Oh, you say that you're cooking a pack of instant noodles. She's still whipping everyone. Everyone's getting whipped. Yes, there's 7 bad endings in every case. So there's 5 cases to this game. So there's essentially 35 bad endings. They're like short little sequences where it's like, oh, like the investigation gets halted because there's like multiple people that get accused. I won't allow even 3 seconds of useless testimony to be uttered in my presence. I see, she hasn't changed a bit. So there's an ending here where I think Francisca probably arrests us. Yeah. But I won't allow her to send me to prison so easily. So we're intentionally getting the answers wrong.
Hold it.
So tell me, Francisca. You just recently finished the second game? I have not played either of these games. This is my first time playing, so I have no clue, like, what... I've got no clue what happens. The first case is already... The first case was fine. It was fine for what it was. wasn't anything groundbreaking. It was a fine case. It was more so just I like what this game does with the interactions with the little mini cutscenes. So tell me, Francisca, do you know all there is to know about the crime scene? No, all that I need to know in order to arrest you. And nothing more? Are you saying there is more I need to know? Why'd you whip me, sir? Sorry, Scruffy, my hand must have slipped. Oh, Francisco. Glad you never spoke on it. Second game of cinema. I mean, I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I don't think there's ever been any bad case 5s, like final cases. I think every single final case has the potential of being the best case in these series, if you get what I mean. Like, some might be better than others, but if someone told me that any final case of any of the games was their favorite, I would not question it one bit. I would be like, that actually makes a ton of sense. Because, I personally liked, I'm trying to think off the top of my head which one I liked the most. I don't think anything tops Spirit of Justice at the moment. Spirit of Justice's final case being like 2 cases in one, and being the first time that you fight against Phoenix. Like, you're actively against Phoenix in that one case. And then you have to translate that towards the final one, where everything's stacked completely against you. I feel like, outside of me not really liking the stuff with the seance, but that was a more in general gameplay thing that I didn't like. I felt like that final case was pretty much like perfect, bang on. Yeah, I understand. It's very hard to say anything without spoilers. Like, these games do have a pattern to them. Like, every game in the series, it's usually you taking down like a... You just finished getting past Phoenix and boy, you didn't make it easy. Yeah. It's like, it's so weird. Like, every game always has you taking down the authority figure, but it's done in the same... Like, I could see someone complaining and saying that each game ends the same, where you're always taking down, like, the head of the Justice Department, or you're taking down the ruler of this area, or you're taking down this thing. But each and every one of them is still very different, and it still feels like it keeps you guessing. I think that's what makes the endings work, is like, yes, you know that you're eventually going to probably take down the same person, but it's how you get there is what makes it fun. What do you mean by scene? Please stop pretending like you don't know. It's insulting. Obviously, I'm talking about how Mr. Hicks was seen calling for an attendant at 5 a.m. And then, from the time after that call until the body was found. So it's like, you could say it's repeated constantly, but it's like, you can't say that every case is still not done in an exceptional way. And it always usually comes down to like one piece of evidence that you don't even realize that you have until after everything has already been revealed. And they do make it seem like it actually is hopeless. Obviously, we know that the hero is going to get out of it in some way or another, because these games continue into the next sequel and the next sequel. So you know that they're eventually going to get out of it, but you just don't know what they're going to pull out. In fact, the line does not make me the criminal.
Objection!
We'll see about that at the conclusion of this investigation. However, there is one thing that even you must admit at this time. So we're gonna intentionally present the wrong evidence just so we can get the bad ending. Under the circumstances, I suppose I can agree that I am the most likely suspect. I believe in you, sir. I don't think you did it. Miss Von Karma's gotta believe that too, right? I mean, you two are like siblings. Gumshoe's been whipped like, what, 5 times today? Quiet, Scruffy. Even if we were related by blood, that's no guarantee that he's not a criminal. Francisca, I demand to see some proof that you are not the guilty party. Likely a suspect, huh? What a roundabout euphemism. But it would appear that she doesn't know, yet know. About the new evidence that we acquired and where we acquired it. I'll take care of the gaps in her logic, one hole at a time. Alright, we're gonna save the game and intentionally tank our health, because we want to get a bad ending. I think this is bad ending 4 or 5. So we're just going to intentionally present the Prosecutor's badge every single time. Francisco, I believe your testimony just now conflicts with this piece of evidence. I believe that when you use the phrase, I believe, you are anything but certain. Which means that showing me that piece of evidence is just a way to waste time. There's no need to whip the evidence as well. Oh, why did you whip me too, sir? One more victim besides myself and the evidence adds to the pile. Alright. So this is just completely intentional. This piece of evidence perfectly exposes the flaw in your logic. Oh, well then, why did you show me how it does that? Just that. Go on. Well, I bet it's this part, right? This conflicts with something, right, sir? You have no idea what you're talking about, do you? Detective Gumshoe, don't speak up when you don't know what you're talking about. Ouch, I was just trying to follow your lead, sir. That you would allow a subordinate to take over. You're a disgrace. Guess that wasn't it. Are we gonna get a foolishly foolish fools moment? Because I like Francisco. I'm not sure if she's my favorite. It's so hard. Like, obviously Edgeworth is up there. Francisca. Blackwell is great. Von Karma for that one case that you do against him is great. Like my single favorite performance, like if I had to pick one singular case, I think Manfred von Karma's case from the first game is probably my favorite singular performance, but I don't think he's the best prosecutor out of all of them. I think he's just my favorite performance out of all of them. It's a hard one. Alright, skip through this real quick. It's a hard one to determine which one's my favorite. There's a lot. Like, I think singular prosecutor performance is Von Karma from the first game. But I think my favorite prosecutor is... It's hard to say Edgeworth, because Edgeworth is in so many games. And so it's kind of unfair. Because we're even getting to play as him here, so that also would rise his ranking up higher, but... They all did a great job. Alright, this is actually taking ages to get through, because I've got to mash through all this text. But yes, we are intentionally tanking our health. By just presenting the prosecutor's badge. I will be trying to get trophies though, so that's why I'm doing this now instead of thing. There's no trophy for doing this, but I wanted to do this for extra content, because chances are I'm not going to get this to low anyway. Why am I mashing the... doing that? I'm really hoping that they make the Phoenix and Layton game, because we're getting Layton next year. That's the other thing too. We're getting a new Layton game next year, I think. So I'm hoping that if we don't get a new Ace Attorney, they either do the crossover with Phoenix and Layton, or they announce a new Ace Attorney game. I think they're working on something. I feel like they have to be. Because RE9's already been announced, Street Fighter 6 is already getting DLC stuff and is already out. Can we get a new Ace Attorney game, please? That's what I would like. Tokyo Game Show is coming up soon. Maybe we get an announcement. Maybe we get something to say that they're making more games. I would like that. Would very much like that. Okay, we're gonna get the bad ending. Miles Edgeworth, stop squirming and start acting like an honorable man. There are still so many things I have yet to prove. You should know better than that, especially as a disciple of Manfred von Karma. So a low-life criminal like me is not worth hearing out, is that it? But Mr. Edgeworth isn't the killer. I will not allow you to cover for such low-life scum, Scruffy. Alright, there we go. We've been whipped now. I was arrested by the police on the spot. Thus, the truth was lost for all eternity. There we go. Case closed. Alright, we'll just load up a save game, because it was before we did the stuff with Francisca anyway. Is it here? I think it was this one. So I saved the game before I did this, so it should be this one. Alright, I don't know when the next ending comes up, so let's present the correct evidence this time instead. So the scene of the body was here, in this very lounge the body was discovered. No, we already have proof that the scene of the crime was taking place elsewhere because of the Gumshoe here as well. The suitcase. I think? Yeah, the suitcase. Because we know that the body was moved. It appears that you did not have all the information you needed after all. And what does that mean? I found a nice place of evidence just before I... a nice piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. A piece that proves that the body was moved from a different location. The killer used this suitcase to move the victim's body. I mean, the real scene of the crime is not this lounge at all. Now who's the one rashly jumping to conclusions? Excuse me? All you did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't prove that the body was moved. It could be that the killer simply chose that suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth. I expected you would come to that conclusion. It would seem I can't escape that easily. You should know better than that. Von Karma is perfect in every way. Ah, but did you know that the killer definitely wheeled the suitcase around at some point? As if there is proof of that. Where is the proof that this suitcase was moved around? We have the proof from the footprints. Because the footprints in the grape juice. And we also have the we know where the footprints are leading to. The spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. Yes, and I'd like to draw your attention to this area here. Where is the evidence that proves the killer dragged the suitcase through here? Obviously it's these lines. Because if we found on the bottom of the suitcase, one of the wheels had something on it. And this would suggest that they were dragged, so these lines here. I'm not sure if I should do the middle or if I should just do one of the lines, but I'll just pick one of the lines. This mark here, wouldn't you say it looks suspiciously like tracks on two wheels? Where's the next bad ending? No, nothing at the moment. Yeah, nothing at the moment. Nothing at the moment. Bad ending happens at the end of this part, or at the end of the thing. Further, there is also grape juice residue on the wheels of the suitcase. This means that the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here. I suppose this means that the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else. Glad you've come to your senses. Not so fast. This still doesn't put you in the clear. Not by a long shot. Alright, more logic. More Francisco logic. You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit that turbulence. And then you waited for the victim in the lounge, where you beat him to death. Then, while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed into the suitcase, the plane hit that patch of turbulence and out flew the body from within the suitcase. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it from, and pretended to be the discoverer of the body. Not a bad bit of logic for something you thought of on the fly. Just what are you insinuating? That I will show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide your fears from me. I'll expose the flaws in our logic in one fell swoop. Indeed, we shall. I don't think we'll finish this case today, because I don't have a lot of time left, and we're not even at the end point of the thing, and we'll at least get a decent amount through it. Alright. Press all the statements. Get some extra information out of them. How do you suppose I was able to take the piggy bank out of this display case? So I recall the case was locked. That's easy. If the case was locked, you simply had to hit the glass, like this. Oh, shut up my heart of glass. So she wants to talk about the in-flight shop and the Captain Hugo bank, does she? That takes care of how you obtained the murder weapon. But we've already determined that you couldn't break the glass because it fell out. So we have that evidence as well. Thought there wasn't any of the victim's blood found in the lounge. I thought you'd say that. What, did you think I wouldn't have noticed? I think you just found a way to cleverly hide the blood spatter in the lounge. By accidentally spilling grape juice on top of it. Are you accusing me of tampering with the crime scene now? We'll see, won't we? The forensic scientists are hard at work on that as we speak. And what do you propose I did after that? Did she add an extra statement? I don't think she had. Did she add an extra statement? Hang on. Was an extra statement added? No, it wasn't. It looked like there was. Let's put the victim's body into the suitcase, and then, where was I headed, Francisca? That's pretty obvious. You were bringing it to first class where you could safely keep an eye on it. We're talking about this thing, you know. I'd hardly call it discreet or ordinary. Annoying brat. Well then, you were intending to leave it inside the elevator. But unfortunately for you, a wrench was thrown into your plans because... Experienced turbulence on a flight before? Of course, many times. You get used to it after a while. The patch we hit was especially rough, and I passed out briefly, but only for a second. Good thing it was only for a second, sir. It'd have been bad if you had really blanked out. Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, blanking out is exactly what got me into this mess in the first place. That's enough of your idle chatter. I'm not through with you yet, Miles Edgeworth. If I were really a criminal, do you think I would be so easily... I would love if they intentionally made a character's name really long. And because Francisca's gimmick, if you've not noticed, she always calls people by their full names. She always calls people by their full names. And it reminds me of those... I don't know if anyone plays Genshin Impact. There's a thing that I saw when my sister was playing it, and it's like this really long name from Genshin, and they repeat it constantly. It just they say it so easily. It's like that really long. Oh, I can't remember what the name of it was. What was the name of the court thing? It was. Oh, what was that damn court name? I can't remember what it was called. Oh, what was the name of the place? And it just sounds so... Someone made a song. Someone made a song of it on YouTube. What is the name of it? It's like... It's like the name of the chord. Is it the chord? I can't remember what I'm gonna look it up. It's like by the order of the... That's what it is. The name is like the Oratrice Menonique de Annalise Cardinal. That's what... That thing. That's the name of it. That's what it was. It's like every time you hear them... Every time you hear the characters in Genshin talking and doing the voice, it's always like, oh, by the order of the Oratrice Menonique de Annalise Cardinal or whatever. It's just... I need someone to have a ridiculously long name just for Franziska von Karma to just be like, oh, by the order of the Oratrice Menonique and then Annalise Cardinal, like... Which literally translates to mechanical oratory of cardinal analysis, but like it's French in the game, so they're just constantly saying, by the order of the Oratrice Menonique de Annalise Cardinal. That's what it was. I need that in an Ace Attorney game where she just has a ridiculous name that she has to keep calling the characters. That would be fun. That would be a very fun, fun thing to do. That's what it was. I couldn't remember because I don't play Genshin, but someone made a video of just the characters just repeating the line all the time. You are certainly in the middle of being caught right now. To find a contradiction fast, or I won't have much of my own height left to save. I have to say, you are looking rather caught right now. And I'll tell you exactly what you did after that. You loitered around in the lounge.
Hold it.
Didn't pretend to be anything. I really was the first to discover the victim's body. Suppose that's true. So then, you are yielding to my statements. Don't be foolish. I still insist that you are the killer, but... in that sense, you really were the first to discover the body to be dead. No matter what I say, she seems dead set on making me out to be the killer. Her logic is reasonably sound, and the large majority of it reflects the truth. But there is one point about it that is not quite right. Yeah, so it's this part here, where she talked about the acquiring the piggy bank. We have evidences to know that that is not the case, because we know that it got broke. We know that the, we know that it broke. Get the bad endings way later. We know that we know that it fell, sorry. We know that it fell out of the, we know that during the turbulence it fell out, because if we broke it, the glass would have been inside the, thing. The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared. Evidence and logic. Essential tools that those who would stand in a courtroom must learn to master. What if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix? A fake? This Captain Ugo... Why did I say Captain Ugo? It's Captain Hugo. Piggy bank is just such a fake. It is not the real murder weapon. The timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important. And it was taken after the turbulence had occurred. But then what about the blood on the bank? I assume it was added after the murder weapon. What did I get a message for? Is that for something else? Okay, never mind. Assumed it was added after the murder when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase to the shop and left it there. Then the killer proceeded to pick up the bank from off the floor. And took it to fabricate a fake murder weapon by hitting the victim in the head. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted on my personage. In my pocket, to be precise. Everything was done so that I would be framed for the murder of Mr. Acme Hicks. You there? Yes, ma'am. Other than this piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found? Didn't find anything in this lounge or in the shop that could be used as one, ma'am. Most of the items that could have been used were broken during the turbulence. And the remaining items all tested negative for any trace of blood. I see. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it appears your store tactics are at an end. But it's possible that it's just hidden somewhere, sir. If the criminal had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place, I think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth. Exactly what I was thinking. Because the cloth was hidden inside that suitcase, it seems to me that the killer had not prepared a more secure place to hide the evidence. Which means that the real murder weapon is either still in the murderer's personage, or is still at the real crime scene. There is one more possibility, and that would be that the piggy bank is in fact the real weapon. But didn't we just... Let me finish. The killer took the bank out from the display case before the turbulence, by opening the lock on the display case door. And it was at that time that the glass pane in the door was broken. I'd say that's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, wouldn't you? Let's see, so that means that the killer had the key to the display case. Francisca, the person you're talking about... Not so fast, I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about also committed another sin. She tricked the captain, and granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, it is the sin of lying. Speaking of which, I recall that you also wish to speak with her. Yes. Very well, permission granted, but only if I can sit in on your interrogation. Do we understand each other? I have no intention of interrogating her, but you are welcome to accompany me if you so wish. Miss Tenero is in the flight attendant's room. Let's move. Is that everything? I think that's everything. We've already talked to... We talked to LeBlanc already. I don't think we have anything else left to do here. We've already done everything with the... Yeah, we've done everything already with thing. We can also get another ending in here. So... I'm going to, after we do our investigation, intentionally tank my health again, so that we can, go ahead and do that. But I don't think anything else... Is this the same? Piano's playing, and do you think I can try it out, sir? You could know better than to randomly touch things at a crime scene, detective. Wait, why is this repeating? I didn't see... What? They've refreshed the... All these have been refreshed for some reason. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to touch these again, because they're just going to repeat the same stuff. Let's at least talk to Francisca and see what she has to say. Tenero was in the flight attendant's room. Let's move. That blue door over there leads to the flight attendant's room, sir. Alright, let's go see what Miss Tenero has to say for herself. Can I talk to you anymore? You, hurry and solve your murder! If you do not, how am I supposed to have my cargo returned to me? If you could please be patient just a little longer, Mr. LeBlanc. Hurry and solve it, like a strike of thunder. It's as fast as lightning, and believe me, if I could, I would. Can we talk to this guy, or do we have to... Been told by Miss Von Karma that you can now enter the flight attendant's room. Please feel free to look around. Thank you. Now to unravel Miss Tenero's true intentions. Alright, time to go in. Gonna explore the attendant's room and do whatever else we need to do. March 12th, 2:23 PM, Flight G390, first floor, flight attendant's room. Obviously, I'll look around first, we'll talk to everybody, and then we'll intentionally tank our health so we can get another bad ending. So you're the one that poked around inside this plane without the captain's permission. Deviating from the flight attendant's manual is very unbecoming, you know. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that? Mr. Tenero? Mr. Edgeworth, you're here too. Can you please help us and shed some light on why you did what you did? Alright. Before we do that, let's explore around and actually interact with the environment, because there's going to be probably new stuff in here we can do. What is all this junk inside these boxes? There's no rhyme or reason to any of it. That's our lost and found, Mr. Edgeworth. Gold crowns and swords, necklaces, it's like a treasure trove in here, sir. The fact that these were left on the plane implies they were carried onto it to begin with. Something tells me it's time for Go-You to send its metal detectors out for repairs. How did someone get a sword? How did somebody get a sword through customs? Like, I'm pretty certain that, like, nowadays, maybe if you, the only way you're gonna get a sword through an airplane is gonna be, like, if it's some sort of antique. And even then, they would probably, like... Even then, it would probably be privately chartered, I would think. 'Cause I've always wondered how that works when it comes to, like, a museum. You know, if a museum wants... Let's say that, like, the Smithsonian Museum wanted to transfer King Arthur's sword, for example. Like, you know, let's say they want to transfer King Arthur's sword from, like, one museum to... back to England, for example. I'm sure they would have to either privately chart the plane themselves, or they would have to have some sort of special consideration, because I don't know how they would allow guns and swords and things like this to travel via... It would have to be, like, some sort of special plane thing, I guess. There's some souvenirs I brought in Bulgaria. So many. There's even a second box. Oh yes, I find that folk art from around the world does great things for my creativity. Those suitcases certainly could have done with a whole lot less of your creativity. Speaking of which, it's one of those suitcases designed by Mr. Nero. You can tell it's hardly ever been used by the lack of even a single scratch on it. So these are the attendant lockers, huh? Let's hurry up and examine them, sir. Why must men always be so rude? Besides, who exactly gave you permission to search through the attendants' lockers? Wait, detective. It would be uncouth of us to look into a woman's locker without permission. Yeah, I guess so. Plus, I fear this murderous draft, and I can sense a whip not far behind. Can I interact with the poster? No. Can I talk with... Gumshoe? We can talk to him after this, because we moved into a new area now. Not that I need help anyway with him. Oh, I don't want to go inside. Ah! That's not what I was trying to do. Okay, so that's the... Oh, that's the entry out. Never mind. I was like, what's going on? What exactly is this panel for? That's the emergency control panel for the elevator. We use it to stop the elevator on the first floor and to keep its doors open. Sure. Well, go on. Let's hear our troublesome attendant out. In due time, I do have one thing I'd like to ask you. Yes? Do you plan to continue using that whip for the foreseeable future? Of course, I've wrangled many a testimony out of people thanks to it. Yeah, probably a whole ton of yelps. And I'm willing to bet that the majority of them came from you, Detective. Okay. It's pretty easy to tell who sleeps in which bunk just by looking. I'm almost certain that the well-kept one on top belongs to Mr. Nero. This bottom one is a giant mess. You sloven, swallowed scoundrel of a man. You dare to scrutinize a woman's bed and invade her privacy. There are some things in life best kept to yourself, Detective. There's sure to be a clue of some sort in this trash can. Detective Gumshoe, if you please. Sir, you just leave the rummaging to me. Scruffy, how dare you go through a woman's trash without her permission? Have you no sense of honor? I'm sorry, I'm just doing what Mr. Edgeworth told me to do! Forgive me, Detective. Any other things I can do? I can still talk to you. This door leads to the cargo hold, but I can't let you through without Miss Von Karma's express permission. It's not a bad way to handle the situation if I... any old case, but this isn't. So between you and me and Miss Von Karma, who's better at their job? Well, there is no comparison to be made, Detective. None. Miles Edgeworth, isn't there something that you should be doing right now? Of course, I should be asking Miss Tenero for her side of the story. That's right. And how does that have anything to do with what's over there? Nothing, really. If you already know that, then why don't you hurry up with the interrogation already? We'll talk to Gumshoe, and then we'll talk to Tenero. What are you doing, and why are you fidgeting? I've never been on a plane before, and I've never been in an attendance room. Well, even on a normal flight, one would rarely need to enter one. Don't know when I'll ever get to be on a plane again, so I want to soak it in all now, so... Let's see, a box full of crowns, a yellow suitcase, and oh, what a great trip. Page Detective Gumshoe, kindly return to the situation at hand. Francisca's logic. Way to show her who's boss, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, you show him. Not even Miss Von Karmerswip is a match for you. You give me too much credit. She simply didn't have all the information. To be sure, the fights will become tougher and tougher as this investigation progresses. That's alright, Mr. Edgeworth. You've got me watching your back. Make sure to keep an eye on supporting you any way I can. You just say the word, sir. Really? Then how about standing out in front and absorbing whiplashes for me? Oh, I think poor Gumshoe's been whipped enough. I think we need to, like, allow for ourselves to be whipped a little bit, like... Yeah. Poor Gumshoe's been whipped enough. Alright, Captain's permission. Why did you lie about receiving the Captain's permission like that? Because I didn't think I would be able to get his permission. What do you mean? The Captain, he only has ears for Cammy. I spoke with the Captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seems to be rather taken with Miss Meal. Yes, and on top of that, I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I wanted to make amends. In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges. Really? You were able to prove your innocence? Oh, thank you, goodness. Miss Tenero, is it? There is one more thing I'd like to ask you. You were in the in-flight shop before the turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly. Yes, I was. And why were you there? Well, rather sudden hesitation. Francisca seems to have struck a nerve. In-flight shop? All I did was go check up on the shop like I always do. You're saying it was for work, then? Yes, I'm in charge of the shop, so I have to keep an eye on it. I don't have any reason to go there otherwise. After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct? Yes, I came back. To freshen up and adjust my makeup. Sorry, but there isn't much else to tell. Tenero claims to have no reason other than duty to go to the shop. But is that all there is to it? Maybe I should ask her about that thing. Okay, so this is the point in time where I'm going to save, and then we're going to do the next bad ending, because it's at this point where we can fail it. I'm pretty sure that it is. Let's see. Yeah, if we run out of logic here, because then we have to do a few other presentation stuff. Yeah, so we want to intentionally fail our presenting here. Oops. Or is it later? Actually, no, it might not be this one. It might be when we, because if we present her evidence, it's fine. It's only when we present, inaccurate information. Yeah, so that means that the suitcase here would be the... It would be this. So, then that gives us... Yeah, so it's later. Okay, so we want to intentionally present the wrong option in the next part. If you could please take a look at this for me, Mr. Tenero. Oh, that suitcase? Yes, about that suitcase. You were the one who designed it, correct? think I figured something else out about it. The suitcase is the reason you went to the shop, isn't it? There's something you won't find out eventually, is there? Would you please tell me more about this suitcase? Yes, I was interested in seeing how the suitcases I had designed were selling. I know that as a service professional I'm not supposed to care, but I really wanted to know. And I was glad to see that it was the last one. Last one there? And then that should give us the, here we go, the last suitcase. There we go. So you're saying, Mr. Nero, that the suitcase in question was the last one? Yes, they're just so popular, they're practically flying off the shelves. That's not exactly the impression I got. The one in the shop is most definitely the last one. Well, we're currently looking at that suitcase. Really? Then I guess we sold out all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one. I didn't say anything about buying it. I didn't say you'll buy it. I'm sorry, I can't. But why? I think it'd go great with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. It really suits you. Imagine Edgeworth just walking around the airport with like this regal presence, like the cravat, the well-dressed like suit and everything like this, and he's just carrying around a rainbow-colored. He's carrying around a damn like brightly colored pink, green, and yellow suitcase with rainbow lettering in the airport. Like it definitely the complete opposite of Edgeworth. The complete opposite. But it is what it is, right? It is what it is. The complete opposite. Just the complete and utter opposite of what Edgeworth would be, caught wearing. Guarantee it personally is a service professional. Well, that is... How should I put this? It's hideous. What? I mean, at least he blatantly told her. Maybe that was a bit too direct. Moving on, my issue with the suitcases isn't the design, it's the number of them remaining. Oh god, I'm getting tired again. Only got an hour and a half left to go. We can get through this. Remaining? There were 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it. 2? But that's impossible. Sure there was only 1. Looks like her story has generated quite the contradiction. When I left the shop, positive there was only 1 suitcase left. Something is amiss here. What could the meaning of this inconsistency be? By the way, Mr. Nero, what is one of those suitcases doing here? That's... I thought you said there was only 1 left. That one is... It's mine. I've used it for a very long time now. She's used it for a long time? I think not. Mr. Nero, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't lie to me. Excuse me? Don't believe for even 1 second that you've used this for a very long time. What proves that this hasn't been used for nearly as long as Mr. Nero says. Okay, this is the point in time where I can present something that's wrong. Please don't make me have to redo this again. I should have saved beforehand. Let's just present the wrong thing constantly. Simply by looking here, you can tell. Okay, now I can make a save. It's fine if I lose health. It's not like a big deal. I couldn't, Tell me by looking where? Please, a simple glance won't do. Look harder. I don't get it either, sir. I suppose I have no choice but to explain it to you once again. I suggest you take your own advice. A simple glance won't do, Miles Edgeworth. She just had to figure it out. There must be something that proves the suitcase isn't brand new. Obviously, it's the price tags on the thing. Because you would remove that. What proves that this hasn't been used for the thing? But we're intentionally tanking our... we're intentionally tanking our health again to get a bad, to get the next bad ending. This should be bad ending 5, I think? Yeah, bad ending 5. Yeah, I don't know if we'll get through this in an hour. We might get through it in an hour and a half, considering there's, it doesn't seem like there's a lot left, but there might be. We might get through the... Yeah, we might get through the next part. Yeah, we might get through, we might finish this chapter. We'll see. Considering we started this, we started this chapter about nearly 4 hours ago. It's more like probably 4 hours, 4 hours ago. So there's a chance we could finish this case. I'm not trying to rush through it. I'm doing all the extra parts, all the extra presses, all the extra endings.
Take that! Take that! Take that!
Okay, that's enough, Miles Edgeworth. I think we've heard plenty. How so? Road of Tenero? I'm finding quite a few points in your story a bit hard to swallow. Why not come back to the precinct with me and let's talk it over again, nice and slow? No, help me, Mr. Edgeworth! It's Tenero. There we go, it's over. Alright, she's gone. Mr. Nero was taken into custody under the pretense of a valuable witness. Thus, the truth was lost for all eternity. Alright, load our previous game. Wait, oh, I saved. Never mind, that's right. I saved, intentionally there. Yeah, so it's obviously the price tag. If it was, something that you've been using for a long time, you would have taken the price tags off. Presumably. Tell me, Mr. Nero, is it also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase? What is the meaning of this? Why would you lie about a suitcase? Despite having faith in a design sense, the sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Mr. Nero, I think I understand. I know what you were trying to hide. Now then, this suitcase was originally in the flight attendant's room, the in-flight shop, or first class. It would have to be in the in-flight shop. Seeing as how the price tag is still on its suitcase, one could only assume that it was out on the floor for sale in the shop. And the person who bought this suitcase was, I mean, did you buy it? But it wasn't you that bought it. It couldn't have been Cammy, it could have been anyone else. Unless Acme bought it. Oh, bought... But then why would she leave the tags on then? Why would she bought... Why? It has to be her that bought it, but why would she have left the tag on? That's strange. So it is her. Like, that's a strange idea. Like, a strange thing. That it would have been her. I thought they were just trying to say that it wasn't her, but... So she must have bought her own tag, I guess, and just maybe bought it recently. Hate to say this, but this suitcase that you designed hasn't sold very well, has it? You saw how poorly this design that you poured your heart into was selling, and were deeply hurt. That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling by buying it yourself. Isn't that right? And the reason you went to the shop and came back here was... I'm sorry. All I really have is my job. I was overjoyed when my design was chosen. I thought that maybe I had finally accomplished something. But the suitcases didn't sell. It's because of the design, isn't it? Or because it's as you put it, hideous. Can't say they chose a great place in which to sell them, either. You weren't selling a single one, and they were just sitting there collecting dust. I felt so bad seeing them there, day in and day out. So I decided to buy one for every flight I worked. You buy one every single time you work a flight? I see. So in order to keep your resolution, you went and bought one. Why would this light come on? Seriously, like it's making me look like I'm in the darkness. Yes, and here is my receipt for that purpose. This receipt is clearly timestamped 5:40 AM. Bought at the in-flight shop and left in attendance room. The timestamp says 5:40 AM. Actually. The truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight. Mr. Nero, where are those other suitcases? Should all be down in the cargo hold. There we go. Thank you. Then the suitcase the killer used could very well have come from the cargo hold. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't think that the killer used one of my suitcases to... Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body. How could they? Those suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers on our trips. That's all I ever wished for them to be. Mr. Nero, is there any other way to get to the cargo hold other than the elevator? The only other way is just through that door there. And what about security? The door has no special lock installed because just to enter this room, you need a special key card that only crew members have access to. Which means that the culprit is someone who can enter this room, eliminating the passengers and leaving only crew members as potential suspects. Can't believe it. Yes, Francisca? Going on with these wild goose chases, you're a disgrace to the Von Karma name. And what do you mean by that? The suitcase came from the cargo hold. That fact alone tells the story.
Who's that?
Yes, which is why I said the culprit must be a crew member who used their keycard. Miles Edgeworth, you're proposing that the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, right? Yes, that's the only realistic possibility. That other attendant, Miss Meal, I asked her earlier and she had this to say. Francisca's got information out of Miss Meal? In order to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different keycard is required. A different one? Yes, and the only person who holds that particular card is you, Miss Rhoda Tenero, and only you. Is this true, Mr. Tenero? Yes, I keep that keycard in my locker at all times. Could you please show us that card right now? Yes, hold on. Alright. I don't believe it. What's wrong? The keycard, it's gone. Very clever. Pretending that your card was stolen when in fact you're just trying to hide it from us. You've really thought this through. Wait, it's not like that. You can tell us about it. You can tell us all about it. You can tell us all about what it's like down at the station. Officer, arrest this woman. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Edgeworth. What's wrong? There's disbelief written all over your face. Francisco, I know that you are the lead investigator in this case, however... Hold it, don't even think about wasting any more of my time. You know the rules as well as I do. Evidence speaks louder than words. Even if this isn't a courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth? I intend to do likewise. Alright, that's the, right at the 6-hour mark. We have like an hour and 15 minutes before I would normally finish. That's actually... That's another late intermission section, so... we've been on this case since, yeah, about, 4 hours. Okay, March 12th, 2:52 p.m., Flight G390, lower deck cargo hold. Wow, so this is the cargo hold, huh? It's so big! That's what she said. Ah, I see, there's like a whole bunch of the suitcases there. This plane is a special model. It has both a super large cargo hold and ultra luxurious first class seating. So is this the real scene of the murder? There is certainly a high probability of that, which is why we are here, correct? Okay, let's get investigating, sir. Alright. Lower deck cargo hold. Oh, yeah, sometimes Edgeworth would just do that. Okay, we'll, talk to, Gumshoe later. Can I go back up the stairs? Can. Alright, usually I investigate everything first, then I talk to everyone. Just love pushing the buttons on elevators, because the reason it's better to talk to everyone later, because usually if you investigate everything in the other Phoenix Wright games, and you've grabbed all the evidence, you can then, like, give them the evidence, you can then get extra dialogue options depending on things that you've done. Very rarely do they actually, like, have a thing where it's like, talking to people first, and then get evidence. Usually it's only if there's something locking you out. Just love pushing the buttons on elevators and crosswalk signals. You should give it a try, sir. Go on, push it. The elevator is currently stopped on the first floor, Detective. It can't move. Well, yeah, I guess nothing would happen if you pushed it now. Oh, nothing would happen normally anyway without the special keycard. Both the door to the attendance room and the elevator's control panels require a keycard, which makes it impossible for a passenger to come down here. So boxes are piled up here. This one says flammable, and this one says pharmaceuticals. This one says for exorcism use only. Just what kind of operation is the airline running? Highly flammable, use for exorcism only? Like, what is this? What is this airline? Hey, what's with that suitcase, pal? Well, the victim checked in, sir. So this suitcase belonged to Mr. Hicks. Don't think he'd mind if we took a closer look. There's nothing out of the ordinary in here, sir. Wait, a file? And there's a photo of Miss Von Karma in it, sir. Looks like a profile on Francisca. Why did Mr. Hicks have documents on Francisca in his possession? Why would Mr. Hicks have had a file on her? Can we look at that? Oh, that's the... Never mind, that's the, We haven't looked at the cloth yet, either. Let it be this much blood on this piece of cloth. Was the victim wrapped in it at some point? According to Miss LeBlanc, this texture is fairly famous. What a waste. I'm fairly certain there's nothing else to check up on here. And this is the receipt. Just as Miss Nera said, timestamp says she bought the suitcase at 5:40 a.m. I'm trying to see what it says. Okay. How much? Excuse me, how much? $1,200. $1,200. If you have any questions regarding this transaction, please comment as I go you out. $1,200 for a suitcase. No wonder they weren't selling. Do suitcases really cost this much amount? Let's have a quick look, shall we? Let's have a quick look and see how much a suitcase. I'm pretty certain suitcases don't cost this much amount, like this amount, especially something like that. Surely not. Surely not. How much does a suitcase cost? Let's have a quick look and see. You can get suitcases at for $17. Well, actually no, that's are they really that expensive? Like, you can get suitcases for $200. Carry-on suitcases like what this one is, you can get them for $200. $1,200? $1,200 for a suitcase. What even is this? Why? Why? Like that much? $1,200 for a suitcase is insane. You could probably make a suitcase for $1,200 and it'd be cheaper. Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew. Sure brings back memories of when I worked as a part-time mover, sir. By the look in his eyes, he's waiting for me to ask about the rest of the story. But no matter how he pours on the puppy eyes, I have no intention of doing so. Oh, Edgeworth. Didn't know that this plane was capable of carrying such large pieces of cargo. This thing's as tall as you two on top of each other, sir. Probably would take 20 of you to cover the entire surface of this monstrosity. What, really? Yeah, I guess that sounds about right. There's really no need to take that throwaway estimate serious, Detective. Alright, obviously there's a suitcase that's missing. Oh, these suitcases, Mr. Edgeworth, it's like an all-you-can-use suitcase fair. These must be all the leftover ones they couldn't sell. The ones the company is planning to dispose of after this flight is over. This paint job is really cool, don't you think? It practically screams artsy. Why not purchase one then? I'm sure it will bring you much happiness. You think so? Then maybe I will. Let's see here. $1,200! Even he said 12. Think I'll pass. And Miss Tenero wonders why they don't sell. You'd need 2 jobs just to buy one. Yeah, exactly. $1,200 again. $1,200 for a suitcase. Like, yeah, no wonder. I was like, oh, I feel bad for her that the suitcases aren't selling. And keep in mind, every time she goes on a flight, she is buying a suitcase. So she's paying $1,200 per suitcase. Out of her own money that already costs her money to make. Why? Well, it definitely looks like one is missing. What is this brittle substance I'm stepping on? It's a bunch of glass fragments. What are these glass shards from? Well, we know what they're from already. Notice anything strange around here? No, sir, I haven't noticed a thing. I'm not sure that he meant to sound so oblivious. I'm not gonna ask it. Well, we're gonna talk to Gumshoe anyway. This cargo hold is really big. I can't believe they can fit stuff like that in here. Detective, what are you going on about? We're in the middle of an investigation here. Whoa, stuff's falling on me. Can't really get into my work without something like this happening at first. Well, let's get this show on the road. So which item do you want to start on? In this world, there are those who are masochistic, and then there is Gumshoe. Tenero's lying? It's that flight attendant. Rhoda Tenero? She's the killer, isn't she? Don't think we can say for sure yet. There certainly are a great number of things pointing us in that direction. You mean like how she didn't tell us about her buying her own suitcase? Yes, however, in regard to the keycard being stolen, I can't seem to find any evidence that she's lying about that. Let's talk to Francisco then. You arrived at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? And you then immediately began to direct the investigation. It seems to me that you are already here at this airport for something besides this murder. Yes, I was. Why at this airport? I've been following a very large and involved governmental level international crime, but it's much too large for one person to take on alone. So it was decided that I should form a joint investigation with Interpol. Francisco came to this airport as an Interpol liaison. Interpol is involved. It's a top secret operation, so I really can't tell you any more than I already have. Sure. I guess we're done now, so we just do all the logic. Because we've already, we've done the logic already. That's already been investigated. Yeah, glass and the glasses. And then the Interpol stuff. And then, yeah, okay. That's fine. Alright. L1. No, L1. L1. L1 for the, so obviously the glasses and the shards go together. We can safely conclude that these fragments are from a pair of glasses. The victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses. Exactly what I was thinking. Sure that the shards would match up perfectly with the remnants of his glasses lenses. Okay, the victim was here, just as I suspected. So you're saying the real scene of the crime was here, sir? Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now? Oh, is it? I didn't know that. Perhaps it's a bit early to draw that conclusion. However, I believe that the probability has just skyrocketed considerably. All that's left is to find the murder weapon. And then we connect these two together, because these are the last two that are needed for now. Now, why would Mr. Hicks have documents profiling Francisco? Oh, I know. I bet he's a big fan of Miss Von Karma, sir. Francisco said that she had come to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation. Maybe Mr. Hicks had heard she was coming here and he followed her. Detective, I think it's more likely that Mr. Hicks was, in actuality, Interpol agent Hicks.
Who's that Pokemon?
I think Francisco has some explaining to do. Speaking of Francisco, she's writing him. Truth behind Hicks. Came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you? Nonsense. What are you talking about? We found a profile detailing information about you in the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him so that he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol Agent Hicks, isn't that correct? I should have known you'd figure it out, Miles. But it looks like they got to him first. So you really did come here to receive an Interpol agent, didn't you? Agent Hicks was on the trail of a very large international smuggling ring. Alright. He went undercover to investigate this crime. And it was I who put him on this case. I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone once he had landed. Never expected to receive a call about his murder instead. I think we now have some pretty definitive evidence. Agent Hicks came down here to the cargo hold. What was he doing down there, sir? It's nothing but luggage. Oh, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in his suitcase and came down to get it. Agent Hicks came here for a work-related reason, of that I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure he was here to investigate the smuggling operation he was observing. Francisco, do you know exactly how he intended to pursue his investigation? No, unfortunately I was going to find out from him after he landed. See, but this raises another question. A normal passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own. Agent Hicks must have identified himself to a member of the crew, and entered the cargo hold with that person who let him in. Yes, and then he was murdered here. These glass fragments and his broken glasses are a testament to that. And then the killer put Agent Hicks into one of the spare suitcases and they entered the elevator, but while they were riding it up, the plane hit that patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open and Agent Hicks' body flew out. At the same time, his wallet flew out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. Which explains why there was no money scattered all over the elevator floor. Alright, investigation is complete. I think it's pretty easy to say who the culprit is at this stage. What? Really, sir? I know what you're thinking, Miles Edgeworth. The killer can be none other than Miss Rhoda Tenero. Alright, obviously we know that it's not her. So we want to press the second statement. We want to press the second statement, then the new statement. So just avoid the second statement for now. Alright. If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold. The point is, keep in mind, is the keycard that allows the elevator to come down here. The only person with such high-level access is Miss Rhoda Tenero. I'd say that's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you say? So we want to press the second statement, so I'm going to avoid that one intentionally. I know what she's trying to say, but I'm not certain it's as simple as that. Because we want to avoid progressing the thing straight away. It might be true, but then it could be anyone, including Miss Meal or even the captain. Don't be a fool. A plane without a pilot in the cockpit is like a horse without a rider, crop in hand, much like Scruffy over there. Can't disagree with her on that. Detective Gumshoe does always need a guiding hand. Very well. Then what about the other flight attendant, Miss Meal? I thought you might ask about her. So we want to intentionally not point the thing here. Why would such important things like the keycard be entrusted to only one person? According to Kemi Meal, Rhoda Tenero is in charge of most of the important stuff. Then what exactly is Miss Meal in charge of? Chatting it up with that foolish captain, apparently. She was being so foolishly foolish that I didn't want to ask what her other duties were. There we go, we got the foolishly foolish. I understand how you feel, but whipping me just now was uncalled for. In the end, the only one who could have let Agent Hicks into the hold was Rhoda Tenero. My hand is like actually freezing. I need to warm it up. The problem is that I need to use this hand for pressing the buttons, because it's on the right side. Do you really think it's that strong? There is no room for doubts. All the other evidence points to her as well. No snappy comeback. That's as it should be. It's not a single flaw in Francisca's reasoning. However, there must be something I can work with that I can draw out of her. Yeah, so obviously we're gonna press the second statement. It's highly likely that the keycard was stolen from Miss Tenero. It's highly likely. Is that possibility the best you can come up with? And you call yourself a disciple of my father. Yes, well, I don't have any evidence. Be quiet, you're a disgrace. There's more evidence pointing to Miss Rhoda Tenero, you know. It's not just the keycard that gives her away. Are you talking about the murder weapon, the Captain Hugo piggy bank? Yes, she is also the only person with a key to open that display case. Further, there is the matter of the key to the display case that held the murderous bank. Okay, so we've got to press this one as well. That is a fake. Stop right there, Miles Edgeworth. You don't have any proof that this is just a red herring. If you must keep on insisting that it's a fake, then what is the real murder weapon and where did it go? Speechless, I see. That's not a surprise. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed. There must be a way. There must be something that can help me rule out the piggy bank as the murder weapon. What should be examined further to help ascertain the authenticity of the weapon? The piggy bank itself, I don't think so, because we can already examine that ourselves. The crime scene, I think we've already examined everything in terms of all the things in the crime scene at the moment, so the other option would be the body, I would think. Francisca, I think you were too quick to jump to your conclusions. Oh, was I? Yes, we don't even have the autopsy results yet. How can I not say that you made a snap judgment you have yet to even see? If the wound on Agent Hicks's head is consistent with the murder weapon. Scruffy. Yes, sir. Contact the medical examiner's office at once. I wish to hear the results of Agent Hicks's autopsy. Yes, sir. There he goes. There he goes. We've got a big problem, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. That was quick. What is it, detective? They're still doing the autopsy, but they said that they already know this one thing for sure. Report, now. The doc said that it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back? He was beaten over such a wide area? Well, I'd say maybe it's a sign the killer had a grudge against Agent Hicks. It wasn't just his head. The killer went all out and hit him multiple times, sir. Autopsy report, data jotted down in my organizer. Instantaneous death resulting from blow to back of head, bruising head to mid-back. Scruffy. What is had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean? Well, let's... Was the wound on the victim's head consistent with the murder weapon, detective? Well, they said they were still looking into that, so... You're completely useless. Sir, I told you already, you can't go down there. No, you remove yourself from my way. What is all that racket? Oh, my luggage! My cargo! They're mine! And I demand you return them to me! We're still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand and have a little patience. I suppose there is no choice. Finally, I think he gave... Hey, what are you... You have left me no choice but to use strong force! Ah! You won't get past me. That's actually just what happened, bud. He went to do a strong force charge at the police officer. He went to do a strong force charge at the police officer and he just, like, gets knocked off to the side of the... knocked off to the side of the stairwell. Okay. Okay, game. This is... Wait, that's it? So that's what this whole thing has been about. Further, there's a matter of the key to the display case that held the murderous bank. Sure. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed. Weapon could be found, nobody could find anything that could be considered the real weapon in the hold. I just like how he's falling as we... Doc said that it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to... Is this like, I don't know what you want to call it. Is this like, a CSI-esque thing where it's like all the evidence that we've gained from people talking with us across the time is getting pulled together and then it's like we have to then do like a massive logic dump? Is that what we're leading to? Because we didn't get that in the first case. It was just like, I guess we have to put some logic together and then we confront the real... Maybe we confront the real killer. Extensive bruising from back of head down to mid-back as if severely beaten. Ah, I see. That's what it was for. It's like, get our logic together. Alright, so that's everything done here. So We grab that, and then we automatically enter the mode. So, cause of death with the piggy bank, weapon with the sizable, and yeah. So cause of death with piggy bank. Connect these two together. Allegedly, the killer struck the victim many times over, which is why there is extensive bruising over such a wide area. But is that really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? The bruise from his shoulder to the middle of his back is one continuous mark, which is more suggestive of a single blow to the back. If that's the case, then the piggy bank is much too small to have caused that. Therefore, the murder weapon must be something far bigger. The unusually large area of bruising suggests that a very large weapon was used. So then we connect the weapon could be found with a sizable weapon. Sweetie honey, welcome back to the stream, I should say. Hope that you're doing well today. Thank you for stopping by. We are getting down to the bottom and the nitty-gritty of the case, it looks like, for this. If you're looking for a rather large weapon, you'd think it would stick out. So far, we haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any sort. Perhaps, just perhaps, it's something we all overlooked from the very beginning. Because normally it's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration. Hope that you're doing well, though, today. Tonight, I should say, because it's always backwards time zones for me. What was that all about? Was he trying to jump his way down there? Francisca? What? What do you want? I found it, Francisca. I found the real murder weapon. You did? You really jumped. No, he didn't jump. He charged into the police. He charged into the police officer with a shoulder charge, got swatted like a fly basically, and then fell off the staircase. That's what essentially happened. We didn't realize it until now, but the answer has been right in front of us this whole time. He might be hurt. We should check up on him, sirs. There's that pompous attitude of yours again. You should learn to drop that habit. I'm enjoying this game so far. It's fun. It's a very fun game. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how we go going forward. Like I don't think we finished this case today. We might slightly do it. Anyway, if you really are a prosecutor, then you'll back yourself up with evidence. So you aren't listening at all, are you? Come on, then show me this real murder weapon you speak of. Show evidence? We don't have any evidence to show because he wasn't killed with a weapon.
Who's that Pokemon?
Necessarily. I think we're getting the deduction that he was shoved. So if you've been thrown off of something and hit, there'd be no evidence to show that there'd be no murder weapon. Don't have any evidence to show, you know. Foolish reasoning for a foolish fool from a foolishly foolish fool meant to. Foolish reasoning for a foolish fool from a foolishly foolish fool meant to fool me. What is this dialogue? There we go. What do you mean I don't have any evidence to show? Perhaps I should have phrased it as that which caused Agent Hicks's death is incorporeal. Just slow my words down, because I'm saying multiple words on top of each other. Forgive me, but I do believe I have figured out what the real cause of death was. Suffocation, freefall, or strangulation. I'm guessing that it has to be freefall, because there's no strangulation marks on the victim's neck to suggest he was strangled, and suffocation would imply strangulation, which would imply that there were marks on his neck. And the bruising was heavily on his back and shoulder area, so it would have to be freefall. Surely. The victim fell from a great height and subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death is freefalling to the ground. Fell to his death? I feel like I'm getting sick. this cold weather is... Bring on autumn already, is it? Sorry, bring spring. It's spring, not autumn. Autumn was last month. Spring weather will at least be better. Outside of maybe the pollen season being bad, but I mean, at least it's gonna be warm, right? Hopefully. Like, I don't know what it is. I feel like the summers here are not as bad as they used to be, and the winters are getting colder. It's like almost like Australia. It's almost as if Australia's damn weather system is just swapping. It's almost as if it's just swapping. And that's also just kind of scary. But the country known for being really warm is having worse winters than... And it's not even like bad in comparison to say like, the UK or something like that. The victim has extensive bruising on the back of his head and his back. The only rational explanation for these injuries is that he fell to his death. The murder happened inside this plane. I know. Are you claiming that there is some place in this plane from which he could have fallen from? As I said earlier, the answer has been right in front of us the entire time. You can't mean... Yes, I do. The victim fell from the top of the stairs of this very cargo hold. Then... We're in trouble. We may have a second death on our hands, sirs. Hey you, tell me you aren't dead, pal. Quiet, why are you screaming? He's alive. And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. It's not possible that Agent Hicks fell over the railing to his death. That man is living proof of that. Suppose it's true that it's not possible, given the current circumstances. The current circumstances? What is that supposed to mean? Suppose that large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time, what would have happened then? It would have been a Bourguignon pancake for sure, sir. I suppose that man over there wouldn't, still be breathing. But the reality is that the cargo box is in there. So there is no point in entertaining your wild hypothetical scenarios. Maybe there now, but there is no proof that it was always there. As if there could have been a window of time when that giant box was not there. Ah, but there was. What? What can I use to show her that it's possible the box was not always where it is now? Are we at the point now where I have to start doing the... we already did that. Okay, so the refueling. And then we have another investigation that we have to do. Yeah, this has two parts. Yeah, we're not finishing this case today. There's no way that we can finish this, because this is only part one of the ending. We've still got another intermission segment, so we're not finishing this case today. So we want the refueling this one.
Take that.
You refueled in the Republic of Shangfa? Yes, this flight had a short layover in Shangfa in order to refuel. But that wasn't the only reason for the layover. We also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred onto the plane at that time? further prove my point, let's take a look at what's next to the box in question. Oh, it's labeled Shengfa Express. Correct, meaning it was loaded onto the plane in Shengfa. It was loaded on board during the refueling between 4 and 5 AM at the transfer point. Now, what if the box in question was also loaded on at the same time? It would mean that the box was not here in the cargo hold during the Europe-Shengfa leg of the flight, making a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely possible. But your theory is still very far-fetched. Then allow me a chance to prove how very likely my scenario is. My first order of business would be to examine that piece of cargo in more detail. Alright, investigation again. Where we can interact with everything again. Just, yeah, that's all the same things. I should leave all the stuff that I've already touched before. Because this is just going to repeat. This is just going to, it's just going to repeat itself again. And there won't be any other new evidence, I don't think. Why is Edgeworth doing this? Maybe it will be Francis. Don't think you have the time for idle chatter. You still need to prove to me that your hypothetical situation is in fact reality. Okay, how do we investigate the... I guess we touch this? It's a rather large piece of cargo. It's a tag on, so let's see. A leaf red statue. Never heard of it. Alright, but all I care about is if we can prove that it wasn't here at the time of the crime. Let's get investigating, sir. Guy's talking Bulgarian again. Okay, I didn't go about touching my possessions without my permission. Don't rush me up. Don't rush up on me like that, Belle. So this belongs to Mr. LeBlanc, does it? Should see what else I can find out from him. Alright. Take it that this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc. Of course it is mine. I shipped this fine piece of art from Europe. This Olive Red statue is worth 10 million cents. No, maybe much, much more. Mr. LeBlanc's reason for choosing this plane must have been the large cargo hold. 10 million cents? Suggest you stop trying to calculate how many packets of noodles that makes, Detective. Don, how did you do that? I feel like you keep getting better and better at seeing right through me every year. I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun. I have the distinct impression he continues to madly spin in place. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, see that 10 million cents. Is that in euros or in dollars? Does it really make a difference to our case? Mr. LeBlanc, there's a chance that your cargo is related to our murder case. I was wondering if you would allow us to examine it a bit closer. It's a very valuable piece of art, so no, there will be no touching. Mr. LeBlanc claims to have bought a piece of art from Europe, but... Alright, well I guess we can't touch it, so... So, smuggling art, talk again, and then examine the statue, everything else, okay. So, do these two together. Mr. LeBlanc had something to do with the smuggling ring, and it's possible this fake statue was brought on board in Shengfa. I think I need to question him a bit further. Sure. So, fake statue. Petrol statue, Mr. LeBlanc? I wonder if it might be a fake. What? How dare you say my art is a fake? I suspect your statue might be the target of an international smuggling ring. Don't say such fantastical things. Those thieves would not dare. I have the certification of my cargo right here. Do you mean the cargo certification document? Mr. Zinc LeBlanc, why didn't you say so earlier? Please show it to us at once. Alright, here it is. I can't read this. What does it say? It says it's plain as day. The cargo was put onto the plane in Europe. And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. Too bad for you. This statue was brought aboard in Europe just as it states in the certificate. No, that's... Which means that there was never a window of time in which the statue wasn't sitting there. Leaf read certificate, document written in Borginian, proof the statue was loaded on board in Europe. I respectfully disagree. We can't discount the theory until I see the statue for myself. Then you can have your wish. Look at it yourself and see if I'm right. No, I've seen this somewhere before. This is the leaf red. Oh, wait a second. That's the statue that the guy had the photo. Remember the photo that the photo that the guy had with the statue. The victim. There's a photo of him with the statue. There's a photo of him with the statue, actually. Gives us such a feeling of awe, I can practically smell it. This statue has a high amount of historic value. After it was unveiled at a museum in Europe, I brought it to this country to exhibit it. Piece of art being shipped by Mr. LeBlanc, who claims it is worth 10 million cents. This also looks like a statue from Shadow of the Colossus. If you've ever played Shadow of the Colossus remake, when you go into the area where the statues of all the Colossi are, it looks very much like one of those. I believe a closer look is warranted here. Yes. There we go. So this is the infamous Alif red statue. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Did you find something? There's something wrong with this picture. We should examine it in more detail. So this is the Alif red statue. I swear I've seen this somewhere before. No wonder this thing is worth 10 million cents. Look at how it sparkles, sir. Wouldn't call it sparkling, detective. Maybe more along the lines of dully shining. What have we here? It says Shangfar Express on the cloth, sir. I'm gonna take a guess and say that this delivery company is based in Shangfar. Something is tugging on the corner of my mind, as though something is out of place. These eyes made of some sort of gem? It's a real nice shade of orange. For a sec I couldn't even tell they were jewels. Oh, but they kind of remind me of the eyes of this stray cat that lives near my house. Are the eyes supposed to be this color? Is it possible this statue is a fake? This statue looks like it's stepping all over its neighbor cloth cover. Kind of resembles its owner's attitude in a sense. You, what did you say? What did you say now? Further, my clothing hem is not being stepped on by anyone. It's too expensive for me to allow that to happen. Please forgive the trespasses of my subordinate. Why should I forgive if the dress passes? Unless it is an expensive dress, you keep it. The suitcases sit here, lined up in two pretty neat rows. Too bad for Mr. Nero, but this design is unmarketable. Why don't you sell them in the airport and have a bargain basement sale? Buy one, get one free. If you win the raffle, you get one more for free. How about those ideas, sir? I think if they did that, everyone would lose. Is that everything? Like, investigated with this? Like... I'm not seeing anything else that's potentially... there's something else. Alright, that's everything investigated. Did I talk to him already? I did. So, deduce with the Hicks photo, and then do the cloth with the other one. That is not what I was trying to do. I'm not trying to... Oh, there is a bad ending as well here that we need to do, so we'll do that now, actually. There is a bad investigation, so we will do that. Let me make the save now, and then we'll do another bad ending. So we want to deduce this. Because we have proof that it had different colored eyes. So this has red eyes in the photo, and in the other photo it has, in the current state that it's in, it has, in the current state that it's in, it has, orange instead. So we want to present this. These eyes are awfully orange, don't you think? Oh, wait a second. I'm supposed to be doing the bad ending first. We want to intentionally get the bad ending so we don't get it. We get the extra content. So we want to intentionally put the wrong, do the wrong. What do you think, Detective? Well, I think it's really suspicious looking, sir. My well-trained gut tells me so. See, well then I must be mistaken. How come when I answer confidently, you take that to mean, well, of course, sir. Alright. Alright. It's as far as you go, Miles Edgeworth. I've known the truth now for quite some time, and I won't allow you to dawdle. What? But we haven't completed the investigation yet.
Objection!
It's obvious that the culprit is Miss Rhoda Tenero. There's no one else it could have been. Can't end like this. Unfortunately, it does end like this, Edgeworth. Miss Tenero was kept in custody under the pretense of a valuable witness. Thus, the truth was lost for all eternity. Load our game and then do the thing properly. Alright, so this time we now say that the eyes are different colors. Because we have the proof. It's always awfully orange, don't you think? Yeah, pretty. They remind me of sunsets when I was in grade school, sir. Don't think you see what I'm talking about. No, I do, but it's really like the colour of the sun when it's setting, sir. Oh, the memories. I remember standing out in that field, spinning with my arms out, until I fell ill. I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What colour are the eyes in this photo? So they're red. And so I thought. This statue is a fake. Mr. LeBlanc? What do you want? Do you not know I am a busy man? I allow you 2 seconds for your answer. The Elite Red? I suppose this is your pride and joy, is it not? It's the biggest trophy on this European trip. Do you know why I wanted to possess this statue? The trigger started 17 years ago. Better grab a chair, sir. It sounds like this is going to be a long story. Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you, and you have my heartfelt sympathy, but... What is that? Sympathy for what? You'll see, I'd like you to compare the eyes. That large fellow there has very bright and pretty eyes compared to you. I wasn't talking about the 2 of us. I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us and the one in this photo. Why the sudden yelling? Now then. It is a photo of the statue on display at the museum in Europe. Yep. Now do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake. A fake? I believe that even further examination will be required, now that we have confirmed that this is indeed a fake. There must be some sort of proof that this was brought on board by in Shangfa, and I will present to you evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction. Which, again, we have the contradiction here, because of the cloth. Yes. So I think we connect the cloth with the, what did I say? Connect the cloth with the Shangfa stuff. Yeah, we're definitely not finishing this today. We only have like 20 minutes and we've still got another ending to do, which could take a couple of minutes, and we have to get through another entire section dealing with who's committed the crime as well. So we're definitely not finishing this today, but we'll have it done next stream. So we want this. There's clearly a contradiction here. What are you going on about? It's just a simple case of a cargo cover getting stuck under another piece of cargo. It's not possible. But it is. It shouldn't be this way, but the statue is on top of the cloth. Supposing that the neighboring piece of cargo was brought on board in Shangfa. There is no way that any part of it should wind up under something from Europe. Which means that this fake statue was smuggled on board in Shangfa. Then what about the cargo certificate? Let me ask in return, what about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down here in the middle of the flight? There is only one reason why, to secure proof of smuggling activity aboard this plane. So you say, but I don't believe he had to do that mid-flight. We could have just as easily inspected all of the cargo after the plane landed. That may be true, however you have it backwards, Francisco. Sure, Agent Hicks could have waited until after the plane had landed, but he had a reason for coming down to the cargo hold. Suppose he had found the fake at the airport, it would have been after the swap had occurred. At that time, the suspicion would naturally fall onto the statue's owner, who would have no way to prove that the statue was switched without his knowledge. Which means there is someone involved who is forging or modifying cargo certificates. Document Borginian says statue was loaded on board in Europe, but statue things are fake. Guess the victim knew the real version of this was going to get nabbed, huh? Yes, while this photo could be seen as nothing more than a simple souvenir, it was in fact taken to be used as a reference document later on. Next, Agent Hicks had to secure proof that the smuggling had taken place. Came down here to take a picture of the cargo hold. Rather empty one at that. Right before the fake statue could be loaded on board. A photo of the hold missing a valuable piece of cargo would have been proof enough. After that, all he had to do was hold the Shangfa cargo crew and arrest the smuggler. Exactly. This only goes to prove my theory. If the statue was not in the cargo hold during the Europe-Shangfa leg of the trip, there would have been enough height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death. Officer, move this statue immediately. I want a thorough investigation of the floor underneath, now. Miss Von Calm, I'm ready to report my findings. Go on. After moving the Elif Red statue out of the way, we tested the area under it with luminol, and there was a reaction. Ah, I see, there was a reaction to luminol, an indication that there was blood in that spot. Can we stop looking at it now, sirs? It would seem that my deductions were correct after all. I suppose it would appear that way. The culprit cleaned the blood up well. And how do you think the killer did that? How did the killer clean up all the blood? It would have to have been with the cloth that we have here. The Bourguignon cloth. The killer used the bloody cloth I found inside the suitcase to clean up the mess. See, they had a need to clean up all the blood before the plane landed in Shangfa. Yes, because otherwise the cargo crew would have discovered it during the layover. So you guys are saying the murder happened before the plane landed in Shangfa. There's no other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder. If that is true, then that throws a certain person's testimony into doubt. If the murder occurred before we landed in Shangfa, then this becomes highly suspect. Mr. Nero's testimony, Mr. LeBlanc's testimony, it would be this one. Recall Miss Meale's testimony about Agent Hicks in regard to when we departed Shangfa. Saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 AM, you know. She claims Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service calls, but it totally contradicts the facts, sir. Why would she lie about something like that? I think the only person who can answer that is Miss Meale herself. Alright. Yeah, we only have 20 minutes before, to finish this case, but we're definitely not going to be able to do that. We'll get as far as we can. I do like that the game almost transitions, like, from the loading screen and the save screen right into the action again. March 12th, 3:35 PM, Flight G390, lower deck cargo hold. Miss Meale? Oh, she's asleep again. Miss Meale? Huh? Do you recall what you said earlier? About when you answered some service calls as we were departing from Shangfa? Huh? You said that Mr. Hicks was sitting in your seat at that time. However, that is simply not possible. Because Mr. Hicks was dead long before we ever touched down in Shangfa.
Who's that Pokemon?
Oh. Miss Camille. Maybe I didn't see what I thought I did. No one could make a mistake so large, Miss Meale. But I make that kind of boo-boo all the time. This is going nowhere. There must be a better way of resolving this contradiction. Very well. Miss Meale, if you please, tell me about your alibi during the time span. From just before we were to land at 3 AM and 6 AM when the body was found. Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, she's just asleep. Again, my hand is like super cold. Alright. Miss Meale's alibi. Yeah. From 3 to 4 I was in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. Oh, yeah. And from 5 to 6, I was in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. How is a man supposed to react to a testimony like that? Miss Meale, wake up. She fell asleep again. Looks like the only way I'm gonna be able to wake her up is by pressing her. Yeah, which statements? No, we just present stuff. Miss Miss Meal, wake up. I'm awake, I'm awake. She's asleep again. Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you do something about this flight attendant this instant. Why ask me to wake her when you can finally put that whip to an appropriate use? I do agree right there. Like, why doesn't she just use the whip? That would wake her. If I remember correctly, food was being served in first class in the lounge. Between the hours of 3 to 4 a.m. Yeah, but that kind of stuff runs by Miss Rhoda. And what were you doing in the attendant's room at that time? Eating and then having a most delicious dream? You mean you were neglecting your duties? No way. Sleeping's part of our job too, you know. Miss Meal, how many times do I have to repeat myself? Wake up. I'm awake, I'm awake. And she finally whipped Gumshoe! What did you whip me for, sir? Oh, what did I miss? A poor detective being on the receiving end of a lash in your steed. Stead, not steed. Really? Sorry about that. You can make amends for that by continuing with your testimony. So you were alone the entire time, were you? Yeah, no one else even popped their heads in to say hi. Oh, well, I think a contradiction just popped in to say hi. What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yes, we should raise an objection. Miss Meal, there is a clear contradiction embedded in your testimony. What are you talking about? It's not possible that you were alone in the attendance room the whole time from 5 to 6 a.m. So that's where we present the... suitcase receipt. Okay, and then we have more testimony. And then if our logic fails at this point, we can also have a leave. So we'll do that too. We'll do that after this part. Once we get to the next statement, so... suitcase receipt. Oh, we didn't even read these. Victim, Ackby Higgs, age 28. Time of death, March 12th, between 3 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. Cause of death, cranial contusion due to blunt force trauma to the back of the head. Remarks, appears to have been extensively beaten on the upper half of his back. I haven't even, like, investigated this yet. I like that we have, like, a miniature version of it that we can just investigate for some reason. So we want, this. Take that. I wonder if you would be so kind as to take a look at this receipt, Miss Meal. Receipt? For what? It's for the suitcase Miss Ternero bought. Now, if I may direct your attention to the timestamp. As you can see, it clearly says 5:40 a.m., Miss Ternero. Yes? Where's the killer here? I thought you'd have to lock her up by now. I requested that she be present as a witness so that we may straighten out your complex lie. Now then, Miss Ternero, between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m., you took a trip from first class down to the first floor in Flat shop, correct? Yes, I went to the shop to buy a suitcase. After which I went straight to the attendance room to drop it off. And did you see Miss Meal there at that time? No. So, Miss Meal, where were you really between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m.? She's still sleepy. Miss Cammy Meal. The bathroom. I'll be the one to ask the questions, you know. Yeah, maybe that's it. I probably just missed her. Nature calls, you know. Do you take me for a fool? That's a little too convenient to be true. But it's the truth. Cross my heart. Don't have enough conclusive evidence to argue her at this stage. You don't believe me, do you? Please, won't you give me a chance and hear me out? Alright, reason for suspicion. Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew. You think then maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too? She's the one in charge of the elevator keycard in the shop, you know. If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious. Please leave Miss Ternero out of the conversation. Only you are under suspicion for now. I don't get it. Why are you covering for Miss Rhoda all of a sudden? Oh, now I get it. Maybe you've got your eye on Miss Rhoda. Of course I'm keeping an eye on her. I can't very well let her escape, can I? Never mind. But you want to know something? Miss Rhoda actually kind of, like... I have absolutely no interest in people who can't appreciate my sense of design. Now's not the time for this sort of talk. I'm assuming you've got to present something. I'll press the third statement, so, and then she makes a new statement, which we then present something on, so. Just avoid the third statement for now. No, it's not the only reason I have for suspecting you. Your statement regarding Mr. Hicks also turned out to be a bunch of lies. So I wasn't an attendant. You wouldn't suspect me then, would you? Yes, I suppose that's true enough. She's already being detained for further questioning, or have you already forgotten? Yeah, I guess I just forgot. I mean, don't tell me you suspect me too. Sorry, can't help it. I mean, other than you, there's no one else who could have done it. I can't believe you would think that. I mean, me, a killer? Miss Mio, what did you mean just now by no one else who could have done it? Alright, so we want to push this statement, but we're not going to do that right now. Actually, your on-the-job behavior makes you super suspicious in my eyes. Why? While Miss Ternero is busy with the passengers and all of her other duties, you have a lot of free time on your hands, thus proving you with ample time to commit the crime. Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you cease and desist in this line of conjectural questioning. I'm going to allow you to bluff your way through this like a certain defense lawyer. But I do not honestly believe Miss Meal does any actual work aboard this flight. Well, that's not true, Mr. Edgeworth. Although, well... Miss Meal is very unladylike to push suspicion onto someone else. That's not what I'm doing at all. Just saying that Miss Rhoda is very sus. There you go, pushing everything onto her again. I don't get what you're saying. It must be a really abstract concept. The only thing abstract here is the landscape inside your head. Alright, push the third statement. What are you in charge of, Miss Meal? I take care of the attendance room. It doesn't count. Oh, but I spend so much time in there, it might as well be my responsibility. Edgeworth, Cammy is very talented in languages, so she assists passengers who may not speak English. Especially those who speak Bulgarian. She's the only one on this flight who is fluent. Oh, you mean that kind of... What am I in charge of? Why didn't you say so in the first place? What else could I have meant? Yeah, so I'm really good at Bulgarian. She's fluent in Bulgarian. And I suppose you're in charge of processing documents in Bulgarian. Yeah, I take care of everything that has to do with Bulgarian. Very interesting. Alright, so now we want to push this new statement. Actually, your on-the-job behavior makes you super suspicious in my eyes. But why? Well, Mr. Nero is busy with the passengers and all our other duties. You have a lot of free time on your hands, thus providing you ample time to commit the crime. Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you cease and desist in this line of conjectural questioning. I'm going to allow you to bluff your way through this. Oh, well, you already read this one? I thought we got a new... Oh, this one I was supposed to push, I guess. So what exactly do you do as the one in charge of some Bulgarian stuff? I do sort of like translate things from and into Bulgarian. Cammy's the only one member of the crew who understands Bulgarian, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Meal, I take it then that this is your job to process all the Bulgarian paperwork. Yes, see, I totally pull my weight around here. So it would appear. Perhaps I should ask her for a few more details about her work. Smeal's very unladylike to push suspicion onto someone else. That's not what I'm doing at all. I'm just saying Mr. Lloyd's very sus. Okay. I think that's all the stuff that we've done. So now we push, we now do the, this one. So this now, we present the scarf on this, and then the suitcase. I believe your testimony contradicts this piece of evidence. Is that the one I'm supposed to do? Wait, I thought I said scarf. Oh, the certificate. Sorry, not the scarf. That was my mistake. I read that as scarf for some reason. It's the certificate and then the suitcase. Certificate, suitcase. Yeah. And when I don't know why I made a mistake of that. Present the red leaf certificate. That's what we're doing. This one. So you were the only one in this flight crew that speaks Bulgarian. Is that correct? She's asleep again. Oh yeah, I guess so. I studied abroad in Bulgaria for a while. If that is the case, then the signature on this document belongs to you, doesn't it? This is a falsified piece of documentation with only one purpose. To lead anyone who read it to believe that Mr. LeBlanc's statue was loaded in Europe. The only person who could have either prepared or processed this document in Bulgarian is you, Miss Meal. Without your participation, the smuggling of the Elif Red could not have occurred. Still, don't sleep while I'm putting my finger at you. She got bubbles now? Oh, I wouldn't dream of falling asleep on you, Mr. Edgeworth. It is exactly as you say. Are you confessing to having participated in the smuggling? No, far from it. It's true that I was the one who signed off on that document. But you can't use that fact alone to make your allegation of smuggling stick. There's no direct correlation after all. I mean, I have one way of dealing with it. All I have to do is, to make it sound legit, is just have the guy read the document himself. The certificate. Have him read the certificate, and if it's legit or not, then we would know. All you have is my signature on a piece of paper. Really? All you did was sign it. Nick, let's check if the cargo had been loaded onto the plane properly. So sorry about that. Seems she's finally woken up. This is gonna be one tough fight. Suppose. This is just a superstition. Even if I was involved in the smuggling. You can't throw the charge of murder on me just like that. If you were involved in the smuggling, you would have a strong motive to kill. Agent Hicks was in the middle of an investigation regarding a smuggling ring. And just when he was about to close in, he's killed by a member of that ring. Oh, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhoda is the smuggling ring member? After all, unlike me, Rhoda has access to many things on this plane for work purposes. So perhaps there is some element of a setup play in this case. What are you talking about? Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you. I meant the killer. First it was myself, and now it's Miss Tenera who was under the microscope. Seems to me that our killer is going to great lengths to pin this crime on anyone they can. You have no proof that Rhoda is being set up, or that she isn't. Actually, I believe that she is indeed the intended target from the very beginning. I believe that the plan was to push all of the blame for the crime onto her. And this evidence will prove my suspicions. This proves that the killer was out to frame Miss Tenera from the very beginning. It's the... the suitcase. Was it the suitcase? Yeah, it was the suitcase. Yeah, it was the suitcase. Take that! The killer could have hidden the body anywhere. And yet they chose their suitcase. Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body up from the lower deck to the first floor. However, why go through the trouble to do so? Only way all these actions make sense is if the killer had wanted to frame Miss Tenero for the murder. Miss Tenero buys a suitcase on every flight she works without fail. But should her suitcase be switched with the one containing the victim's body, that will put her in a very tight spot. Fortunately for the killer, the turbulence put an end to that plan. There wasn't enough time to put the body back into the suitcase. Ergo, they made do with whatever was at hand, adapted their plan, and tried to frame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. The killer then went to hide the suitcase in the in-flight shop, and brought the piggy bank back to the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. A lot of work for a fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you agree? Sounds like the killer had a tough time too, huh? Why did the killer need to frame someone that badly anyway? That is because of the special circumstances surrounding this particular case. What special circumstances dictate the need for the thing? Okay, this is going to be the end of the stream for today. We're not going to be able to finish the case, because it's still got a little while to go. We've still got one more bad ending to do. And it's reaching about that time where I would normally want to stop streaming. Considering Alison's coming home. Even though I'm not using her setup, it's more so because usually by the time she gets home, we're already sorting out other stuff. So, and also help. I also think it might not. Her Genshin game might also potentially slow down when she does stuff. So, yeah. Obviously, we made a lot of progress today. In terms of made a lot of progress today with the made a lot of progress with the thing. We finished the first case, and we've almost finished. So we pretty much done an entire case almost. I would say today, in terms of length. Obviously, in terms of like. Again, graphics and music, nothing's really changed, it's all just very consistent. Even same with the gameplay. We haven't got any new gameplay elements that I've noticed yet, outside of like the brain blast like logic thing where you get entered into the logic section. Again, graphically, I like the diorama sets. This plane has been really good with like a lot of nods to past things. I like that they've done taken a lot of effort when it comes to that particular part of the game. Music's always just very super consistent. Obviously, character-wise, we didn't really get an epic breakdown from the guy that got caught. It was kind of a bit of a letdown there. The characters in this one are also fairly fun. I've quite liked them so far. We don't know much about the victim, obviously, because we didn't see them. Tenero was basically just like a normal flight attendant doing normal flight attendant things. LeBlanc being like a sophisticated like art dealer guy who's from Borginia, which I like a lot of references in this game as well, which is again, the more games that you release, the more references you can make to the past. I just love that. Cammy just being Cammy basically just like hooking up with the captain and doing all that stuff and talking about like falling asleep in the middle of conversations, and now we're finally picked up on her, and she's basically getting picked up on now. Francisca came back, which is fantastic. She's always a great character. It's a thing one of my favorite prosecutors in the game. To go along with Edgeworth and all that other stuff as well. Just a lot of fun characters, a lot of good times. Nothing changed graphically or music-wise or gameplay-wise. Story, pretty much after we exited the hallway in the first case, we pretty much just did a big investigation and stuff with the hoops and talking about the moving around of the different stuff. And we found out that we still don't know what's happened with the case 0 files. Apparently they tie to this case here somehow. The game for some reason boots you out after you finish an episode and puts you into the next one instead of doing it from continuing on, which is a little bit weird. So that's all good. Obviously we came here. Turbulence happened on a plane. We passed out. We had the wallet in our thing. Guy had died in the thing. They thought that we were the criminal. We had a few passengers here and there doing stuff. We ended up getting the captain's approval, or not really. to do a big investigation, got ourselves off. We met LeBlanc and did a few other things there. And then we finally landed, met up with Gumshoe, did all the investigation again, made our way through and figured out that people had been doing stuff with the flight shop. And we investigated the crime scene and ended up figuring out what was stolen, and also, like, we figured out what happened with the gift shop. We investigated the gift shop as well, and figured out that stuff had been modified there with turbulence and stuff as well. We also ended up going and doing a few other things with, once we got back with Francisca, it was a lot of investigation, because we were able to do stuff. We got into the quarters and talked with Snarrow. We got into the cargo hold and unveiled that we got into the cargo hold and was able to figure out that the statue that was there was fake, and there's a smuggling operation happening, and that Interpol was involved, and all that other stuff. Like with the smuggling ring, figuring out what was going on with there, and that she can now speak Bulgarian, and how the connection between Francisca and them. Also, we figured that we found out that he died from falling instead of what they thought. And then also, like, the stuff with the suitcase being bought every flight, because she invented the suitcase or whatever for the design, and did all the stuff there. I think that's about it, right? After we got through and did all that, she went through and did all that stuff. I'm trying to think what else happened, because once Francisca got there, she basically whipped the captain, whipped Gumshoe, everyone into shape. We talked to her about suitcase stuff. We did all the stuff down in the cargo, which is what we're doing right now, where we figured out that the stuff had been smuggled in and out with the two different statues. Now we're breaking down that Cammy is the inconsistent one, because she can speak Bulgarian, so she could have faked the documents. She knew stuff about things, she'd lied about other things. And yeah, that's like about it. So obviously the next stream that we do this, we will finish. We will finish finish this case off, see what the next case has involved for us. Obviously the rest of this week I'm planning to do this from Tuesday through Friday. Saturday will either be, if we stream Strikers on Saturday, Sunday will be more of this. If we stream Strikers on Sunday, Saturday will be a day off, which will be for speedrun stuff that we're going to help set up. Monday will be Marvel Rivals again, and then Tuesday through Friday will be this. So that's what we're going to be looking forward to doing for the rest of the week. This will be the main game for them until we finish it, of course. Is that it? I think that's all I wanted to talk about. So yeah, with all that being said, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Every like, comment, subscription, viewing this video gets close to monetization. Has a amount of content available. Helps my content become more accessible to find. I upload on my past Plat records as well as Let's Plays and Let's Plays too, the YouTube channel. You can also find a link down below to the games just for the games we've played and shown thus far, all in the Let's Plays. All the upcoming games, DLCs, Switch games we get into Turnabout Airlines as well. Working on more Plat Pay Pass segments of games we have to play for, as well as switching things up segment games on the Switch. Along with more Triangle Strategy experience, Traveler Cadera experience, and Pokemon Violet and Nuzlocke, and continuing those. The live notes, as well as the Pokemon Let's Go EV stuff, and the Super Mario RPG Remake stuff as well. I upload everything to YouTube, because I have a 14-day limitation on my videos before they permit me to delete it, and want there to be a separate place for everyone to find my content if to do so. And to also get a notification, I will link a live from it as well. Follow or subscribe to me on Twitch at 100 subscribers. I'll be doing a Final Fantasy 2 picture Master Speedrun. Just getting access to more channel points that you can use to vote on for the next game. So after we finish this one, go back to Princess Peach, Donkey Country Returns, Luigi Mansion 2, Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, God of War Ragnarok. The three choices now are between Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Metaphor Refantasio, and Tomb Raider 3 Remastered. You also gain sub-badges and emotes, as well as all as reviewing, or you can just watch the ads, get Twitch Turbo, get ad block. I appreciate everyone's support today for the subs, bits, chats, lurks, raids, shoutouts, as always. I'm doing Rivals back weekly instead of multiple days. Quick match, competitive mini games, if anyone wants to do those as well. And you also get a notification when I go live for as well. Follow me on Twitter to be notified when I go live. Wish I'm in Discord. I will send you an invite to my friends' Discord server, close to 2,000 members. Still going strong. Paint Doctors and Games Discord as well. I'm very active there and also get a notification of when I go over as well. And finally, to know who create my stream overlay that do my future content going forward, you can find a link down below in the scroll for that as well. So as always, before we go and head off for tonight, let's see if there's anyone online who can raid. If anyone has a raid request I'd like me to make, I would gladly do so. Otherwise, we'll just see who's currently streaming right now and give them the raid. Let's see who is currently live, if there is anyone. Let's have a look. Perfect. All raid Sparta. They are playing Rivals again, and they have been here earlier, so I think they're still in here. So we'll send them the raid. It's always good to support them, and I'm trying to get my channel points up for them as well. So thank you everyone for watching as always, and with all that being said, have a good rest of the day, night, wherever you are, and I will see you all in the next stream.